Yeah, baby, yeah!
Daddy, chill.
Money! Yeah, baby, yeah!
Is
How the fuck did I get all the way over here? There we go. Guys, good morning. How you doing? Sorry, this music. Good morning. I'm trying not to talk about things, but I do need to get things moving. Otherwise, I will just lay in bed and cry. Because that's where I've been at. I came back because I need to preoccupy myself. And like doing laundry and housework wasn't enough. Like I just weep. I just weep. There's nothing to do.
Money! Yeah, baby, yeah!
I'm doing it half for me, basically. Yeah, for me. I need to distract myself. So good morning. There are some things to talk about. I don't know how long the stream's gonna go on. I wanted to talk about the reflecting pool. Obviously, there's some stuff going on in the UK due to, I don't know how to say, grape drink. Yeah. There's some of that going on. Good morning. I can't take forever off. Like, I don't think I'll ever get over my loss. Like, I love that dog. And I had a very strong connection with that dog. You know, like, he was my boy. He was old, though, you know. He did have a lot of lumps on him, as older dogs do. And he had, his spleen ruptured, and when I brought him in, you know, he already lost a bunch of blood, and they weren't even sure if he would make it through surgery. So I had to make a very hard choice, you know, and I loved him. There's what are you gonna do? Avoid the UK stuff if you're feeling down? Nah. It'll make me feel feisty. I felt good before I started, but then I knew it was gonna come too. Like, it's inevitable that you guys would leave comments about Fritter. He was just my boy. Definitely a void in my life. I used to squeeze him. You know, he was I don't think I've ever had a connection like that. Like, clearly I have a connection with my other dogs too, but there's something different about being reliant on me, and, you know. He's also a dog that I got when I was, like, highly suicidal. And, you know, in a lot of ways, I view him as the dog that, I mean, I wouldn't really be here without him. He gave me, like, a reason to not do something stupid. Because that's just, I don't know why my brain is like that. And it's not very Catholic or Christian of me. It's a sin, you know? You're not supposed to do that. So I got a dog. And he was a good dog. And that's why, like, yeah, I expressed his bladder. I did it for 5 years. Like, even my one brother didn't understand that I was doing. He's like, I would put that dog down. I was like, I would never do that. Like, what is it? It's like hardly an inconvenience. I was just peeing for two, essentially. And yeah, I had to clean up some poop once in a while, but the laundry handles that. So what are you going to do? But, you know, he wasn't going to live forever. He had that spinal surgery in 2021. So he had like 5 years after the spinal surgery. You know, he beat a lot of odds. He was still active up until the end, and then he just went out quick and utterly painless. And that's like all you can think of. I have to just keep focusing on the fact that it was painless. But I never wanted to put my dog down in a veterinarian's office. But there was nothing I could do because of the timing. It was like in the middle of the night. Because I was doing an art stream with you guys, and he was lethargic, but like he wasn't doing too bad other than like, yeah, he stopped eating. But like I literally had just taken him out before the stream, and he was outside with me walking around. So like I just was like, whatever, you know, I'll just let him rest. And it wasn't until I got off stream, I brought him upstairs, and then he started panting when I was putting him to bed, and he seemed in distress. So I was like, I have to bring him in. But yeah, it's tough losing pets. It really is. Yeah. My dog wasn't disabled when I adopted him. He was a normal dog. I adopted him in like 2014. And you know, he lived his life as a normal dog. Like he used to wag his tail so fast. Like anytime I looked at him, it was like so fast. Like he was such a happy guy.
Strainosiam has given a big juicy cash money tip of the set.
Thank you, bud.
It is hard to bring it up, but I understand I started to make decisions like that my family had to make. A decision turn on my grandmother, can we chose the same? It is not easy.
No.
All I know is with time, it'll get a little bit easier, Glorito, than Yakuza.
Yeah, it's tough. No, then that happens with even humans. Humans that are on their deathbed, you generally get like a little spark of energy. Little spark of energy before you fizzle. It's very common. But anyways, yeah. So that's what happened, and I'm trying to move on from it, and I just have to get back. And like, I got a little tearful, and I think it was inevitable. I think even if I took like 2 weeks off, the second you guys had bring up Fritter, which it's inevitable that you would, because I posted about it, and like obviously he's been a part of my streams. It's inevitable. It was inevitable. So I might as well just pull the Band-Aid off. Yeah, it's hard. It doesn't matter how old they are, it's hard. It feels like you're betraying them, you know? Because they trust you. But I didn't want to see him suffer. You know, they offered me the surgery to remove his spleen, but, you know, I asked everyone in the office, like, you know, based on their, like, medical opinion, and, like, he had already lost so much blood, and they just weren't sure if he would even make it through, you know? And then, like, the recovery and everything, and I had to worry. Like, deep down, I felt like my dog was a fighter and he would be fine, but I didn't know how much that was just the grief talking, you know? So I just had to make the decision. God. It's tragic. Like, I mean, honestly, to some extent, like, fuck going to Mars. Like, why aren't we extending the lifespan of dogs and cats? It's criminal how short a life they live for being such wholesome little creatures. They're better than most humans. Fuck, man. Just such good animals. Good morning. Head pats, thank you. Terminal lucidity, the term surge that life people get on their deathbed, yeah. Yeah. I know. I appreciate all the kind words. It, as much as it sounds like it's definitely things I've heard before,
baby, yeah.
it's just hard. I feel so guilty, you know? Like, it's just inevitable. Like, after taking care of a dog like that for so long, to have to sign the papers to do something like that, it felt so wrong. You know, it felt like what, you know, like I'm here to protect this little guy. And like it was in his best interest, so there's no pain. But good God. Yeah. No, and again too, like I think it was inevitable. Like I don't think I could, even if I took 2 weeks off, I would start crying on stream. I just have to get it over with. There's like nothing I can do about it. I love that dog way too much. Like an uncomfortable amount. Like, I mean, like you shouldn't be doing that. Like it's unhealthy. I don't have any kids, you know? And that dog was like my child. And like, fuck. It's tough. And especially because of how high needs he was. It was like having a child. I was changing his diapers and everything. Like it's bizarre. A bizarre loss. I've lost animals before. I've lost family members before. But for some reason, this one's killing me. And it's because of the connection I had with him. I had to do same with the dog London. She got hit by a car, and that's so terrible. I think of my one sister-in-law. She had a dog that was like attacked by a bigger dog and like just died in the most painful way. And like I'm like, Fritter didn't go through that. You know, I'm grateful that it was relatively painless. I have to focus on all of that, you know. It's hard. R.I.P. Fritter, thank you. But anyways, I didn't want to cry, but I mean, it's impossible. I was starting to cry, and it was like, how could I just start trying to talk about topics? I thought I wouldn't talk about this, but again, it's like, I don't know. What are you going to do? All right. That dog didn't owe me any money. Lucky dog. He did have a good life. I like to think that the reason why he kept going was because of how good the life he had. You know, he was like determined to like outlive his time. Like most dogs would have been done. You know, I don't think a lot of people would even pay for spinal surgery. Like it was like 13 grand. I like spent all of my savings on that dog, and I don't regret it. I would do it again. I would do it again. I got 5 years out of that, and I don't regret it. I'm doing okay. He was the best. They worry if we'll be okay, so they stay as long as possible. For real.
Money!
Oh, I've been
Yeah,
crying.
baby, yeah!
I cried so hard my eyes hurt. Like I couldn't even, like the whole first day, like I remember I was like sitting and Husbandus was like, you want to watch a movie? And like I just had to go to sleep because like my eyes were stinging. It's all right. He will forever be remembered all the time. I'll never forget that guy. He was such a good dog. Such a good dog. And one of those dogs too, it's like a beagle that can walk off leash without running away. Like that's a pretty special connection. Usually beagles are little shits and they get a scent and they'll just run. But you know, I got him and he was abused, you know, so he was like a curled up little ball. He was afraid of walking by the sidewalk. Like he was afraid of everything. You know, if he saw someone who was bald, and I used to bring him to work for the first little bit. They let me bring him to work because I explained he was like an abused dog. I just needed to have him at work for a bit. And it was a studio, and they were like, sure, why not? And he saw one of the art directors who was bald, and he pissed himself. So like I assumed that like it was a bald guy that was abusing him. You know, he went through a lot, and he came out of that little shell, and he became such a feisty little dog. And yeah, he would follow me around everywhere. Just a great dog. Going from psychoanalysis of Demi getting railed to crying my eyes out wasn't on my bingo card. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, yeah. I mean, what are you gonna do? Dogs are just the best. And I think what sucks too is that like as I talk about my loss, like a lot of people bring up the loss of their dogs, and it's just kind of like we all just go through this together. I'm pretty like I was pretty on the edge of like whether or not Demi was getting it on stream. And then I was watching Mama Akko's stream last night. I had it on in the background, and he was going through it point by point, that list that someone had. And at some points I was like, no, it didn't happen. But then at the end of it, she was just like talked about like having sex during League of Legends, and it was like, wait a second, why would you make that comment unless you were just doing the deed right now? Very suspicious. Because I thought like some parts of it seemed really obvious, and I'm like, other parts don't seem as obvious. But then like when she said that at the end, and then she was like, oh, I'm so tired, and she's like, why am I so tired? And she's like, oh, like she knew why. Like it was like, ooh, awkward. Dogs are better than us. Yeah, she was getting railed. Well, and again, too, like, even in Mama Akko's stream, someone in the comments was like, that's like a whole subcategory on Pornhub. And I was like, oh, of course it is. I won't lie, there was a time in my life where I consumed pornography. Like, that was, like, back in, like my teens, early 20s. Like, I stopped. But that wasn't a genre when I was perusing. But I've just, like, I don't know. I went through a phase where, like, I kind of, like, ditched my religion for a bit. And I think a lot of kids do that around that age, especially, like, you leave the house. But then I came back to it. So, yeah. One of us. Yeah, I know. Full honesty. I used to watch porn. Like, I just don't do it anymore. Like, it was, like, a phase in my life. And then I stopped. Because I thought it was, like, I don't know. It just didn't do it for me. But, yeah. I don't know. You sick bitch. Ah, yeah, I don't know. Like, I do. Like, I don't know. Shit. Bad girl. It is better not to. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I kind of just, like, there's a lot of gross stuff, too. I think what really got me is that, like, there's some things that are all right, and then a lot of it, it's just, like, not conducive to having a good sex life. Like, I don't know. Like, I think if you consume some of the stuff that's out there, it's going to make you have a harder time just, like, getting off to, like, regular, like, sex with your partner, whether that be a woman or a man. It really does. It kills your dopamine receptors. But the thing is, like, even what happened to me when I got into it was that I was alone. I was alone and, like, I had nobody and stuff. And, like, you know, but even at that point, like, I just, at some point, like, it started disgusting me, like, what I would see. Then, like, you're not really sure if these people are being abused. And I was like, I can't. And, like, you know what? You can use your imagination in the shower and it works perfectly fine. But, or you can find yourself in a loving relationship and it'll be perfectly fine. But yeah. Ooh, you freak. I'm listening. Personally, I'm trying to wean out of it by tying it to tasks that I need to do. Yeah, use your imagination. It's possible. It's possible. Just, like, you can rot your brain. Like, you'll just, like, you won't be as good in bed. And, like, your partner knows. Like, I've always been able to tell when someone I'm with is, like, watching porn because it's, like, I don't know. They suck. It sucks. Understandable. All by myself. I was. We've been there before. But anyways, that's why I'm, like, very, I don't know. I just care about people's mental health. It's like, I don't look down on people that consume it. I just, like, don't want people to be consumed by it, you know? Because even Gundo, because he's talked a lot about, obviously, porn, and he's very open about having his little stash and stuff, and, like, just out of concern, like, I've even poked around with him, and he even admits, he's like, oh, I'm not into any of that freaky stuff. Like, you know, like, you can't, like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff out there where you're just like, I don't know. It feels like borderline abuse. Like, I don't like, even just the thumbnails you see, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? This is deranged. That's again, and that's normal, I think. That's why I don't ever want to, like, look down on people. Like, I'm like, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm so much better than you because I don't watch porn, you animals. In reality, though, I'm, like, in a loving marriage, and I don't need to. And even I've slipped in, I've watched it before. So it's like, you know, like, who am I to judge? You know, you get into situations, and maybe there's some people out there that can have a healthy, happy relationship and still consume it once in a while. Like, who am I to say? I don't really know. I just know that there's lots of people that become addled by it and they become, like, pornography brained. I just realized I said the word, like, a million times with the word P, which is, like, a big no-no to YouTube. But, like, we're all adults here. I always have this shit set to adult. I joke mostly, but I'm generally truly pray for people to stop porn in the future. I don't look down on people. I understand. I've been there. It happens. Exactly. Like, when your hormones are, like, I think it happens to a lot of people in, like, their, like, late teens, early 20s, because your hormones are just fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous. Gundam probably has those old VHS tapes stashed away. He has, like, a VHS to DVD converter to save them all. There's corn of Nyanus? What? I hope not, but if there is, whatever. Seriously, I worked for a pre-press company that took an adult magazine. I had to spend half the day working on it. It does desensitize you. I genuinely ended up hating it. Nah, we use it to fuel quickies. Otherwise, we get too into it and lose time. Unironically, it's as bad as drugs. Anything addictive is bad. I don't know. It could be drugs, alcohol, corn. It could be, like, whatever it is for you. It could be an addiction. I agree, Dutch. It's so readily accessible. In my opinion, it's just as dangerous as damaging as drug addiction.
Yeah!
I'm reminded of those North Korean soldiers that were one-shotted by corn when they were sent to Ukraine. I remember hearing about that. That's funny. Anxiety with the 5. I'm always amazed by dogs with 2 stories. One of Odysseus' dog in Argos and the other of the real-life iconic Fido and his master Carlo. They're very heartwarming. How dare you say Gundo has a converter? He has a VCR and watches it as God intended. My goodness. My sciatica wants some morphine. Get some morphine. Back in the old days, you had to do what you had. Wait, back in the old days, you had to what? 12 miles just to see boob on a non-scrambled TV. You had to walk 12 miles. Well, I mean, even like gambling. Gambling is like accessible. Like that's another like just ruin your life type of addiction. Like gambling you can do on your phone now. That's crazy. Like we kept that shit to like, you know, you could buy tickets at the gas station or you had to go to like a casino for a reason. Or like, you know, you had to go to like the horse race or, you know, you had to go out of your house to do it. And like, even though that existed, people were still ruining their life, but at least there was like a layer to it where like you had to go do it. Now you can just, you can lay in bed, wake up, roll over and start gambling. Like it's sickening to me. But again, I'm religious. Like I Catholic, like really looks down on stuff like that. Like you can't let vices take control of your life. The kids today will never know the struggles of Channel 99. What's Channel 99? When I grew up, I had like basic cable. So there was like maybe like
Daddy,
5
chill.
to 15 channels or something. Mr. J, member for 12 months. It's been over a year. Holy crap, indeed. Holy crap, I've been streaming for over a year. I never even celebrated whatever the fuck my day was, my stream day. I didn't even pay attention. I'm the worst. I'm the worst streamer. Sorry. Honestly, like, it's gonna land somewhere near my birthday, because I'm pretty sure I started streaming, and, like, a couple weeks after my birthday, like, the beginning of June, end of May. So that's for the best, because I don't need to, like,
Yeah, baby,
you inevitably make too much money on those days, and I feel really guilty. I felt really guilty over my birthday, and I couldn't imagine doing that, like, a couple weeks later, so it's for the best. I think I'll just keep celebrating my birthday and fuck the whatever you call that, anniversary. Our Cartoon Network channel would turn into TCM at night and sometimes run softcore porn. Pretty crazy to think of. That's crazy. The King of the Daleks cranked one out for Husbanus. He's now part of the Goo crew. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'll let him know. I think the whole Demi had sex on stream is a big stretch. Also, sorry for your loss, Nyanus. Thank you, guys. Good afternoon. It's still morning for me, baby. A baby. Ooh, a Florida man. When I was a kid, the Disney Channel after a certain time would switch to the Playboy Channel. Good God, Nyanus is banned. Probably. Also, I want to congratulate you from being banned from the DSP's channel. Welcome home. Yeah, he banned me and he called me a bitch. Crazy, dog. I gave him such a quick crash out, though. I literally just showed up and was like, if they're paying $50, why don't you just give the people the cards? He's like, you bitch. It makes me want to do that, but I don't even know how to get Pokemon card product without, like, scalpers. So you have to pay a scalper? I'm not paying scalpers for Pokemon product. You can suck my whole asshole. Absolutely not. Absolutely not will I not pay into that. And I know he's buying it at scalper prices. Because that's like, there's no other way. I highly doubt to be able to get these things on drop is to be unemployed. I know he's unemployed, but it still takes effort. Like, I remember I was trying to get product, and, like, I'm pretty tech savvy, but, like, these people have bots. They have bots. I was paying attention to, like, the drop times and everything, trying to log on to Pokemon Center. Stupid thing would crash. By the time it comes back, everything's gone. Yeah, fuck that. Wrong, Trump voice. Demi was piped down. I mean, I think, I don't blame people for either believing it or not believing it. I thought it was interesting. There were points where I didn't really believe it, and then there was other points where, like, again, after it all seemed to, like, wrap up. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you guys hear that? Atlas just, like, let one rip below me. Are you fucking kidding me? He's like, he farts like a man and he burps like a man. It's insane. Obi Wang with the 20. Hello there, Auntie Nyanus. Hope you and Husbanus are doing well after Fritter. He's up there climbing up on every table he can find. Get y'all, the dog, something special for me. Thank you. I've been cooking for the dogs. I keep just thinking, like, you know, he's up there hanging out with my mom. And half of why I'm also coming back to streaming too is, like, Husbanus had to go back to work. Like, Husbanus took one day off of work and Like yesterday, he had to go into the base and like give a presentation to a bunch of generals and stuff. And like, I mean, he got like a glowing review of it, so that's good. But like, you know, so like, I don't want to leave him like the only one working while I just get to like lay around and weep. I appreciate that though. I will eventually adopt another dog. I don't know if I really need 4 dogs again, but like, I'm just a sucker for adopts. I am. And like, Fritter came, like, so many beagles are out there getting abused. But did you guys hear Atlas fart? Like, I'm like literally. You be like, he's gonna get me in trouble. People are gonna think I'm fucking farting on stream. This is insane. This is insane. I'll tell you full honesty, if I ever did, like, I would get up and walk away or hit the mute button. Like, please, I have control over my own anus. It's in the name. Yeah, Atlas, right. My mom used to say the same thing. God damn it. See, and this is the thing, too. Like, I can't even, like, you guys are just going to say it was me anyways. I just was curious if you guys could hear it, because I could hear it. I was like, did my fucking microphone pick that up? Billy with the donuts. Thank you for the donuts, but Billy's right on time. It was the dog. Dude, if I dealt it, I would have owned it, and I would have laughed at it, but I shit you not, that was Atlas. If you guys could even hear it. I just wanted to know if you guys could hear it. That's fair. Don't let Atlas get you banned for the fart fetish content. He's just trying to make me some money is all. I'm not blaming. Dude. I like to pretend you can't do that. The poor Channel 99. I didn't hear anything. Aw, oh, damn. Which breed? I love so many breeds. Any in mind? I mean, I used to, like, I remember I did always want Huskies growing up, and then Husbanus ended up adopting Huskies, but when I adopted Fritter, I really didn't have a breed in mind. It was just, like, I was looking to adopt a dog. I found a dog adoption, like, agency that deals with bringing dogs over from Ohio, and those happened to be Beagles, and that's where I got Fritter. And when I got Atlas, I thought I was going to get another small dog. You know, I was like, I need another small dog. I have an apartment. And when I saw Atlas, I was like, I'm taking this one. And then I got him. He was about like 3 to 4 months old, and he was about the same size as Fritter, but clearly grew up, you know, and now he's like 90 pounds. And I remember praying that please stop growing, because I was like still paying off my student loans. And I was like, there's so much food. This costs so much in food, because I also want to give them meat and stuff like that. I was like, oh my God, please don't hit 120 pounds. Because my vet, when I took him in, he's like, oh yeah, it seems to have some Rottweiler in him and some other stuff. And like, and I just basically asked him, like, how big do you think he'll get? And they said like anywhere from 80 to 120, even maybe 130. We're not sure. Because like he was like a narrow little thing yet. And like, I remember praying, literally praying on my knees. God, please don't let him get that big. 90 pounds is enough. And he stopped at 90s. I mean, I was praying for 80, but he went to 90, and that's fine. Labradors are great. He's got some lab in him. He's just super mutt. I don't know what Atlas is. Atlas is just mutt galore. It looks like he's got a bit of shepherd, bit of lab, bit of Rottweiler. I'm pretty sure like his parents were like 2 mutts that got together. Logic Unfolded with the gifted. Thank you. Yeah, labs are great. But so when I adopt, it'll probably just be the same thing. Just like whoever just, you know, you get that feeling, and then you just adopt the dog. I love golden retrievers. Same. I just love dogs. I love animals. I would have a whole adoption farm where I had fucking horses and goats and you name it. Like, I am a sucker for animals. Huge sucker for animals. Because they're just so perfect. Like, I don't know. Compared to people, my God. Our animals not just the best. Let me see, though. I got some stuff to look at today.
Daddy, chill.
I got some let's start with some DSP. Some DSP, because this is one of my favorite clips of... I don't even know if I should say favorite
Daddy,
clips,
chill.
because I actually... My heart goes out. My heart goes out to Kat. And I realized, too, because I reposted this with...
Daddy, chill.
With the clip of Kat, but I realized at the end... I was kind of out of it. I was crying too hard. I reposted it with the clip of Kat, but it was also at the end of the thing that I reposted, so I'm a bit of a tard. But that's okay. We all knew this. Shoot.
Daddy, chill.
You can see all of my bookmarks. Let me just add my crop.
Daddy, chill.
Perfect. Speaking of busting, here's the king, Phil.
All right, Fizz gigged at
I'll start with this because it's at the end of this clip too, but like, just to make sure you know how much he's lying.
All right, Fizz gigged at another super chat and asks, if you could travel anywhere, where would you want to go? Here you go.
Tokyo.
You're free to travel anywhere.
The look on her face. I don't care if she's a bit overweight. I understand. But when you're in a miserable relationship like this, some people, when they're stressed out, they eat. And some people, when they're stressed out, they don't eat. I can't help it. I'm apparently a girl's girl because I'm just like, you poor fucking thing. You poor thing. And I know, you know, she married DSP and you get what you get. But I still, you know what? It's hard for people to leave relationships once they're in them. You know, people don't get out of abusive relationships all the time. Maybe she feels like she can't do any better. I have no idea. But like the look here, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I don't have it in me to make fun of her. I really don't. My heart goes out to her. I can't help it. I can't help it. She seems like a fun person. It seems like DSP has slowly sucked all the fun out of her. She used to, like, she was really big into anime and collecting katanas. Like, she seems like someone that I would be a friend with. I think, and that's why I think it kills me. Because, like, she has a lot of similar interests and things like that. But she, like, you know, shacked up with DSP, who's just, like, the bringer of misery. I just don't understand. This look kills me.
Where would you like to visit?
Japan.
And she's definitely brought this up to him multiple times, but he's too fucking tarded to, like, understand it's a priority to her. It kills me.
Mm-hmm. I've told them that you said that many times.
Yes,
They know that.
I told them that they said that many times, but yet you never bring her, you know?
No.
Now, where in Japan and why particularly?
Tokyo.
Tokyo?
That kills me.
Tokyo?
This is like a woman who's definitely brought this up many times and has been ignored. But now it's being dragged out on stream. And it's like, again, like that's just, it's brutal to watch. So anyways, this was DSP the other night.
Go to Japan. We've talked about it. We have no desire to go to Japan. We've talked about it. We have ideas of things that we want to do when we actually do travel, which we will for the
They're never going to travel. You can't do this. You can't just constantly push it off. It's been years. You're in your 40s. It's time to travel with her. We have no desire. Dude, I like, and again too, if she no longer has the desire, I guarantee it's because she no longer wants to go with him. Like, she probably just knows it's never going to happen, so she's just given up on it so as to protect herself, to protect her own emotions from her disappointment. There's no way she no longer wants to go. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? When people want to go to Japan, they want to go to Japan, you know? I've wanted to go to Japan. Husbanus hasn't liked long flights over water, but now that he's gone to Hawaii for work, he's more open to it. And like we've been discussing, like my sister-in-law is going to Japan over Thanksgiving, so I don't know if we're going to join them for that or what, but we're planning on going, you know? Like if you want to go to Japan, like usually like anime nerds and stuff, they want to go to Japan. It's just like, it's just how it goes.
Yeah, baby,
And like we're really into tech too, and like there's a lot of cool little shops that have all these little trinkets and objects to, you know, Arduinos and like you can solder things together, and like it's just like walls and walls of like perfectly organized buckets of parts, and like yeah, it's like a dream come true for nerds. Like yeah, people want to go to Tokyo. But anyways, saw you on Side Scrollers. You had some great points and views. I subscribe to you now. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Sometimes people tell me I have some bad points. I mean, people didn't like my take on Lara Croft having the boob size she had. I was just like, if they were bigger, it would have been fine. But like, as they are, like, I'm not going to stop playing a game just because the boobs are double Ds instead of triple Js, you know? I thought that was a pretty, like, I don't know. If they were bigger, that would be great too. But like, I wasn't about to be mad. I don't think people understand like a double D, like how big those are. You know, when I saw her boobs, I'm like, those are D cups. Like that's a big boob, but it wasn't big enough. Like, you know, I was like shocked. But anyways, I digress. Thank you. Japan seems really nice. Too bad I don't fly. Husbanus is the same. I have a fear of heights, never flown, and I want to go.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, Husbanus has like like whenever I fly with Husbanus, I just let him get loaded up. I'm like, you just get drunk and I'll drag you through the airport. You know? Just leave her as she was. But anyways, yeah.
We have no desire to go to Japan. We've talked about it. We have ideas of things that we want to do when we actually do travel, which we will. For the record, we are going to travel,
Yeah.
okay?
Sure,
it's just
sure.
not right now.
Just not
And when
right
we travel,
now. Just not right now. It's not never. Dude, why not now? You're like 44 years old. When is it going to be time to travel? When like it's too painful to sit in a plane seat? Like, what the fuck?
we're not going to Japan. We're actually staunchly against going to Japan. We don't want to do that anymore. We have other ideas of better things that we would like to do with our time, and it's not Japan. So the whole detractor meme of they want to go to Japan for the honeymoon, it's not true, and it never was.
It's not true and it never was. Ah! It's not a detractor meme. And why do the detractors love your wife more than you? What's going on? What's going on? You've made more than enough money to take her to Japan. That's crazy. It is true. He is a piece of shit. No, it's crazy. Again, at this point, like, I feel like the detractors are, like, more in love with Kat than him to understand what she wants. You know what I mean? As much as they're detractors, they're still men that, like, have, like, relationships in their life, and they understand that, like, this is a woman that's been let down severely. Good God. Someone save her. Dude, I swear to God, she'll thin right back out with the right man. I feel like it's a depression weight. She's got that depression weight going on. Some people are eaters when they're depressed. I'm not going to be down on people who are eaters when they're depressed. I've been depressed the past couple of days. I'm not an eater. I don't eat. For 2 days, I didn't eat anything after Fritter. Like, I didn't even eat anything. I've just been drinking coffee today. I have my stomach, if I try to eat, I'm going to puke. Like, that's just how it is for me. Oh, it's lucky I get to stay thin. But, like, if I had been the opposite and I was doing nothing but eating cakes and everything right now, like, yeah, I would be ballooning out. Like, what? I don't know. We're all whatever we are. If you aren't Venti's size, you aren't a woman. I mean, I blame the squirrels. I believe that he has not the money. No, because he blows it all. He blows his money faster than he makes it. I definitely believe that. I saw during the Asmon Gold bump, after the bump, and he was making like thousands of bucks. He was like spending it before. YouTube only pays out once a month. And he was like already spending it on like, what was he looking at? Like there was a new joystick. There was something else that he got that he already had in his setup, but he wanted like a better version of it. Probably on that WWE Gacha game. Well, now he's into Pokemon cards, which is like a fucking expensive hobby to get into, especially if you're paying scalper prices. She should get used to being disappointed regularly if she stays with Phil. Yes. She probably feels locked in with him now because she's like up in age and doesn't think she can do any better or something. Like, I have no idea. But anytime I see them together, they don't seem to be in love. You know? It seems to be like a friendship. Like just like an amicable two people living together in the same house. But wow, I'll take her to Japan. Right? Does he even play? No. He doesn't seem to have any interest in Pokemon cards beyond the point that like some of those cards are worth hundreds of dollars, but like he can't seem to pull any of those. Like, it's just like fate is not on his side. The Pokemon cards can sense his, you know, some fucking Yu-Gi-Oh shit, the heart of the cards. They sense this one's a grifter. He'll get nothing. I feel like I've gotten pretty lucky with my Pokemon card pulls. I actually have some that are worth like good money. And I've given away some that were worth good money because I'm just like that. But like, yeah, the last time I opened Pokemon cards, I opened like a card that was like worth like $200 and something. I had 4 packs. Get fucked, Phil. Where is it? I don't even really care about this Pokemon too. Like, I'm thinking, I just don't know how to sell without getting scammed. Garchomp. Cynthia's Garchomp. Boom. That's apparently worth lots of money. Out of 4 packs, DSP would weep. DSP would like piss himself if he pulled this in 1 pack. Or 4 packs. Yeah, it's $290, $240, $300. Hot hands, baby. I got those hot hands. But the thing is, like, I can't find Pokemon cards at MSRP, so I just don't buy them. But, like, I've had pretty good luck with Pokemon cards. Cool. It's hella cool looking. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's been like 10 years since I first said I wanted to go Japan. I mean, it is an expensive trip, but like, you know, if you were making money like DSP and your only job was to sit at a desk and talk to a camera, it's like the most conducive thing to being able to take a week or two off to go to Japan. You know, it's hard for a lot of people that are employed, but like he is literally in this niche where he could do it and he just done do it. Done do it. Scalpers ruined card collecting. They really did. And it happened quick. It was like ever since the 151 set, it's been just garbage. Hot hands. Huge hot hands, yes. I saw a meme going around on X the other day where it's like there's two hands in the VTuber scene and there was like a really fat hand and a really thin hand. And I went to retweet it and to say, there is a third. And it was like my man hands. But then at some point, I think like my Twitter, what happened? I like closed Twitter or something and came back and I lost it. I was like, whatever. But yeah, I got man hands in the game, baby. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, I didn't even finish this clip. Let me start it from the beginning, just because it's so batshit that he's lying like this. I can't believe he starts it with just like, it's never been real. We never said that.
We have no desire to go to Japan. We've talked about it. We have ideas of things that we want to do when we actually do travel, which we will. For the record, we are going to travel. Okay.
I like how, too, he says we have ideas, but he doesn't say any of those ideas because they don't exist. Because he never talks to his wife about what she wants. I guarantee DSP is such a narc that he just goes and talks about himself. You know? Poor husband is having to feel those man hands. Oh, he's happy about it. I give him massages with these man hands. I give him other things with these man hands. He likes these hands. These are good hands. We means Phil. Yeah. Generous use of we, Phil. Phil always lies. Hands appropriate for your height, Nyanus. Man hands my ass. Well, and this is the thing, though. The reason why people call my hands man hands, and I do agree, it is. My index finger is quite long. My index finger is longer than my index finger, and it's almost as long as my middle finger. And that actually means that there was a high amount of testosterone kicking around the womb at some point, and I have these giant man hands. And I think it's interesting, too, that on ultrasounds, they thought I was a dude. Like, my mom had, like, a guy's name and everything picked out for me. They thought I was going to be a boy. And when I came out, it was like, haha, it's a girl. So, who knows? What was my boy name? Andrew. My index finger is longer than my... Oh, sorry. My ring finger is longer than my index finger. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Not a lot of sleep going on. He DoorDashes everything and doesn't leave the house. That checks out. It checks out. That's a great name. Why, thank you. Nyanus is testosterone index finger poking everybody. But apparently, too, from like, and I don't know how accurate these studies are, but people who have this longer finger as a female, you have like better spatial awareness and et cetera, et cetera. And so I was always wondering, like, when I look at other girls and they like suck at parking and they suck at driving vehicles and they're like out of their lane, or, you know, like they're driving these big trucks and they don't seem to know their corners, it literally might be they can't. And so I always looked at these women, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, this is so clearly obvious. Like, what are you doing? But now that I know I have man hands, I think that's where all my power comes from. Just like, I don't know if you guys ever watched that Donkey Kong cartoon where they made it canon that, like, if you cut his hair, Donkey Kong loses his power. Like, if you took away part of my ring finger, do I become a woman? I'm so confused. So I have no interest in makeup? You know? Small-fingered bitches! Learn how to drive! They would have called you Andy. Good spatial awareness based off hand size. Are human hands like cat whiskers? It's just something to do with like that spike of testosterone that I had at some point in the womb. I don't know if it's just the finger. I don't really know. And I don't really know how conclusive any of those studies are. Just when I was reading it, I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. That kind of feels like true to like my experience. Testosterone in the ute. I worked with a woman that's named Daryl. Ew. A boy named Sue. A woman named Daryl. That's like the part 2 to that. The fuck? Or they can't even see over the steering wheel. Dude, that's my friend. I have a friend. She must be like 5'2". And she has like a booster pad that she sits on, and she drives like thankfully she drives a smaller vehicle, Toyota Corolla. But even to see over that, she's got like a booster. Daryl Hannah. Good God. Pink cat misogyny. Alex and Charlie are annoying. Like, as names? Charlie's a great name for a beagle. My brother had a beagle named Charlie. And so did my mother-in-law, which is funny. Isn't that the same friend with the gazongas? No. No. The one with the gazongas is like air traffic control operator in Toronto, and I would say she's like 5'7", 5'8". She got huge gazongas though. She's got like, I can't even remember. I think I'm pretty sure they're like triple J's. She's hit me in the fucking head with that. We went skinny dipping once. She came out and just fucking clocked me with her boob. We were drunk. I laughed, but it was like getting hit with like a sack of potatoes. Like, you're gonna take me out. You literally had a beagle named Charlie? I don't know what that is. It's like a great name for a beagle. Lucky. No, last time I've told that story, everyone's like, it should have been me. Sorry. Yeah. That's what women do. You get drunk and you skinny dip. I don't know why that's like a consistent story amongst even my sister-in-laws and stuff. It's everyone out there skinny dipping. But yeah. So what are you introducing us? Good God. How big? Triple J's. Triple J's. I have a friend with huge gazongas. It's relevant to my interests. Dude, it's crazy though. I told you guys, like, I was walking around with her. It was her son's birthday. Like, we're trying to take him to, like, the Lego store. We're taking him out for, like, sushi. And, like, you know, it's his day. We took him out to the arcade. Every fucking place we go. And, like, my friend is wearing, like, clothing. Like, she's not, like, wearing a shirt that's showing off her tits. But there's just no shirt that can contain her tits. Like, you can tell she's packing, you know? Because she's thin in the middle, too. She's thin in the middle, and she's got these huge fucking tits. And every fucking place we go, there is some dude hitting on her. And like puppies. They're like puppies though. They're not just hitting on her. They're like following her around trying to make small talk. And you know, she's like taking her son out for a day and like, got no time for this. And she did leave her significant other because he cheated on her, you know? And so she left him, but they're still amicable and they're raising the kid together and everything like that. And she's just like not really interested in a relationship right now. Her kid's like really young. And she doesn't want to like confuse him. Like, he's like 4 or 5 years old. He still has a good relationship with the dad. She's not one of those fucking bitches that what drives me nuts is when parents who separate and then they shit talk the other parent when the kid's in the room to try and turn them. She does not do that. Even though she's been hurt by the guy, she tells nothing to the kid because he's still a good dad. You know, that's got nothing to do with his relationship with the son. So I respect that. And she told me, she's like, I probably won't date until he's like 7 or 8, you know, more able to come to terms with having someone else in the life. Like, she's really prioritizing her kid. And so I respect that. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, in a couple of years, like 2 to 3 years, maybe when she hits the dating market again. Oh, she's a good mom. That's attractive on its own, right? Isn't it? I thought it was so cute because I asked her, because I'm like, you know, these men are dripping off of her. And she's just like, it's just not the right time. Like, she's so gangster for that. So you're saying there's a stepdad position open. Oh, wait, a single mother with a nice rack. Okay, we're back in it. Oh, boy, stepdads, R.I.P. She makes good money, too.
Yeah,
She'd be like your
baby,
sugar mama. You know, because it's not... She works in a good-paying job. I'm small. I'm only small. Triple J's would kill me. That's a common stipulation in legal parenting agreements too. Yeah. I like, I've known some people do it this way, but I've definitely I've been in the same room and I've like heard people like shit talking the other parent. I'm like, ooh, yucky. I don't like that. You shouldn't try and sway your kids against one another. Like, if the parent is actually a piece of shit, the kid will see that in time. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it just sucks she's in Canada. It sounds like a hazard to be distracted her at work. Jesus Christ. So I was watching Side Scrollers recently, and Leaflet had another VTuber named Powder. It was on the podcast. But I saw that they got Powder on. I love Powder. She's got a great voice. I've like tuned into her a few times. ATC is hard. She must be smart. She's fucking stupid smart. She was like in school for biomed engineering and like graduated with high honors and everything. What she just found out she didn't like is that they were like sending her to the Arctic to work in labs, because like a lot of these labs for biomed engineering are like in the middle of kind of nowhere, and you're like studying specific animals for whatever traits they have, and she just didn't really like that. And then so she's just like, oh, I'll just go into air traffic control, as you do when you got a fucking giant brain. I remember I would drink with her in university. I would go over because she was at U of T, and I would like train over. And I remember just like sitting in a room with her and her friends, and they would talk, and I'd be like, oh, wow, I'm retarded. These people are geniuses. It's so crazy. But she's really down to earth. Like, you wouldn't know. She doesn't really like throw it in your face. She just acts like a normal person. She'll drink with me and stuff, and, you know. Powder seems like an annoying groiper? Like, I don't... Why? She could be a sugar mama. I'm talking up my friend. I have a bad habit of talking up people. I don't know. There's so much negativity in the world. There's tons of great people out there. Pink Cat Tag, thank
Money!
you.
Yeah,
The only buff
baby,
is she got the
yeah!
Canadian, but we can fix that. I just want to let you guys know, too, like, there are normal Canadians that aren't happy with Canada, but it's just like the UK. It's like they don't really platform people who disagree. You know, most people I've run into that are like Democratic their whole life. I mean, in Canada, it's liberal, but same thing. They all hate this like forced immigration. Like even my friend's parents, like the short one, she lives in my hometown, and like they've always been like really liberal and stuff. They last time I was talking with them, they were just like they were pissed. They were pissed. They were like, I don't understand what happened to this town. There's drug addicts downtown. You know, there's homelessness like never before. There's no jobs left for anyone who's in high school, or like, you know, the aging population that just like wants a part-time job somewhere. Everything's being taken over. Every job place, because they had this thing where like you could supplement your workers with like a foreign worker, and they've been abusing that still, even though COVID is over and everything. They're still using it. Everyone's stocked up with like Indians in like every position possible, every fast food place, gas stations. Like it's just been like crazy. There's nothing left for the people of the town. So like it's unfortunate because it's like it's a bipartisan issue when you do stuff like that. It's not left or right. It's bipartisan because it's the way it affects like the taxpayers that have lived there their whole life. But they don't want to. They don't want to talk about that. They want to pretend everything's fine.
Yeah, baby, yeah!
LOL. Mike picked up Nyanus. I mean, it should. I'm talking into it. I know that if I found myself a Chinese woman that went around matter, just gotta make sure it's not a spy. Oh, you gotta watch out for spies. It's crazy. Husbanus interviewed someone the other day, and he's pretty sure it was a spy. Like, the guy could barely speak English. And, like, Husbanus was like, how the fuck did he even get to me? Like, how did no one screen this man? Like, his resume was so, like, fluffed up. Said that he, like, lived in Georgia for 12 years, and the Husbanus was like, there's no fucking way. I could barely understand him. There's no way he was living in America for that long. Spooky. And there's been another time where he was like pretty sure that there was a person who was a spy, and then and they were fired pretty quickly. It's pretty crazy. I trust Husbanus. He's a hero. Yeah, he is a hero. In the UK, they've given emergency visa to kebab shop workers and their families. Good God. Haro, I am from the Atlantas. Haro? No, not hero, just literally Haro. Did Husbanus take him out with the judo chop? Haro! Oh, I see. Like, that's what the guy was saying. Yeah. No, Husbanus absolutely said no. So how about them nuclear weapons? Nuclear. In Husbanus we trust. Husbanus is a real one. I can't believe I can never finish this clip of DSP without yapping up a storm. Guys, I'm the worst. Trust in Husbanus, though. He does a lot of cool things. A lot of cool things I like can't even talk about. You know how obnoxious that is? Just trust me when I say he does a lot of cool fucking things. And a lot of like high-ranking people respect him. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. He's a good lad. I'm really proud of some of the things he's been doing. It's crazy. Sometimes when I like read a news article about like current goings on with the US and like what we're doing with the whole like Iran thing, and like I can tell, I'm like, when they're talking about some stuff, I'm like, that's the system he made. That's so fucking crazy. It's so crazy. Husbanus shoots lasers at spies. Saving the world one day at a time. Thank you. My king, if you know what I'm doing. He's up there with the boys. Yeah, he is. I have a random question. Is Crimson a stripper name? Ooh, it's borderline stripper, yes. It's called a tangent. Just flow with it. I like to think that I like to talk with my audience. I think the one thing I noticed, because Akko was going over like the Demi playing the video game and whether or not she was fucking or not, and she like never really talked to her audience. I can't believe how many streamers exist that like don't even interact. I'm confused as to why people hang out in some streams when like they never get talked to. I'm like, why are you're typing into a void? It's so strange. I think we have a rough idea on what Husbanus does for a living. Yeah, and that's allowed. Like, I can't go into any specifics, but like, clearly some things are unclassified. Like, I've been shocked where some things like we've gone over on stream and then like we were able to view it. I just tread into the realm of being absolutely safe and I say nothing at all other than the broad strokes. That's just out of safety because I don't know. It's so hard to keep track of like what they unclassify and they classify, so I just shut my fucking mouth. You know, sometimes even when I see him working, like sometimes I hang out in his room just to like, you know, hang out and talk to him and stuff, but there's other times where like I kind of like look in, I'm like, "Oh, nope, not today. That seems like above my pay grade kind of thing. I don't even want to look at it. I don't even want to know about it." You know. I take the national security very seriously. I love this country. So, you know. Akko is more of a drama report stream. If you want someone to talk to you, you go to Kersha or this pink cat lady here. Well, and again, too, like, I was just listening to Akko because I was curious about going through all those bookmarked parts on the Deme stream to get the full drift of it, and it was just, more so I was shocked how little Deme talked over that whole stream to anyone. And sometimes she wasn't really talking at all, which I think is why people think she was screwing. Because it was just like, how can you not pay attention to anything? I don't know. I still type to you and you only read my supers, that's like a 50-50 gamble. Well, to be fair, I mean, I miss a lot of people's chats regardless. I just go by my amalgamator, and I've showed you guys my amalgamator. It's hard because, you know, if KickChat types a lot and YouTube types a lot, you guys push each other up. And whoever is visible in like this one section that I always look at basically gets read. So it is a bit of a gamble. I don't know why you somehow have the worst RNG anxiety. I don't know how that happens. When you reach a certain size, you just can't talk to chat that much. It's true. I think Kersha has a pretty big chat, and she still manages to pull out chats once in a while. You know? But yeah, it does get harder when you're bigger if the chat moves a lot. He obviously programs AI sex bots to infiltrate China and Iran, and Chair Sama controls them all. And that's why she's so laggy. Yeah. I think the one thing that I've learned from Husbanus' work, and I think everyone already knew this anyways, is that like China, and you see the articles where it's like, you know, there was like a Chinese agent that was bringing some sort of thing to the US that was going to ruin crops, or, you know, trying to release a disease and they were caught. I do think a lot of this whole online, you know how like it seems like more abrasive online than it does like in the workspace between the left and the right? I think that's part of China's plan to try and bring down America from the inside. And that's why I don't want to like lean into it too much. Yes, there are crazy people out there. I'm not asking people to ever forgive like violent people on the left, or even like, you know, if you're on the left, I'm not asking you to forgive like the extremists on the right. It's more so to understand that those people are being like manufactured from like foreign adversaries. Like it's like, you would really be careful. And lots of misinformation always going around, and like you look into it and it's just to rile you up. And there's misinformation all the time. There was something last week where you guys were like telling me, and I looked it up and it was wrong. You know what I mean? But because like it's just trying to rile people up. Don't get riled up. Of course China is, yeah. Because I think there is some things to be, don't get me wrong. Like currently the whole fucking reflecting pool thing, like how is this an issue that the Democrats are like, ha, it's turning green again, motherfucker, ha. Dude, this is something that affects all Americans. Why don't you want our monument to look good? That's so weird. This should be bipartisan. So I do think, you know, there's definitely things to criticize, but I would be careful of like, you know, falling down like these online rabbit holes where you become like super abrasive and super extreme, you know? Oh, well, Arizona's getting a Buc-ee's. Let's go. I think Kersha has some sort of tool to help read e-chatters or messages. Let's take out. Get riled up. Get angry. Shit on the countertop. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. China is on a 100 and 500 year plan to try and take over Earth. It feels like it. We are in an AI war race with China as we speak. It's true. Ninus has gained, what, 1 to 2K on YouTube in the 5 months I've been here, I think. Yeah, I've been growing. I get about like 200 followers a month. Like I'm not like blowing up and stuff. Like, you know, there's some people who start streaming and they get a lot more followers off rip. Like Nani, like, and I don't care. Like, don't get me wrong, but like I remember like Nani Gachi, she got like 16K on YouTube pretty quickly. She's probably much above that. I think I'm too like, I'm not very cutesy. I speak like a goddamn old woman. I smoke a pack of cigarettes a day, you know? But it's fine. Do you think Canada will do better in their second World Cup game? I don't know. I don't really follow sports. It's hard to make a 100-year plan when the world fundamentally changes over 20 years. You are extremely cute. Aw, thank you. She's a man. She's nothing but a man. She's been a man the whole time. Nani is a gay man. I love her, though. What? She's cute. She's cute. She deserves it. That's what I mean. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying some people blow up quicker than others. I think it's because she's so cute. She's got a cute design. Slow and steady is better than a huge explosion anyways. Well, and again, too, like, I like being able to talk to you guys. Like, I couldn't imagine, like, I don't know, like, this is such a big part of my stream is just yapping with you guys. Like, if it went too fast that I couldn't yap, I'd have to, like, change my style of streaming. Ninus is endearing, like a gremlin. Aw, that's cute. Canada is in a soft group. They will move on to the next round. You speak like you come from the eastern seaboard, which is cute in its own way. Why, thank you. You're cute in your own boyish way, Andrew. Thank you. Thank you. I have cute moments. Why, thank you. That's good to know. Mad TV on Kick, friend of the DSP show, broke his wrist. Oh my goodness. I hope was it his dominant hand? Nyanus has more viewers than DSP. Suffer DSP. I feel like more enriched than DSP too. And even if I make less money than DSP, I feel like I have more savings than DSP because I just squirrel my money away. You know? I help Husbanus pay the odd bill, then I'm like, put the rest away. Like, I want to help out around the house now that I'm making money, but I'm still just like, squirrel the rest. You know? I think what I want to start doing too, though, with some of my money is like, I think I want to start trading on stream with Husbanus's trading tool. And maybe like start my stream off with like the first like, you know, 5, 10, 20 minutes, like making some trades and then just seeing like what happens. I don't know what you guys think about that. Is that too boring for you guys? Nani also fills a void of cute, very southern anime girls. It's just really her and Lucy Pyre and Lucy's, well, Lucy. Ah, yeah, it's true. It is true. I love Nani's voice. I don't know. It does something to me. She's got that twang. It does something. Lots of money. You end up going to Japan, let me know. The Duchess and I still have plenty of suggestions and tips. Have you gone? Nope, but it's not too long. It'll be interesting. At least you weren't caught pleasuring yourself on face cam. Hard to believe you did that 10 years ago. Yeah, I don't really jork it, you know? You know, it would have to be like I left the stream running and then like Husbanus and I somehow ended up doing it like in this room or something. Like, and God forbid, like I don't think we'll ever do that, you know? I try to be very careful. 500 kicks from Spider Bro. Happy to see you're feeling better, Mama Buttcat. We're happy to be here with you. Thank you, Spider Bro, for the 500 kicks. I appreciate that, especially coming from you because I told you to like. I know about your financial situation, boy. Got my eye on you, son. Sonny boy. I know that you've been doing better though, but I'm just saying I care. It comes from a place of love. I'm literally the worst person too. Like, I'll never be DSP begging my audience for money because I'm just like, don't give me money if you can't afford to. Let Atlas pick your investments. Like the guy who has the chicken pick his investments. Vexoria? I've never heard that. No need to beg. She's babying Spider again, even though he's like a full-fledged adult.
Daddy, chill.
I want the best for people. I really do. Logic Unfolded with the gifted memberships. Thank you. Just shoving it in my face. Almost forgot to watch on Kick. Have a fistful of pennies, but cat, let the tangents flow through you. Thank you. No, it's so crazy. I make a passive income on Kick. Like, at minimum,
Daddy,
I make like
chill.
10 to 20 bucks on Kick every day. And like, I know it doesn't seem like much, but that adds up over the month. Like, that's a good little windfall. Like, my God, what a great little platform
Daddy,
it is.
chill.
And I've thought about, like, maybe once in a while I should do like a game stream where it's exclusively on Kick, which is also nice because then I can use gamer words when I play games and
Daddy,
kind of be
chill.
myself, and then also make more money, which is nice. Like, what do we if we do like an average of like 15
Daddy, chill.
by how many days of streaming would there be? 5, 10, 15, about 20 on average, you know, give or take. I'll just put 20. It's $300.
Daddy, chill.
That's nothing to scoff at. Wait, I can say gamer words here? Snoopy with the 10 gifted
Daddy,
memberships.
chill.
Oh my God, she's going to say N. I've never said that slur. I've never said the N slur. I've said the F slur. I've said a lot of other slurs, and I don't
Daddy,
think any
chill.
less of people. I know people are like, it's all about the intent of the word. I just don't want it in my vernacular because I know I have a bad I'm
Daddy,
really
chill.
bad with like censoring myself around people. I try really hard around family. Around kids, for some reason, it comes naturally. I don't swear. But around adults, I don't know what that is.
Daddy, chill.
I like can't control myself. It just comes out. So it's better just to never have it in my vernacular. The N-word, nuclear. Even like when we're talking
Daddy,
upstairs,
chill.
because we were watching like the latest financial audit and he said the N-word. And even Husbanus, like in talking to me and him, like he uses the word because like he's explaining what he saw
Daddy,
on screen,
chill.
but he'll never use it around people. But Husbanus is also like not as autistic or whatever I am. I don't know what I am. I don't think I'm actually autistic. There's something going on in my brain.
Daddy,
I'm not
chill.
normal. He can say it because he has a sensor on him. I just don't fucking do it. The second it rolls off the tongue, it's just
Daddy,
locked
chill.
away in the storage, ready to come back out again. And so I just don't do it. I just don't do it. I'm so goddamn comfy. I hope you keep streaming for the foreseeable future. I think I will.
Daddy,
And
chill.
you got Husbanus fired. He doesn't say it. He doesn't say it anytime other than like in those odd situations if he's talking about something like, you know.
Daddy, chill.
I'd rather be called a slur than Latinx. Latinx is my favorite thing to call Nyanus. My God. Why did I call him Nyanus? Anxiety.
Daddy,
Because he
chill.
runs Nyanus clips. The sheriff's based. Nyanus trying not to become Uncle Ruckus in real time. I mean,
Daddy,
I call you
chill.
guys bigas. That's as close as I'll get. Nice and safe. I've been saying goy a lot. I have friends with whom I use the
Daddy,
Roman
chill.
salute, not saying it. Latinx is the best slur created by the left. It really is. I saw the Nigeria versus Germany. I saw that. I
Daddy,
showed that to
chill.
Husbanus. I was like, look at this. Yeah, what up, my bigas? Having something wrong with your brain is a prerequisite to being a VTuber.
Daddy,
I would
chill.
say so, yes. Nyanus is speaking to Nyanus. You're only half Latinx? We're all bigas. Biga, please. With DBZ Fusion is Latinx. Latinx! I like to call it Latinx. Okay, wait. Will I ever finish this clip of DSP? Are you okay with the wigga word? Yeah. I call white people wiggers all the time. With the hard R. I don't know what that's about. I've got I've got no problem saying that. When it's W. With a hard R, too. I don't know what that is. Edgy. I heard that. Bigga gang, rise up. I just say it with the hard R. I don't even give it the... Because, like, the N word with an A is almost like a respectable term. I don't respect the white people who, like, pretend to be ghetto. Like, what are you doing, dog? Like most, like, black people who are, like, self-respecting don't even like that type of attitude because it, like, brings the whole race down. So, like, I don't need white people fucking taking part in that shit. The hardest R. Yes, wigger with the hard R. I'm so sorry. My hometown was full of white people growing up. There was like 5, maybe 6 black people total. So there was a lot of wiggers running around. I was like, what are you doing? Like, why are you bringing that to this town? That's so weird. And of course, like, the black person, one of the families is like the doctor. He's a doctor. The other one, I think, was a dentist. So it's like, You know, of the black people in the town, they're all like high earners, intellectuals, and of course, like the bum side of town is just full of like white people with their pants down to their fucking knees. Like, good God. Good God. Such a backwards ass thing to see growing up. The wig theory was correct. With people in the Philippines, would it be Filipinx? Well, you just call them Filipinos. Or I guess you call sometimes Filipina. I was in a half black, half white area growing up. I'm Hispanic and I find it odd when other Hispanics want to be N-words and try so hard. Like, I don't know, Nina Lynn tries to be like that. It's so weird. That wig was guilty. Philippinx. Good God. Oh my God. Philippinx. Oh my God, I just realized he's displaying his Pokemon cards behind him. No fucking way. Pre-orders for the Grand Theft Auto 6 will officially begin on June 25th on digital storefronts and at other select retailers. Oh my God, it's happening. GTA 6 is coming out. They're going to have like every hair on your butt crack rendered to just perfection. Country folk ain't as crazy as city folk. That's true. That's true. I want to transform Latin into a genderless language. Imagine if it's woke. Woke GTA? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Sex scenes in GTA 6 are going to go crazy. Why the hell would you pre-order a digital copy? I don't know. I'm passing on GTA 6. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not actually that excited for it. It's like the hype of the internet, but like, I don't know. Like, maybe I'll play through the game. Maybe. It's looking pretty soy. GTA 6 will become the new Star Citizen. I think, like, my favorite GTA was Vice City. And, like, that's just how it stayed. San Andreas was okay, too, but Vice City was my favorite. And I think I just played it at the right time in my life where it was just, like, that was it. Really liked the game. I liked the end game. I don't know. I still remember, like, you know, when you get that, like, big house at the end. Like, the, it's like a pinkish stone house. Like, I remember just loving that game. The new GTA 6 will be 100% woke. The new scenes about pride parades being included in the game will be baked into cutscenes only. What the fuck? GTA 6 will have pride parades? Again, like, I don't know. It's weird to add it in just for, like, the points. Part of me, though, like, if it's included in adult content, I don't care as much. I don't care as much. Because I'm an adult and I am like, not for me. And I can just go past it. What I don't like is like things like when Sesame Street was retweeting stuff like that. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get that shit away from kids. Like, most gay people who are actually respectable adults are like, I don't want to indoctrinate kids on anything either. Kids be kids. Let kids be kids. Period. Please note that I was speculating. I have no solid news about GTA 6 due to not caring about the series. Fair enough. Since when has the adult content label stopped you from playing games, including Vice City? It's gay. It's true. It's true. Vice City. I mean, my parents weren't really parenting to the best of their abilities. I don't think they really knew what we were doing when we were getting these games. I feel like some parents have like a better understanding. Like, Husbanus wasn't allowed to get games like that. Like, his parents knew better. Dave Chappelle on Sesame Street. Have I played GTA 5? I have. I didn't get really onto, like, I think a lot of people got into GTA 5 online, and I never really did that. I just kind of played the game. Just keep it out of games. I don't care what you label them. Kids will play them. It's true. It's true. I will wait to see modders do it when it's in there. I got into one fight and my mom wouldn't let me play Mega Man anymore. Oh no. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Anyways, am I ever going to finish this DSP clip? Let me try. We're talking about DSP lying his fucking ass off. My parents had no problems with it because they knew I understood the difference between fiction and reality.
We have no desire to go to Japan. We've talked about it. We have ideas of things that we want to do when we actually do travel, which we will. For the record, we are going to travel.
Oh, trust
okay?
DSP when
It's
he
just
says.
not right now. And when we travel, we're not going to Japan.
It's just not right now because I'm too busy dropping hundreds of dollars on Pokemon cards and not getting my return on investment when I don't pull the amount that I've spent on them. Although I guess people are giving him $50 a pack to open, but like, we all know he blows that money as fast as he makes it.
actually staunchly against going to Japan. We don't want to do that anymore.
Staunchly against. Staunchly against it. Clearly.
We have other ideas of better things that we would like to do with our time,
And what are those?
and it's not Japan. So the whole detractor meme of they want to go to Japan for the honeymoon.
Again, too, he says they want to go to Japan. He doesn't want to go to Japan, and she does. At what point do I have to, like, tap Kat on the shoulder and be like, you want to come to Japan with me? We won't have to tell him anything.
It's not true, and it never was.
Would I consider myself a DSP detractor? I cover him. I've definitely made fun of him because he's odd. I don't know if I'm a detractor. I have wished better for him. Like, after the Asmon Gold bump, like, I even said on the Gundo stream, and I meant it. Like, you know, if he corrects himself and isn't as miserable and, like, this leads him to a life of success, I don't really care. You know, like, that, good for him. I made fun of him because he would say that he was, like, muscular when he clearly wasn't. And he has been trying to improve himself, and, like, I'll give him credit where that's due. Like, yeah, I get it, he doesn't have the biggest muscles yet, but he does have a visibly different arm when he flexes. I don't know why he tries to AI change his arms, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, he clearly has made some sort of effort there, and I'll give him credit there. I don't feel like I want to hate on people. And I made some posts the other day about the, what's her face, Deme, like, they were posting pictures of her, you know, trying to make fun of the fact that she was fat. And I was just like, I don't really think that's conducive to the argument. Like, I think the main thing here was that she's being a hypocrite, both on men's mental health and also, like, the not safe for work thing being a deal. You know, and it just distracts from it. And some people were like, well, you make fun of DSP. I'm like, do I really, though? Like, I definitely have, but, like, he puts his body out there. Like, you know, he would flex and be like, oh, look at this. And there would be nothing there. It'd be flat. Like, yeah, that's par for the course. But, like, I'm never, like, I'm not trying to be hateful about it. It's just, like, that's objectively not true. You've got no muscles, you know? And I have been complimentary to him because he flexed, and I was like, oh, it's different. Like, good for him for trying, like, you know. But, yeah. What cards does he have back there in the binder sleeves? I'm not really sure. It looks like there might be a Venusaur like this up in the corner, but detractor is his term. I don't make fun of fat people just for being fat. I make fun of fat people if they're retarded and shitty, though. Fair enough. I just think there was enough to criticize on her about without bringing her looks into it. And the thing is, the second people started bringing her looks into it, she started surging in followers again. And I told people, I'm like, you know, you might think that this is like, oh, you deserve it. But, like, you realize that you've just given her a victim card. You've literally just handed her the victim card with, like, an unlimited spending budget. You know, there was more than enough to criticize without bringing her looks into it. And the thing is, she's got the body type where, like, half the men are going to be into it. So, like, what are you doing here? You're literally just giving her a new audience. Congratulations. Like, being fat isn't something to make fun of or celebrate. I would argue you and Gundo do a lot for DSP's channel. Good God. Gundam said that last night and it killed chat. What did he say? How did he return your kindness? He spat in your face and called you a bitch. I know. And, like, it's crazy. I thought I was always being kind to him, especially when I was on Gundo's streams. Like, I would always give him the time of day. You know, I just call out how he's, like, a funny guy. He's got such a weird, you know, he's like, to continue up this act, or, like, it's not really an act. It's who he is. Like, and he never self-reflects. It's interesting. It's interesting to, like, psyche val, like, a sociopath. And he's just, like, he's like a sociopath that's, like, lower functioning. Like, he's just kind of stuck to streaming. Like, this is the type of mindset that, like, you could go really big in business. Like, being able to put yourself first and speak with confidence despite what other people think. Like, that's actually how most businessmen rise to the top. Like, no, I don't know. Like, most people at the top, if you look at them, they're sociopaths. Whether that's not necessarily a good or bad thing, like, it is just what it is. It's just very conducive to doing well in business because it works. Being tall is also a thing. There's, like, statistically a lot of tall people. I don't know how tall he is, but... Gundo and DSP should have a show together simply for the dichotomy. Good God. She said Phil looked like Freddie Mercury if he survived AIDS. Who AIDS? Who said that? Still funny. But like, wait, what did Gundo say last night? And it killed chat. I lost it under my car hearing that. Phil did everything right. Oh, damn, I missed that. Gundo said it? What did Gundo say? That Phil looked like Freddie Mercury if he survived AIDS? It just said, because Rockwell Hardness tested Bupa said, she said, Phil. You made Gundo a she. Vagabond quoted it. The Gundo quote, DSP looks like Freddie Mercury survived AIDS. I see. Yeah, okay, and Rockwell Hardness tested Bupus made Gundo a she. That's what confused me. Oh my God, it's my king. My king! My everything.
That was something I said many years ago, that Kat wanted to go to Japan at one point. Times change. I mean, you're talking something she said 6-7 years ago.
It was like a year and a half ago.
Right. We're gonna get to more tip shout outs. Good Lord, the tips are coming in tonight. Sarah's interested. Do you have any dream vacation locations that you'd like to go to at some point?
Japan.
That's what I told them.
Yeah.
Okay. Anywhere particularly in Japan you'd like, anything you'd like to see or do if we went there?
I mean, obviously the food, and just kind of experience the culture there, in person, because you play the games.
Right.
You get to experience it through the Yakuza games.
Right.
But it would be really cool actually going in person.
Now that's interesting. Do you think that playing the Yakuza games maybe made you even more interested, that you want to see some of that stuff in person now?
Yeah.
The food and everything?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know about any of that stuff. Any of the street culture stuff, the vendors and everything, the stores. I didn't know any of that existed, and I played Yakuza. I was like, that'd be pretty cool to go over there and kind of experience that in person.
Good God. Phil, why? Why must you always lie, Phil? I don't follow duty streams. That's so weird. Does he have any... no, that's the last thing. It's like, any other funny clips? Any other funny clips? No? Damn. This made me laugh, because I never thought she was a good actress. Not to, just fucking whiplash you over to another topic. Kristen Stewart says that acting by nature is quite embarrassing and unmasculine, and that going method is a way for some male actors to temper the inherently vulnerable side of being a performer. I've never found her to be, an actress. She's kind of, dull on screen, isn't she? Isn't this the girl that was, Isn't this the girl that was in Twilight? Isn't that her? Am I thinking? It is, right? Yeah, Twilight, Snow White and the Huntsman. She was in something else where I was just weird. Oh yeah, she was in the Charlie's Angels remake. That's what it was. But she's always seemed so deadpan. What are you talking about acting? Am I nuts? That haircut. Yeah, she's moments away from becoming fucking Christopher Stewart. This is she's looking like what's her face before they changed gender. I'm so bad with actors and actresses' names. I don't know what this is about. Help me out here, chat. Yo, what's with that hairstyle? Dude, I cut my own hair. I have not gone to the hairdresser in over a decade, and I like to think my hair looks better than that. I don't understand, girl. You got millions of dollars. That's the best you got. It looks like someone put a fucking bowl on your head. Elliot Page, that's the one. That's Elliot Page. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, she looks like she's taken the same route as Elliot Page. Maybe she's really into Oliver Tree. Yeah. She's not happy. Doesn't look very happy.
Men are aggrandized for retaining self. You know, that was like, he's been really like, he sounds like a hero, doesn't he?
Yeah.
If a woman did that, it would be really, and I don't want to say this like black and white, like for sure, I know that there would be this difference, but I truly believe from a very insider's perspective that if you have to do 50 push-ups before you're close up, or if you refuse to sort of say a word a certain way, or if you can't sit down in an interview and not kind of like repossess and...
Okay, what's wrong with doing a little workout before? Sometimes before a stream, I go run on my I have like an elliptical thing that my neighbor was tossing when he was moving. Sometimes I just go and get the blood flowing. What's wrong with that? That's like, I feel like that's not even a man thing. That's just like that's a normal human thing to pump yourself up. What? She just seems to hate men off rip. Am I feeling that? Am I the only one feeling that? It seems like she just like doesn't like men. She started. You mean surviving? Doing some... Again, like, I don't know, like, oh, how is that a burn? Oh, some men have to do 50 push-ups before they go on air to do a thing. Like, yeah, okay, cool. They're getting in the zone. What? She has penis envy. Women exercise? What the fuck? She seems very anti-man. She hasn't really said anything too damning, but just the tone that she's taking here. Making sure you look good for the shirtless scene? Criminal. How criminal. Oh, I'm 100% correct. She hates men. I feel it. I can taste it in the air. Just the way she's talking. The look on her face. She's a lesbian. Is she? I thought she was like, wasn't she dating the guy that was the Twilight guy? You like how good I am at naming things? He was the same guy that played the guy in fucking Harry Potter. I thought she was dating that one. But she's a lesbian now. That was a lie to promote the movie. Oh, good God. Why do you think she turned lesbian? Oh, snap. Yeah, that guy's a bit of a weird fluff. If she had a podcast or the interview of the podcast at the topic of discussion, anyway, men or women are related, man bashing is guaranteed to come up. Robert Pattinson. Thank you. Patterson. Lesbian of fucking course.
A little every question, especially if asked by a woman, to you, the movie star. I mean, like, Brando, I'm not coming for him.
You're coming for him. You know what gets me too is like, she's clearly heated right now. She's like wiggling. She's just like, she looks like fucking Demi. She's like, men.
Incredible performer. There's a kind of like really common act that happens before the acting happens sometimes on set. Not only does it waste time, it draws attention, it siphons. And look, I get it, sort of if it makes everyone stand at attention and sort of, if you can protrude out of the vulnerability a little bit and you can sort of feel like, you know, a gorilla pounding their chest before they cry on camera, it's a little less embarrassing to see. And also it makes it seem like it's a magic trick. It makes it seem like it's so impossible to do what you're doing that nobody else could do it.
Also maybe a form of control.
Yeah. And so I think...
What? She's just mad that some people, like, before doing an emotional scene have to, like, rile themselves up. She thinks it's a form of control. Like, what if it's literally just because that's how they get in the zone for acting? Like, everyone's different. And, like, she's not even the best actress. It's weird to have this point of view on people when, like, you're pretty deadpan most of your performances. Like, what? Maybe you do need to do some push-ups or jumping jacks and do something to get your blood flowing before your scene starts. Good God. Who gave her a thesaurus? She's full of herself, arrogant, and should be seen and not heard. No, I don't understand. Like, because acting was actually a big part of animation. We had an acting class. We were expected to do acting. That's a very common thing, to, like, get in the zone before the scene, to like, you know, get into character, or... if you're about to do something emotional that isn't really how you are in real life, like, you have to like pump yourself up for it. I think that kind of makes sense. Because you're not always going to be actually the character you're playing on screen. Like, God forbid, The Boys kind of went downhill in the last season there, but Like, to be Homelander, to be that type of sociopath, like, you're gonna have to do something to get in character before the scene. You know, there's no way. No one acts like that. No one acts like that. And I thought that actor did a really good job playing, like, a sociopath. Like, the little subtle facial tics that he gets, like, you would believe he's like that in real life, but clearly he's not. Otherwise, he'd be a psychopath with, like, a list of bodies, you know? But he's not. He's just a really good actor. The pink cat returns. But, yeah.
Maybe the Krypton thing is, you know, let me think of a way to kind of sum this up so I don't like totally ruin this point.
Anthony Starr made The Boys. Hope he gets some good roles. The other guy, the guy that plays, what's even his name in The Boys? I can't remember. He's in the recent Mortal Kombat movie as Luke Cage. I was really impressed that he played a different character to play Luke Cage. When I saw him cast as Luke Cage, I was like, he's just going to play the same character he played in The Boys. Because I'm so used to people doing that. But he actually, like, swapped his accent, and, like, it felt like he was trying to play Johnny Cage, not the character he was in The Boys. And I thought that was really refreshing. I was like, oh my God, he can act. Like, he can actually change who he is. It's like, you know, when you look at people like The Rock, it's like he's always The Rock in every fucking role he plays. He never really changes. He's just that character every time. Is his name Carl Urban? Butcherson? William Butcherson? Butcher, yeah. Great character actor, though. Yeah, Carl Urban. I was really pleased. Like, I don't know why. It was, like, part of my, I was like, I want to see it, but it's going to take me out of the movie when he plays the same character in The Boys. And I was like, oh my God, I was so pleasantly surprised. And, like, it really shows you where movies have gone, that, like, you have this, like, preemptive, like, oh, not him. Not that I think he was a bad actor in The Boys. I just felt like he was going to play the same character, and he didn't. And it's just because so many like repeat actors do that, and it takes you out. His performance in Dredd is top notch. He was Judge Dredd in Dredd. I should give that a look. Billy Butcher. Thank you. Johnny Cage. They used to pick actors with the ability to express a range of emotions. Now they all have the same mouth, open blank stare. I think it's the meds.
It's so defensive, you know. It's like I had a recent conversation that will, you know, speak to this and maybe finish the point. I asked a fellow actor, have you ever met a female actor that was like method and needed to sort of scream and, you know, do a whole thing where as soon as I said the word male actor, female actor, he got like so and he's like one of my best friends. The reaction was so kind of like, do not mention the elephant in the room. And he goes, oh, actresses are crazy. And I was like, now I'm crazy? And then I was like, wait, but really answer the question.
That was his answer? That was his response?
Yeah,
Actresses are
absolutely.
crazy. Yeah.
And then I was like, hold on a second, you just called me crazy.
Oh, no.
And I was like, cool, so now we're just doing the typical thing where the girl is crazy and you didn't even listen to anything I said because I said the word male, female actor.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I do think that there's like a large difference in terms of performance and generosity and giving, and we are made to give. We are literally designed to give you what you want. And we're really good at it and we really love it. And men are designed to give like in a very different way and to take, you know what I mean? So I think
to take.
Yeah, that's a really we could talk about that for like 5 hours.
Men never give, they only take, guys, you know? They only take.
Let me just scratch my next question. Why are actresses crazy? Not gonna ask that.
Oh man. Love you, bro.
Oh man, they're just society's biggest takers, you know? Good God. I guess like if it was a man who was a very toxic individual, maybe narcissistic, they'd be a taker. But most men that I've met in my life have been givers, you know, like very family oriented givers that give their time, you know, their effort, even like their body, depending on the work they do to make an income for their family. Good God. This is such a TikTok BS story. She just clearly, you know, men never provide. Or they never take the hardest jobs. Yeah, you know, all the women working on the oil rigs and all the women building up the infrastructure, you know, men are just taking, and women just keep building. Damn shame. Good God. I could tell you she hates men based solely on her hair. So I tried, but something in her voice hits a tone that makes me want to. Good God. She seems very wound up. Yeah, at the beginning of the interview, she was like shaking thinking about men. Look at her. When I scrub, look at how much she goes up and down. Breathing heavily.
Money! Yeah, baby,
good God.
yeah!
If a woman did that, it would be
Look at this.
really. And I don't want to say this like black and white, like for sure. I know that there would be this difference, but I truly believe, from a very insider's perspective, that if you have to do 50 push-ups before your close-up, or if you refuse to sort of say a word a certain way, or if you can't sit down in an interview and not kind of like repossess and belittle every question, especially if asked by a woman.
Again, but you're belittling every question. Like, the way you're talking right now, it's so weird. It's so weird. Like, what is she even saying with this whole... Like, what was the message of this whole clip? Like, men are narcissistic takers, is all I heard. And performative. And that's all I heard. She cheated on her boyfriend with a married man. Opinion rejected. I think the cherry lady is lovely and a bit loud. Me? Sometimes I'll power through just because I like her perspective. Makeup? What's wrong with that? Push-ups? You narcissists. I only buy crab meat harvested by female crab fisher persons. Yes. Yes. Who knows, maybe she grew up to hate men because of sexual abuse, or perhaps she was a gold digger all along. Oh, we're talking about Kershaw over here? What about Kershaw? Bird hands bouncing in her chair, looking like a junkie coming down, but everyone else is the problem.
To you, the movie star. I mean, like, Brando, he's in... I mean, fuck, like, I'm not coming for him.
I'm not coming for him. She is coming for him.
Incredible performer. There's a kind of, like, really common act that happens before the acting happens sometimes on set. Not only does it waste
Cherry
time,
Lady
it draws
is Kershaw.
attention, it
Right,
siphons.
right.
And look, I get it. Sort of makes... If it makes everyone stand at attention and sort of...
And does it really, though? Like, when a guy starts warming up before his set, is everyone really, like, saluting or whatever? Like, dude, man, she seems very judgmental. That guy had the look of, I want to run away. My God, I want to choke this interviewer. Yeah. Gassing her up. She's got those bird hands. The best opinions from women come when they have bird hands up. I completely agree with everything this board says. Net Brando would have made her come in more ways than one. She's so LA liberal. I'm not coming for Brando, but he sucks. Just not as much as other men. Good God. Nut Scratcher with the 100 kicks. Thank you. I see why she hasn't won any awards. Good God.
If you can protrude out of the vulnerability a little bit and you can sort of feel like, you know, a gorilla pounding their chest before they cry on camera, it's a little less embarrassing to see. And also it makes it seem like it's a magic trick. It makes it seem like it's so impossible to do what you're doing that nobody else could do it.
She's word salading a lot. I'm just trying to read through the word salad. So she thinks that a man hyping himself up for an emotional scene, he's only doing it because he wants to prove to people he's not actually an emotional person. But, like, I actually think it's hard for men to get in tune with their emotional side because it's been beat out of them. Gundo was telling me about his Berserk figure that broke. He texted me, and I was just like, you know, I tried to text back, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not really in a good mood, you know, because my fritter passed away. And then I guess he was, like, hanging out with someone that also happened to be a girl, and he was like, whoa, can we, like, stop this before my eyes get teary? And I was like, roger that. Like, I'm going to stop right now. Because, like, men just don't want to do it. It's not that they think they need to prove that they're not criers. It's because it's so unnatural to them. because that's the way they've been raised. Like, I think that's kind of wrong to judge people because they've been, like, you know, pushed by society and people around them not to show these emotions. And I think it does, like, I don't know, I can't really cry on command either. Like, I feel like I would have to pump myself up. Like, I can cry when something sad happens, but can I do it on command? I don't think I can, you know? Oh no, everyone, it's toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity. Again, I think what's toxic isn't how it affects people. I think it's like what's toxic is how it affects men. That they can't act how they see fit without being judged. It's crazy. She started with a point and then trying to create a series of fiction novels to prove it. She said you called it a berserk love doll, and I couldn't stop laughing. Well, that wasn't me. That was his assistant called it a berserk love doll. And that's the thing too, like, God forbid, like, what if he started thinking about Fritter and weeping and then his assistant thought he was crying over his fucking berserk love doll? I didn't want that for him. Not my poor Gundo. All the male actors are straight and do that prep before emotional scenes. Just close their eyes and remember how a woman broke up with them for crying in front of her. Pink Cat, what did I get from you this week? Huh? Oh yeah, because you're a taker? Because all men are takers? The Kick app is garbage lately. True. Is she woman-splaining to us?
Also maybe a form of control.
Yeah. And so I think maybe the Krypton thing is, you know, let me think of a way to kind of sum this up so I don't like totally ruin this point.
Thank you, Alejandro. I was literally just, like, looking down. Like, there used to... Like, I have a bed beside here, and that's where Fritter always slept. It's so weird seeing an empty bed. I'm trying not to be too sad about it. I keep trying to focus on he had a good life. He was old. I did the best I could. You know, they did offer me surgery, but there was really low chances that he would pull out of it. I didn't want to see him suffer. Part of me, like, I'm always like, what if I did the surgery and he was fine? But, like, you know... How would I express his bladder? I'm expressing his bladder and he was about to have, like, his spleen removed. Like, how would I even do that without him being uncomfortable? I was worried about the recovery time. I think I made the right choice. Like, I hope I didn't. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a tough choice to make. He had a lot of blood loss already. Like, you know. Almost every actor is an uneducated drug addict who has done nothing but pretend their entire life.
It's so defensive, you know. It's like I had a recent conversation that will, you know, speak to this.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't watch this again. I just keep analyzing, like, her body along, like, the first time I was kind of listening to what she was saying, and now I'm just, like, really analyzing her, like, what she's doing with herself, the way she's, like, presenting herself, the way she's, like, looking, twerking, tweaking out a bit. Like, she seems like a lot of hate. That's one ugly haircut. Despot is absolutely savage, and it's glorious to watch. Despot? You made the right choice. Thank you. That's what I would do. Seeing my dog in pain would be really hard for me. Yeah. Being an actor in the old days, we were looked down upon as if we were retarded.
Yeah, baby, yeah!
All good dogs go to heaven. Is this an old interview? I have no idea. I just saw it on my timeline. Actors are the only thing I'll be happy to see AI replace. The vast majority of them are insufferable narcissists who talk about their craft like it's something important and worthy of intellectual direction. It isn't. They read lines and emote the character created for them. I mean, it is... I don't know about that. It is difficult, though. It is difficult. You notice, especially in the rise of, say, TikTok, online, you know, there's lots of things where people are trying to rage bait, and then you realize how hard it is to be a good actor when you can tell people are shit actors, or like, and this is fake because they're acting it. So I think there's some truth to that, because like a lot of people can still act. I don't like Hollywood's use of like the same actors again and again. Like, there's no one else in the world that can act. But yeah, like it's not like you're irreplaceable. There is someone else out there that can act on your same level, for sure, for sure. Sorry for your loss. It's always hard whether the decision made. No, it's never easy to lose a pet. It's never easy. Because they're family. Like, they're family. I don't think Kristen Stewart is the best person to give us a class about acting. That's what I would say. Yeah. Did she say a single coherent thought during this? She has no acting ability. Yeah, maybe she should do some push-ups and pump herself up before a scene. Good God. Yeah, she's sexist and hates men. Who could have seen that coming? Who could have seen it? Why is it that the most unintelligent, grievance-stricken morons feel the most compelled to speak out about issues which they are completely unqualified on? Good God, indeed. I mean, maybe someone who's got a less shitty actor could make this point more coherently. Twilight is one of the most vapid series ever conceived, and she's beyond wooden. Amen. I would have to say that is very true. Everyone is an expert. I like how most people now have a very negative view of most actors. I think, like, some people, like, I don't know. It's like, how did you even get into acting? Is it like nepotism? So strange. So strange. Like, who... Siblings. Parents. Jon Stewart? Oh my God. That's it. That's all. That's the only reason why you're an actress at all. I didn't think, like, yeah, it's Stewart. It's the last name Stewart. Jon Stewart's your dad? It explains everything. She has no acting chops. She just got the role because of daddy. Good God. I fucking knew it, man. Nepotism. Like, Jon Stewart's entertaining. Yeah, not so much. Good God. Afternoon. Oh, we got a raid. What? You gotta know someone. No, not that Jon Stewart. What? It says it's Kristen Stewart's... Oh, no, it's not that. Oh, thank God. Okay, but both of them still worked in the industry. Her father worked in the entertainment industry as a television producer and stage manager. Her mother, Jules Mann Stewart, is a script supervisor and filmmaker. Okay. It scared the shit out of me for a second. I was like, how? It's different, though. Yeah. It's John with an H instead of John with no H. I was about to be like, how is that even possible? Like, how could someone as bubbly as Jon Stewart give birth to something so deadpan? And now that makes sense. Don't compare her to the wooden revolution. She's got nothing on the wood. I need to, Really? Because I've got the same eye bags. I've got some Gucci bags going on for all my crying and staying awake. I had bags on bags, dog. Bags on bags on bags. All the bags. Ba-bum-bum. I just thought this was funny. There's not really not much to say. HBO Max's upcoming Harry Potter show promises to be more book accurate than ever and will finally introduce a beloved Hogwarts character. I just think it was so funny because, like, Snape is black. What are you talking about? This is not book accurate. I'm Black Snape, bitch. Harry looks like a lesbian. I just think it's too soon after the original series, and they cast the original series too good. I know that it didn't follow the books necessarily to a T, but, like, you can't really do that with movies, and, like, I just feel like they nailed the characters too good. Like, they really made a point of getting really good characters to fill the role. I remember there was, like, a long time where they were just casting. You know, back when they still cast characters. And I guess they tried with this to find kids that looked like them, but I think it's too late. I think Daniel Radcliffe was too iconic and made a better Harry. Snape is now canonically black. We was purebloods and shit. I have. No, and for some reason, like, all of Slytherin is full of, like, Indian kids. It doesn't even make sense. Good lord, that's the new Harry Potter. That's him. Also announced Snape is black and we're adding content that was never in the book. And then they all called their maker JK a transphobe. If you wanted a book-accurate Deathly Hallows, it might have taken 4 movies. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, all of these movies would be super, super long if you wanted to be them book-accurate. And, like, yeah, by making it into a series, you can make it more book-accurate, but the movies still hold up. I think the movies still hold up, and, like, again, the acting, the characters were just so fit for the roles. It looks like Ellen and Elliot Page had a kid. Why? Slytherin is that? I was never into Harry Potter, and this only pushes me further from ever having an interest. That's fair. That's a fair game. I think the movies did well enough. Same. I can't wait to see the first person call Snape a mudblood. Emma Watson pissed off J.K. Rowling too? I don't even understand. I've never been much interested in Harry Potter, but it pissed me off the bad guys so much I might actually have to check it out. Black Snape and they race swapped Hermione. I'd be nervous trying to fill the shoes of Alan Rickman. And to play devil's advocate, I feel like they went so far left field on Snape because of that. Because Alan Rickman did such a good job that anyone who looked like Alan Rickman would fall short of his performance. But I don't know if that meant, you know, switching the character so drastically. I don't know. How dare you use my own slurs against me? I'm the half black prince. Kylo would have been better. I still think he would have physically and visually fit the role, but I don't know if he, again, like Snape, as Alan Rickman's Snape was just too good. And also, too, I wonder if he didn't want to be tied down for, like, you also have to have an actor that's willing to be tied down to this series for the foreseeable future. Like, they're going to be filming this shit for years, you know? Adam Driver has the look. Again, though, Adam Driver is still getting roles. Like, I don't know if he wanted to be locked down on this. They must pander to Browns because white people aren't buying their shit anymore. What's up, biggest? Reviving a long-lost Hogwarts character? Peeves. All right, that's it. Peeves, the ghost.
I told you. You are a normal boy. And you're going to start acting like one. You think you're something special? There is nothing special.
What a fucking rude thing to say to a small child. Your clicks have been baited. Supergirl and Toy Story 5 soon, and The Odyssey. They're really trying here with nothing. You want to get flagged? You trying to get flagged? I am trying to get flagged. Look at the color grading, so drab and muted. What is curious, it looks like they're using almost the same house for the set here. Is this the same house as in the movies? It looks very similar. I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit. I'm pausing once in a while. Mute it, they DMCA hard. Yeah. 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 The only thing that looks good coming out is Spider-Man. That one does look good. It does look good. Here, I'll turn the volume down a bit.
About you.
Dude, the thing that you can do with YouTube is that they can strike you, and basically, like, I can just cut this out of my YouTube stream. It's all practically the same look. Even the guy that did the costume design in the first one said so. I don't think that extreme bullying was in the book. The only bullying was sticking under the stair closet. Yeah, there was only talk about, like, he had a hard time at school growing up, but, like, we never really, like, experienced it in the book. We just heard about it being a thing. And then, like, they were about to put him into, like, St. Brutus's? Or, like, they were trying to put him into, like, I guess middle school, where he would be wearing, like, a drab uniform that was all gray, and then Dudley was going into the better one. That's all I remember. They're using a lot of the same sets because the world is already built at multiple amusement parks, and they need it to match that look. That's true. That's true. I mean, it makes sense, too, if, like, the sets exist.
I've always wanted to know about my parents.
Your parents were the kindest, bravest people I ever...
And this is another thing, too, like, Hagrid was another one that, like, really worked out. Like, that character felt like Hagrid. This is just gonna feel like a sham, isn't it?
met. They were funny.
Like, he looks so, like, thinned out, you know? I feel like Hagrid having, like, the fuller Santa Claus face really fit him. This, I don't know. I don't know. It all just... My stream froze. I had to refresh. He does not look jolly. I think that's... Yeah. Too dark, low contrast. Really mad job there, in my opinion. Really bad job, in my opinion. Shame, shame, shame! I hate the lighting in this. Looks like Sirius Black more than Hagrid. I would say so. Like, everything just kind of feels like Twilight Zone version of Harry Potter. Because, again, the casting in the original was just too good. They just did too good of a job. Just not interested. The original movies had such great casting. The series never stood a chance. How interesting. Everything as book accurate as can be, except for the massive elephant that will remain unaddressed. Why do we need to remake these? Money? They're like, what? We've been dragging the same thing through the mud again and again. You know what we haven't done again? Harry Potter. Never actually watched Harry Potter? That's fair. Robbie Coltrane was a legend and just completely nailed the aesthetic and character of Hagrid. He really did. If I want book accurate, why can't I just read the book? Yeah, and no one can compete against Alan Rickman's Snape. Like, he just knocked that shit out of the park. That's why I think, like, this is too soon. Even if you found someone that, like, fit the role and could look like Snape, I still think it would fall short. I don't think there's really anything you can do to, like, to beat out the originals. I don't know. Why are they even remaking this? Wasn't the last movie in the main series, like, less than 10 years ago? I'm pretty sure it was about, like, yeah, that give or take. It wasn't that long ago, and they still hold up. I think we're looking at Gen Z who have been fucked over attempt to mimic existing talent.
And been clever.
He's got blue eyes, too.
And they stood up for what they believed was right.
They always do that, though. I mean, even the original Daniel Radcliffe, I think he had blue eyes, too, didn't he? It wasn't green. Or was it? So was Moana. People will feed the books into AI and get a movie. That's actually crazy. Imagine feeding the books into AI and then also, like, the character designs of the original movies. Good God. Good God, it would spank this. Daniel was allergic to the contact lenses. Oh yeah, okay, I had no idea. Ninus is getting deported for not driving a Subaru. What? What? Since when?
The next time I see you will be in Hogwarts.
I just don't see the point. I just want to see Hermione before I get... It seems more believable than live-action Moana in time for a remake. Yeah, the live-action Moana, like, no one asked for that shit. Is that out yet? I don't even know. But Cat isn't a lesbian. No, I'm not. Oh, I wanted to see the disbursement of kids, but it cut. Gary Oldman smashed it as Sirius Black. Yeah, he did. But Kat isn't a lesbian, but she is a man. Very true. Everyone knows all female VTubers are really fat men. That's all we are. There's only men on the internet. There's no women.
Mr. Potter.
Yeah, they browned out Hermione too. My God.
Things from you.
Fuck me, what a depressing hat. Girl, guy in real life. Ron and Harry casting is aight.
Let's see who you are.
Yeah, that's a pretty good Ron. That's a pretty good Ron. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter. Nina's outing herself as a Power Ranger on Monday. It's true. I'm the pink Power Ranger. I'm Kimberly. Been Kimberly the whole time. Hermione is actually probably going to be pretty good. She did an amazing full cast audiobook. Audible book? Full Audible book? Oh, like they did like an audiobook read as their characters? I've seen the Spider-Man trailer. It looks good. Christmas 2026. What I'm curious about too is like even in the original movies, like they couldn't make these movies fast enough, and inevitably the characters like outpaced the age of the characters they were playing on screen by a long shot. Like these kids are going to be like 30 years old by the time this wraps up. They're going to do seasons, whole seasons, like 7 seasons presumably. They took the color palette and shat on it. The CGI muddy garbage. The kid looks like Ellen Page and I can't unsee it. They're filming the 2nd season already. Yeah, they're going to have to rush through this shit. Like, they can't let these kids age. Good God. I knew it. Ninus is the pink cat ranger. Yeah, I don't know. Just felt, disappointment. What is this? Oh, yeah. The fucking, this thing. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why are the Democrats so obsessed with this? Are there not actual problems? I'm so confused. Why does everyone think it's hilarious that there's algae in the fucking reflecting pool? I don't understand. Why is this like political at all? Why doesn't everyone care about this? I don't get it. Pick on people for like legitimate, again, like Trump bought a bunch of Nvidia and then he allowed China to sell these chips and made like millions on that trade that he influenced. I think that's pretty scummy. You know, you shouldn't be using your power as president to do that. That seems gross and like a misuse of power. I don't understand why they're not reporting on that. Instead, they want to talk about the fucking reflecting pool, which is actually a good thing that he chose to do. I don't understand. Why don't you call out the actual bullshit? But it's probably because deep down, like all the higher ups at these companies, that's what they want. Like I guarantee the higher ups at CNN are also insider trading, you know? Why would they call out that for Trump? Like, fuck, man, they're making too much money themselves, too. I could only assume that's what it is. That's fucked. The first they complained that he was cleaning and fixing the pool, and now they're complaining that it's dirty again. It's Trump's fault the water developed algae. No, they're just going to have to find... Like, it's definitely possible to keep this thing clean. There's other areas in the world where, like, large bodies of water are kept, like, blue and clear. Like, we can definitely do it, even if it's a big pool. It's just a matter of, like, balancing it out. Like, once you get... Like, I guess they can't use chlorine because they're still worried about, like, wildlife, so they're using hydrogen peroxide. But they're also using bubblers, and they're vacuuming, and apparently there's also a large amount of just, like, dirt in the pool, like fertilizer dirt, that is, like, creating this. So, like, if you continue vacuuming and scrubbing, it will turn blue. Like my pool, just scrubbing and cleaning my small pool took me like, I don't know, it was like 3-4 days before it turned blue again. So yeah, it's a big body of water. It's going to take a while. Orange Man bad. Yeah. Yeah, no one wants to talk about the insider trading. No one wants to talk about that. No one wants to talk about the insider trading. They just want to talk about dumb shit like this. Insider trading is what screws over a lot of like regular Americans, because like anyone in the stock market as a regular American is going to be like outperformed by these like insider trades. And like oftentimes like your money will be taken from you when they like swing trade and then like sell out, and you know the thing goes down and you're left holding the bag. Like, good God. I think that's a lot worse. And it, like, you know, Trump's not the only one doing it. It's like every politician. Every politician is doing it. What the fuck? They need a pool cleaner bot or something. I guarantee there's at least 2 billion cigarette bots. Yeah, they need some serious vacuuming and scrubbing. And like, it's just like, but it can be done. It's just a big body of water. Like, they might not get this thing perfectly blue for like 2-3 weeks. It's a big pool. Foreign government influence buying land from you. One of the stupidest reasons for hating what he did to the pool was that it wouldn't reflect. What? Keeping that pool clean will be a continuous operation. It will be, but like once you get it under control, it should be easier. But yeah, it will cost money constantly to keep it blue. And it's just like, it's just really down to like, what do Americans want? And like, maybe they'll also use a bit of that blue dye. Like that's been done, like where you add a little bit of blue dye to the water to make it look cleaner. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting this to look nice though. Was it ever clean? I don't think so. It's going to take a while to clean. Didn't Barron make millions during the Iran war? Yeah, probably. I mean, like, all of Trump's family has been super enriched by this whole thing. Like, Ivanka and Jared are, like, buying an island or something. Like, there's just tons of garbage that's been going on. But we're going to focus on the reflecting pool, of course. Because why not? Same reason the Epstein files are heavily redacted. I'd rather spend a little more money on a national monument and less on leering centers. Yeah, same. I'm surprised they haven't complained that Trump has yet to walk on the water of the reflecting pool. Koi fish, that would be really cute. Anything for a distraction.
We're gonna scoop up a water.
But anyways, yeah, so here we go. CNN is being ripped for running a full-fledged independent investigation into the color of the reflecting pool as it's a scandal. As if it's a scandal. CNN is digging deeper into watercolor than they dug into hundreds of billion of fraud, a large portion of which is committed by third world migrants who shouldn't be here, systematic human trafficking and abuse of children across the border, treasonous invasions of criminals to America, permanent damage done to American children through transgender surgeries enabled to allowed by the left. And again, like, insider trading, I think, is huge. I think it affects everyone, and I think that we should be showing, like, what's happening at a high level at our country. Because, like, it's just going to keep happening. I'm not trying to target anyone. It's just, like, it's just par for the course that it's going to keep happening. And these people are going to continue to enrich themselves on power and really do no work for that money. You know? It's like, and you're not even a good trader. You just have the insider information to make the trade before it happens. Like, it's bullshit. Hi, Ninus, a little homie. Koi in the pond would be cool. Didn't Jared get kicked out of Croatia for trying to buy up the coastline? Yeah. And there was, like, some thing where, like, Don Jr. was, like, texting the people running the WWE fight, but it got quickly deleted, and the guy said it was faked, and his Twitter account was hacked. It's like, yeah, I don't know about that. He seems like the guy that would want insider information on a fight on who to bet on. But it's illegal for everybody else. Yeah, I have a sister-in-law who's, like, really high up in a bank, and, like, she's not allowed to make trades based on the information she gets, or she'll get fired. But for whatever reason, when you're, like, running the country, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Puppet presidency, they ignore it as the Biden. Yeah. No, yeah, it's what are you gonna do? But anyways, yeah, good, God forbid. God forbid, how dare they try and clean this water? Those silly gooses.
Sample to see if we can get this tested.
CNN independently took the sample of water and consulted with a pool store that regularly tests water to help read the results. It showed phosphate levels far higher than what is recommended to keep algae at bay based on estimates for a pool that holds 6.5 million gallons of water.
If there's already some phosphate fertilizer in the water, that's really opportunistic, especially for the blue-green algae that can fix nitrogen. So they are having a field day out here, probably.
The Department of...
Well, they're vacuuming though.
To see if we can
That's just the thing. You have to vacuum. Like, once your pool is clear, like, it can stay clear once it's balanced. Like, I barely have had to put any chemicals in my pool other than, like, a chlorine floater because, like, I just keep the debris out. You know? It's just going to have to be a constant effort. Wow, CNN, so stunning and brave. They ran their own personal investigation by, get this, scooping up some water and bringing it to the pool store. I do that, too. I'm doing a private investigation into why my pool turned green. I'm going to bring this to the pool store. Next time I do that, next time my pool ever turns green, I didn't realize I could make like a whole fucking thing out of it. Corruption is top to bottom. It is. So CNN is concerned with non-drinking water in DC. You know what I mean? Like, I've heard about a lot of issues where, like, for a while there was just like sewage water that had burst and like was flooding into a local water supply, and like no one was reporting on that. But yeah, let's all report on the fucking reflecting pool getting cleaned up. You know how many other countries spend money on like upkeep? Like, that's normal. It's part of like running a country. Like, there's going to be upkeep. I think upkeeping a national monument is like a respectful attempt. Like, I mean, you know, even if it ends up not working in the end, like, it's nice they tried. And like they said, there's phosphate in the water because of fertilizer. It needs to be vacuumed up. If you remove it, it might actually clear it up. It's just so weird. Why is this political? Why is cleaning a fucking monument political? How is this not just bipartisan, like par for the course of having a country? Turn to the Potomac River to the Ganges. Yeah. CNN spends more money testing water than fact-checking their bullshit. Oh, they won't even... This doesn't even cost money. Usually when you bring water to a pool store, it's free. It's a free test. Free test. This costs them nothing. And they're like, we ran our own private investigation into the pool. Good God, man. You filled up a bottle of water and brought it to the pool store. That's what everyone who owns a pool does. Good God. Biden didn't spend $1 million on the reflection pool and did nothing. I know how to say Potomac. Sometimes I kind of get annoyed when you guys try to like remind me how to say words. Like, sometimes I'm just live and I'm reading quickly and like I say it wrong, but I just move on from it. You know, you guys can chill out on that. Unless I ask, like, there's really no reason. I'm sorry, I'm kind of in a bad mood. But like, it is kind of true. It is. I'm like, sometimes I like, it doesn't really matter. In the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter. They will need a massive UV sterilizer, or they could put freshwater mussels in there, and you can filter hundreds of gallons of water per day. Yeah, or they can put bubblers. Bubblers could work. I know. I'm not trying to be a dick either. I'm just telling you guys, like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need it. A lot of what when I mispronounce words, it's generally like a stream thing. Like, I'm a very anxious person, and I have like a lot of self-doubt. Sometimes I don't even know why I'm here, and I feel strange that I have hundreds of people watching me, and it does do something to me in my speech patterns, because I am not this retarded off stream. Like, I'm able to say words better, and something about being on stream is just like a very, like, sometimes my palms are sweaty, you know, knees weak. Arms are heavy. That's not true, but my palms do get sweaty, and that's not normal for me. Usually I have very cold hands. Chair Sama's not even turned on right now. You like to mess with me. I do. Head pats. Thank you. Bully the butt cat with words. If the reflection pool is clean, lefty rags can't make smug remarks on how Trump didn't even drain the literal swamp in D.C. Seen J.D. Vance on The View? Oh, I did see that. I don't know if I bookmarked it. Let me find it. I did see that. And, like, he absolutely dodged something. What was... Whoopi was saying something to him. Oh my god, that's a DSP clip I want to look at. 1 second, let me find it. We like if you just yap. I yap a lot. Here's the entirety of JD Vance on The View. It's 24 minutes long. I'm kind of interested. I'll poke through it if it gets boring at times, but I'm kind of interested how this whole thing went. Because I only saw a clip. Let me turn Cher Sama on. I didn't even turn her on. I don't know. Scrambled. I was scrambled like an egg. Why would Cher Sama be turned on right now? Well, because all of her husbands are in chat, clearly. Oh, I don't understand why she hasn't picked up anything. I wonder if she's not working right now. Because, like, I mean, she's at least been connected to Kick Chat. She hasn't really responded to anyone's donos. She might be broken right now. Hey, Chair Sama, how's it going?
Money! Yeah, baby, yeah!
Wait, did Husbane already connected to YouTube chat? I think he might have. No. I mean, you didn't even spell... Okay, so I like to call it Worcestershire sauce. But that's not what it's really called. Is it? Ah, a subject that approaches the high gloss court. Why isn't she working? I see her coming up with responses. That's weird. What is going on? She's responding to everything. Yam donated 500 kicks and says, Chair Sama, it's lovely to see your face again. And she smiles warmly. The pleasure is entirely mine, my devoted king. Seeing your financial support hit the Varnish Fund brighter than my own ego is simply divine. Why isn't she? I don't know. I don't know why she's not working. Something's like not hitting her TTS. Like she's responding in text, but her speech doesn't seem to be running. Yeah, she called someone a king. That's so fucking rare. Look at this. She is coming up with responses. Where is it? Yeah, it's lovely to see your face. It's like the pleasure is entirely mine, my devoted king. To Yam. Oh, I can hit her TTS. Good God. I'll hit Chair Sama's TTS. My God. And she did sing a song in memory of Fritter. Don't make me cry my varnish off. I miss Fritter. It's so weird not having him beside me. It's, I told my brothers too, and like, I don't know. My one brother, like, always thought it was weird I kept him around, and says very cold responses. I mean, at least my older brother was like, no, losing a dog is hard. But I'm really grateful for Husbanus' family. They've been really good. All of them reached out to me. My little nephews left me a voice message saying how much they loved Fritter. Really cute. Anyways, I'm gonna go pee and stop crying. And I'm gonna be back and we're gonna watch this. Ah! All right, I'm back. Sorry, I grabbed water and I stopped crying. You monsters making me cry all the time. Cop videos over The View. Okay, but it's JD Vance on The View. I just wanted to see. I mean, good on him for even entering the arena. Look at it. He's surrounded. I'm sorry, Nines, but I hope this makes you feel better. My older dog is incontinent and blind, but thanks to your streams, I find myself taking care of him as best I can and seems happy. He's almost 20. Good for you. 20 is a huge number. What kind of dog? Aww. Who's going deaf, but she loves TV. Crying is healthy for you. It's just sometimes I really question my decision if I should have gone through with the spleen removal, or what I did, because like he was just so full of energy. He was just so full of energy, and like I just couldn't believe it, like so quick. But like again, like he was already so crippled, and showing his age, and I just didn't know if he could make it through the recovery, and like I don't know. It was just such a hard, and I felt like I had no time to make my decision. Like he just deteriorated so quickly.
Republicans, right? That's what my media team told me. Okay, good.
Well, we'll find out. I think you have the first question, Alyssa.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us. Now, you came into office with clear momentum, but when I talked to my friends and family who supported you and the president and still support you and the president, one issue comes up time and time again, and it's the economy. Inflation's up, wages are down, gas prices are starting to drop at news of this Iran deal, which we will get to.
Sure.
What can you say to voters who trusted you to lower costs on day one, and will they be satisfied by November?
Well, I think that's ultimately up to the voters, right? I think voters have every right to expect as much as possible out of their elected representatives. We certainly know that we were elected on a number of mandates. One was to close the border, which I think we've done successfully, exceeded expectations there. Number two was to lower prices, and there's a lot of work to do, in large part because of what's happened over the last few months in the Middle East. But as you said, oil, which got up to $120 a barrel, now is at $80 a barrel. That's going to be reflected in lower fuel, lower food, lower energy prices. But there's a lot more work to do. The thing that I'm proudest about most, because as some of you may know, I grew up in one of these towns that was forgotten by the leaders in Washington of both parties, is that you're seeing, that's Middletown, Ohio. That's my hometown in southwestern Ohio. It was a proud steel town. I was raised by a grandfather who was a union steel worker, is that those jobs disappeared. Those factories closed down. The thing that I'm most excited about is you do see a large amount of capital investment.
Food prices never go down. Do they ever not? I feel like we're still paying the same prices that went up in COVID. The prices for lumber and goods at like places like Home Depot too. I feel like we haven't seen those come down since COVID. A lot of things went up during COVID and never went back down. Or they went down a couple fucking pennies, but barely.
Coming into our country. Factories being built, construction
we're
jobs
still
are
paying
way up,
COVID
manufacturing jobs are starting to catch up. So there's a lot more work to do. I think that we're making progress, but ultimately we're going to make
What a fucking liar. USA is not affected by Hormuz on the basic level. Yeah. No, it's because of the way they calculate the global gas prices. It's a global calculation, the price of a barrel. But in all reality, it's like less than 2% of our oil comes from that side of the world. It's mostly going to California. Wait, so the RAM shortage is now connected to the Middle East situation? No. The RAM shortage started by Sam Altman. And then he bought up a bunch of the chips, and then there was a shortage of chips, and now just everyone's in the AI race and buying up all of the compute. And now GPUs are like $4,000. Dude, Husbanus was looking at GPUs last night, and I guess these are over MSRP, but all you can find if you're looking for like 5090s is $4,000. He has a 5090 that he's running, I think as part of his server stack, and he paid $2,000 when he got that. A little under $2,000. Shitty coffee is still $10 a can. Good God. Spam is almost $10? How? That's the thing. Spam used to be like 99 cents, $1.99. It fluctuated between those two prices when I was going through college. I relied on spam rice and eggs, bacon, rice and eggs, little bit of spinach in there. That was like my go-to meal for like most meals. Just a accumulation of rice, spinach, sometimes carrots, Spam, eggs. Like just trying to get my nutrients. And then like once in a while, if I had money, I would like make a bunch of lasagnas or something. But generally it was like rice, some sort of cheap meat, chicken sometimes too, of course, and eggs. Like that, just on repeat. Canned tuna used to be cheap too. Yes. No, and I would make a pasta salad and I would use canned tuna in that too. And yeah, now tuna's up in price.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, she's
I suppose you're here to offer tribute? Try not to breathe too heavily near my varnish. The humidity is already making me tremble.
Memories of Remy. You don't know half of it. A lot of my company costs have come up 30% since the end of COVID. And chain supplier stores just bursting at the seams to turn a profit and compete with Chinese junk. Jesus. If China has to pay more for their energy, their goods will increase in price, not to mention a lot of the world fertilizer is moving through the strait. It'll affect the world. That's the biggest problem. It's not so much the gas, it's fertilizer and the byproducts that we use, because when China refines things, like a lot of the byproducts are actually used elsewhere. And that's what's going to fuck us. Like fertilizer, that's going to suck. It's like the acids that are made into the byproducts of their refinement is like the world uses it. So like industrial businesses, they're not going to be able to get, what is it? It's not muriatic acid. It's, or is it muriatic acid? It's one of those acids. It's one of the acids I put in the pool, to be honest. It's going to make my pool upkeep more expensive. If you eat it every day, there's a noticeable difference in your reaction speed. What? Shame about the mercury in tuna because it's delicious. It's true. It's true. I don't get albacore tuna or light chunk. Your smaller tuna, they don't live as long, so they don't collect as much mercury. China.
To the voters in November, and they're the ones who get to decide whether we've done a good job or not, and that's how they're going to vote.
Okay. So President Trump has called affordability a hoax. He said that, not me. He's pouring money into this ballroom of his and the reflecting pool. Oh, don't forget the Arch de Trompe, I call it, and a White House cage match. All these things. Why is he doing them when you just, everybody knows that Americans are struggling? What is he spending all this money for?
Well, I got to defend the president on the hoax point. What the president said is the idea that Republicans caused the affordability problem is a hoax. And I think that's true. If you go back to the Biden administration, inflation got up to 9% under the Biden administration, okay? Right now it's at 3.5%. By the way, too high. We're doing everything that we can to bring it back down to 2.5%, which is where most people would like to see it. But we inherited an affordability problem. We're doing a lot to make it better. It's going to take a little bit of time.
To be completely honest, Biden also inherited a bad economy. When Biden got into office, it was COVID. You know, I think playing blame game isn't really conducive. I'm tired of hearing this. Just say it was COVID. It was COVID. It trickled in the end of Trump's presidency to the beginning of Biden's. COVID was happening. That's the fucking problem. That is the elephant in the room. And like, if anything, I want to hear the conversation of, if this ever happens again, we're going to do better. We're not going to shut down the economy because look at how hard it is to come back from this. And now Biden did make that choice. And I think you should make that distinction that like the choice to shut down everything is what did this. I would rather them say, like, under Biden, they chose to shut everything down due to COVID, because that's the main issue. We should never do that again. Like, we need to be better about that. And it was like, you know, like everything, the social distancing, wearing the masks, and then also like a bunch of like businesses were shutting down and everything. Like, I think, you know, there was just a world where we could have done that better. And it went on for way too long, you know? Like, we were down, like, 2-3 strains of COVID, and it was getting weaker every strain, and they were still trying to keep us, like, locked up. I was like, what's going on at this point? I'm just saying, too, like, even if there are issues, I just think there should be that extra level of clarification, because it makes politicians look less childish, because they all do this. When the next one gets into the office, they blame the last one. And the next one gets in the office, they blame the last one. Like, I get it. But like, I don't think playing the blame game feels very adult. You know, I want to hear also not just the blame game, but I want to hear like the main points of like what the decisions were that led to that. Because it just makes the whole thing feel more adult. I'm tired of like politicians resulting to like schoolyard tactics. You know what I mean? Like just add the stats in. It's a shame. Like I would have loved to see someone like Charlie Kirk get into politics, because he had a really good habit of bringing in stats, and like because he was a debater, and like I think that's just what's missing for me. I just want the stats so it feels less. Because also too, like people who are already hyper left, like when they hear that, they're not going to listen. Like that's why I think it's important to give as much fact as possible, like, and not just name dropping and pointing fingers and, you know, I don't know. I just want people to be less abrasive. Like I said earlier, like I feel like a lot of this like left versus right rhetoric like comes from places like China that wants to see the Americans fall apart from the inside. And I think one of the best things we can do to avoid that is literally just like, again, after he said the Biden administration, he could have just like followed it up with like in their choices and like what they did during COVID. I would have felt so much better about that, because again, it doesn't make it an us versus them mentality. It puts us all on the same page as Americans. And then you can also say like the administration made a mistake. I feel like it's more conducive to becoming like a cohesive American body than just like blaming. You know, one name and no backup. But anyways. Again, I think that's online. People who are hyper left will ignore facts and reality in front of their face in the service of their ideology. Online leftists. How many people in the workforce do you know that are fucking nuts? Like, I worked with a bunch of people who are left leaning. I only encountered one that was like hyper nuts. Most people are just normal people going about their day, and like they will go by the facts, and they're more centrist than anything, and people kind of sway to whatever they think is going to give them the best shot. I think this idea that everyone on the other side is dumb is like how we got here. Like, you know, the country's like falling apart from the inside. I think Kirk would have been president, or at least a Republican nominee in 2036 if he did not get taken out by a brainwashed psychopath. I completely agree. Most politicians are selected for a reason. I literally worked, I worked in animation where like people assume are like where all the nuts liberals are, but that's like not true at all. Because like animation was like too busy. You had to actually get work done. Where they end up showing up, and even in game studios, they're never like on the floor, like doing the character design and stuff. They're like in the positions of like managers. I don't know what that's about. Like they get in with the DEI hiring or something. I have no idea, but they get put in charge. I wish I bookmarked it, but there was even a game developer that was talking about how he had to uglify the characters. How like the design that he did is not what ends up in the game. And I was talking about that earlier. It's just like, you can't really blame the artists and the developers at these studios. It's like, because it's the management that's all fucking twisted around. You know, most people want to create a good product. When you get into art, when you get into that side of content creation where like you're the person like creating characters, like you do it from passion. Like passion drives you and you want to create something good, you know, and then your boss comes in and says, dial that back, make that one uglier, you know, and you just have to do it because you're getting paid. You can't just like stand up and say, I quit, because someone else will just show up and do it, you know? It's tough. It's tough out there. I think what's happening too, though, is like we're slowly seeing more small studios create products that people are more passionate about than these AAA companies. And I think that's just like the way, like we're slowly going to heal that by having people who are actually passionate about things in charge again, because that's the one thing AI and all this technology like lends a hand to, is that smaller creators can create good shit again without having to rely on like big money or big investors that'll come in and say like, well, I'd really like if you'd add this gay character in there, and like, we're not really hitting our DEI quota. There's not enough of this and not enough, you know. I'm glad that we're starting to see a resurgence of like games, but it might take like 5-10 years to see it heal. But must be soul crushing over time. It can be. I definitely dodged some shows because I was like, absolutely not will I not work on this. I like to work on shows that were like silly and goofy. I remember one of the places I was working at, the next show that they were going to work on was like like a hairstylist show, and I was like, I'm out. See you later. The infinite growth stock mentality is also a huge factor for destroying creative freedom. Yes, they need more profits, like quarter after quarter, more profits. And that's how you get things like loot boxes and just like, oh, you can buy character skins. So it's like a game with not much substance other than like, ooh, look at this pretty skin that you can drop 20 fucking bucks on. Like, if you look at the price of skins, it's actually madness. I got back into Apex the other week with Husbanus, and just like looking at the price of the skins, there was like some Gundam skins at the time, and Husbanus wanted to get some, and he's like, 16 to 20 bucks a skin, what the fuck? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Most of my PS3 collection cost less than that. I would get them in the bargain bin for like 10, 15 bucks. Sometimes there was deals on 3 for 15 bucks on used games. Like, just madness where we've gotten. Ooh, a skin. Oh, wow. $20. Apex streams? You want to see me shoot in a video game?
Knows that a lot of Americans are struggling. In fact, he ran on that. He talked about it, and we've done some things and made some good progress on that point.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that he loves the fact that the
The
inflation...
Gooner skins in Marvel Rivals can be ridiculously high. Yeah, it's just the new way to make money in games. And I guess these games are free to play, so like, I don't know. You can buy a skin or two, but like these people who have like multiple skins, like hundreds of thousands of dollars in skins, like be for real, my God. I'm pretty sure in Apex, I've basically spent about 30 bucks because I got the battle pass. And then if you complete the battle pass, you get enough coins to buy it again. And then I bought, what was it? A Bloodhound Halloween skin when he's got a pumpkin head. And that's it. That's all I've ever done. But to me, it's like, to some extent, the amount of hours I've played, I should pay the price of a game for this game, you know? But not much more than that. Roblox tries to time rush me to pay for a $250 hat? Roblox? Isn't Roblox for kids? What the fuck with $250 in-game spending?
is going to come down when this war is over. That's what he said.
That's not what he said. That wasn't a direct. Are you his interpreter? Or
yeah, that's what I mean too, Anxiety. I don't really mind if it's a free game and there's skins, but like, you shouldn't get caught up and spend more than the value of a game on skins. Like, you know, like I think spending money in game when it's free is nice because like you should support the game if you like it, but like I'm not spending more than like the MSRP of like a fucking AAA game or something, you know?
Well, look. What the president said. People were asking about the inflation. They were asking about the affordability problem, which again is very real. And what he said is, "I love the inflation because it's going to come down when the war is over." And now, again, we already see gas prices. Gas prices today, $4.06 a gallon, too high, but way down from where they were just a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot. There's a lot we got to do. But I think that we're doing as much as we can.
I have a Glock. Very basic. I would like more guns. I look at guns all the time. It's just a matter of the money. The money. But one day I'll have an arsenal. But right now, just something basic. I got a Glock. I have hollow rounds for home defense and just regular rounds to go shoot at the range. Very basic. Very basic, but very reliable. That's all you need. But I'd like a shotgun too. A shotgun for home defense. Something about just going, you know. I'm a pretty good shot with my Glock, though. I will say that. I'm pretty cocky about it. I'm not gonna lie. Even my father-in-law, who was a cop previously, he's like, God damn, yeah, you watch out.
We're going to keep on working at it. And again, the American people are going to make their verdict. But I think that we have a very credible case to run on.
Cracking a shell tends to make most people back off.
Building the factory.
My father-in-law, who is also a cop, he says, like, part of it is to do with the barrel size, too. When you stare down the end of a pistol, you're kind of like, yeah, I could take a shot or two as long as they don't hit me anywhere it matters. When you look down the barrel of a shotgun and you see just like the size of the barrel, like, you know you're not walking away from that shit. So like, it makes you fucking act right. So like, he never had to shoot anyone, but he told me, he's like, one of his most effective things to break up any sort of problem that he was having was like just to pull out the shotgun. And suddenly everyone is ready to listen. You're considering getting an M1911. The pump action, the universal sound of get the fuck back. I'm from Israel and gas prices didn't change during the war. You're getting fucked. Good God. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. It really shouldn't have affected us at all. The global gas prices were going up, but refineries in gas in our country was just making bank off of the fact the global price of the barrel went up. If you look at it, America hardly imports. The main imports are from Mexico and Canada, which makes sense because you're neighbored to them. And it makes the most sense just in a matter of like, why would you ship gas across the fucking ocean? It's going to cost more to get here. Of course you would rely on your neighbors and also yourself. So like this whole time, like the American gas companies have been just making bank because it hasn't actually cost them any more to get their oil. But because of global gas prices, the price had to go up, you know, allegedly. It's almost like we tried to build a pipeline to fortify ourselves in such a situation and lefties shut it down. Canada wanted a pipeline too, but it was really rallied against from the Native Americans because it was going to go through their land. Well, I could see that. It depends. Like it can be like really detrimental, and there's lots of beautiful land in Canada, but like it should be done to some extent. Maybe reroute it. I don't know. Figure it out. Anytime the slightest little things goes wrong with the oil industry, they all raise their prices because they know they can. Yeah, of course. Doesn't Canada have the oil sands? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's lots of oil in Canada. Alberta.
That is going to pay.
And Alberta is also the place that wants to break away from Canada. And I kind of don't blame them. I don't think it'll happen because it's just like, there's just too much to take into account. Mainly like Canada and America are so divided in just like even like healthcare. You know what I mean? So like to have Albertans join America would be like quite a cultural shift for them into their day-to-day lives. And it's just like, I don't think it'll actually happen, but I'm glad they're making it known because it's like one of the only sides of Canada that like have been openly dissenting to what Canada has been doing. But yeah, I don't know. Alberta needs some freedom. Let's trade Minnesota for Alberta. Never waste a good crisis. Alberta, Canada's Texas, basically. But I don't blame them too, because a lot of times like Ontario gets the forefront. And like it makes sense in some regards because like the capital and everything is there. But like when they're like one of the higher earners and they kind of get tossed to the wayside a bunch, like I don't blame them. I don't blame them for being upset. You know, they're sitting there doing like the hard work and labor that like fuels the rest of the country, and like they kind of get shafted a lot. So I'm glad that they've been standing their ground and like let it know that they're upset and they want more of a say in what's going on. So good for them. And like, I have some things to say about Carney. Like I don't like his expenditures. Like if you look at his expenditures for trips, there was like one trip where he spent like 70 grand or something like that on food. Like it doesn't even make sense. But he has been bending the knee to Alberta and like meeting with them and trying to make peace with them and come to see their point of view. So I'll give him that. Small thing. Canada, look at these stupid Americans with their freedom. Let's be more like Europe. They're the only place that makes Canada money. Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, it's gas. Like, of course, it's a huge earner.
Serious dividends for the American people over the long haul.
When?
Well, Joy, if you look at manufacturing jobs,
Yeah, okay.
those jobs are increasing at a large number. Construction jobs are doing a little bit better. So what happens is the construction jobs to build the factories, and then they manufacture.
70 grand. What was the man deep throating caviar? It was like some trip that like he took with like, I think there was like a couple other aides and stuff. They're going to France, but it was like tons of money spent on food. I have to pull up like the actual stats to remember. It was like a couple months ago, and I'm shoddy with the memory.
Manufacturing workers go back to work. That also leads to rising wages. That's one of the things that I'm very proud of, is if you look at the amount that wages are going up now compared to, say, 2022, they're going up way faster. That's a good thing. You know, the affordability problem, again, gas,
yeah. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has faced significant backlash for high in-flight catering costs. Newly released invoices for 3 international trips to Europe cost taxpayers $195,400 in food and beverage cost. In food and beverage cost alone. That's not the whole trip. That's just food and bevies. With one Rome trip accounting for $93,000 alone. During his first year in office, Carney's airplane and food bills totaled $524,000. This the food! What the fuck are you eating? What the fuck are you eating? Did you find some sort of like space alien caviar? Like what in the fuck? What in the fuck? What is going on? Anyways. He ate filet mignon with a side of lobster with gold leaf just wrapped. Even the lobster was like wrapped in gold leaf.
Way too high right now. Certain things way too high. You know, rents have been either...
We go to France, we stay in best hotel and eat 5-star restaurant. Like, I know there was like 20 people with them or something, but still. Like, $94,000 for one trip alone, in food alone. What in the fuck are you eating, dog? What are you eating? I feel like I could go to like a bougie restaurant every day with 20 people and still like... I don't know, like 20 grand I'd spend. Like, I don't know how you got to 94, almost $100,000. What the fuck were you eating? It's like taxpayer money too. Like, can you not be a bit more responsible?
Flat or down for 12 months now. So there are things that are showing signs of life, things that are showing signs of progress. My view, I'm sure you guys don't agree with it, is that we inherited a mess and we're fixing it. But sometimes it takes a long time to fix a mess.
Sunny.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, according to a new report from the New York Times, you were the leading voice behind the scenes to release the Epstein files, and we applaud you for that. And you warned top officials, including top DOJ officials, at strategy meetings taking place.
Sounds like Obama's $50,000 hot dogs and pizza. God damn.
The Situation Room. We understand that there were
It's
tapes
just,
of those.
when I see prices that high for food cost, I'm like, what else did you get? And you said it was food. Were you like buying yourself clothing and stuff on the trip and you were just like, oh yeah, it's food? I just don't understand how, like, unless you stayed there for like 2.5 months with 20 people, like $94,000 in food is still ridiculous. Ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. Went to Japan for 2 weeks and barely spent $2K for the whole trip. Yeah, like, I don't understand. Like, I've gone with Husbanus. I went with him to, like, a work trip. I went with a work trip to Las Vegas with Husbanus. And, like, his company brought us out to, like, a pretty fancy Italian restaurant. And there had to have been, like, let me try and, like, mentally count how many people are at the table. There had to be at least 16 of us. And the bill was, like, a little bit over... I want to say like 800, 1,000. And like, it was a fancy place. Like, so even if you were to do that every day, you know, taking someone out to a fancy restaurant, and we were drinking a lot of booze. Like, they kept bringing in bottles of wine, but there was a very successful thing that just happened, you know. But even if you were to do that for every day of like a 2-week trip, you're at $14,000, you know. Add on the stuff for the plane and maybe like other meals for the day. Like, I just don't see how you could even go over 20 grand. Even eating the fanciest of food. It doesn't make any sense. And booze is cheap. Like, I was in Vegas, so things are more expensive. Booze is cheap in fucking France. Like, it's not the same. Like, you can still get expensive things, but like, you know, wine is just generally cheaper.
Meetings, that this was a huge problem for the base. The report,
food, aka tranny hookers,
says you even floated having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell to clear the president's name, but you were rebuffed by your people. Why?
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number one, I am frankly, kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff. And that story says that that's one of the things that's true, is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff.
Called you a conspiracy
and I love
theorist.
Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein stuff, because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who is hanging out with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Like, that really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there, but that really bothered me, and I wanted to have full transparency. What I disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, like, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, Joe, I do have to defend my boss. I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but, you know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police.
Okay,
that's one of the things that came out of these
files. They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is, yes, Donald Trump, and he said this, he knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports the story.
True. They never report
tell us
on
the
that.
fact that they knew each other in the
They never report on that. They do. It's true. And it is, like, you can look it up. That did happen.
80s, which the president
And, like,
himself
I guess,
admits,
like, you
they
can
ignore
say
the fact
you don't know how much he was involved before that happened, but you just know at some point he threw him out of the golf course. And they were, like, no longer friends.
fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's downfall. To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you
And it
made,
was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
but the email says
And
actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other.
He's in a lot of
They were
pictures.
incredibly close friends.
he reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made. But Anna,
I mean, I before any evidence comes out, I'm not going to say anything of the contrary, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, if I want to play on Donald's side, Epstein was clearly making friends with a bunch of rich people, so it's not really shocking that he was friends with Trump. Like, that's the type of guy he was. He was, like, infiltrating circles, and, like, I don't even know who the fuck was funding Jeffrey Epstein, too. I think that's a question we never hear. Who the fuck was funding this guy? He was like a school teacher, and then suddenly he had an island and all of these rich friends, and he was able to convince people to come over and partake. Like, who the fuck funded him? That, I think, is a bigger question than, like, I do also want to make sure that we find the people who were involved and willingly went to the island and it was abusing kids, but who the fuck was funding it? Who the fuck was funding it? And how are we not looking into that? Like, we have nothing on Jeffrey Epstein's bank records. There's, like, nothing we can do investigating and towards, like, how he became the person he was. And, like, it had to have been funded by someone. Led Wexner in Israel. It's believed Jeffrey Epstein was working with the CIA to help money launder back in the day. Yeah. Epstein was behaving improperly towards the daughter of one of the guests at the Mar-a-Lago, and Trump was informed, and he threw him out. Yeah.
Anna made another point that I think
Yom! It was all me. Sorry, fam. You son of a bitch.
If I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about, did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And
I mean, they were hardly released. The redactions go crazy on those fucking files.
You know, the Republican Party probably...
That's why I can't say anyone's innocent or not. I'd like to believe people are innocent, and, like, I don't want to believe, like, everyone was doing this, but, like, until they, like, actually release the whole files with, like, nothing blacked out, I'm not going to believe shit. I'll have ideas and theories as to why one thing might be true and one thing might be false, but, like, until the actual evidence is dropped with nothing redacted, I'm not going to say who's, like, I can't say without a shadow of a doubt who's innocent and who's not, you know?
better than I do.
The fact that like it was happening, you know, that was a conspiracy theory for the longest time, that there was like elites with a child trafficking ring, and you know, people, it's a crazy conspiracy theory. Then it came out, it's fucking real, you know? So obviously people were already in denial of it happening. So I can't really give the benefit of the doubt to anyone who's potentially on those lists. Like, I don't know. He worked for Eyes Wide Shut types.
Idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan? It was Republicans and Democrats.
But because the Republicans control the House and the Senate, particularly the Senate, you need the Republican sign-off. What the president did is, look, I will say this again. I was in there in the meetings. He was very frustrated that the Democrats were making this about him when he's like, look, I threw the guy out of my club. I am the guy who reported him to the police, or one of the people who reported him to the police. The president was frustrated about that, absolutely. But he eventually came to say, you know what? Let's just get everything out there. Let's have this out in the public. And he actually called the senators. I was there. He called the senators and said, you know what? Pass this bill, I'll sign it. And that was it.
Well, then let me follow up briefly. Let me follow up briefly.
Yes.
It sounds like you believed that there would be men in the files who would be held accountable. Rightfully so. And the American people are with you on this. Why haven't we seen the release of over 2.5 million additional Epstein file documents? It seems like you are someone that is on the right side of history on this.
So we have released, I think it's 6 million files or 6 million pages of documents.
Good God,
my understanding
that's so
is that
many.
2.5 million.
How is there even that many fucking pages? What the hell? Was this guy sending an email every 5 seconds?
Sonny, I'm going to check on this to make sure, but my understanding is that a lot of those are duplicates of things that have already been released.
Yeah, exactly. The Epstein files are real and not blown out of proportion, but you'll never get any of the names of the powerful people because it'll cripple the U.S. economy. Yeah. No, and the people who are involved clearly have too much money. Like, just look at the way, like, things get scrubbed from the internet if people have money. You know, like, you can't find evidence of it. It's pretty crazy.
We're not holding anything back. Some of those things are like the courts have to order you to release them. So that was one thing that we confronted. You talk about these situation room meetings is, you know, there's a big bunch of files that existed, I think in the Southern District of New York, or maybe it was some other jurisdiction. But we were like, we want to release these files, but you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files and the courts would say no. So those particular documents, I would need to actually like know exactly what you're talking about.
3.5 million documents were released. And my understanding is 2.5 million have not been released.
Those may have been the ones that are under court. So I don't know what the documents you're talking about, but I'm telling you,
Let me go to break.
Sure.
Let me go to break. Because people are looking at me. Going.
And let's talk about the book. I'm here to sell books. Communion. Buy my book, please.
Eventually we will, but this is a good opportunity for us to get some clarity on stuff.
Great.
We'll be back with more with Vice President Jerry Burns.
With faith, from evangelical to atheist to Catholic convert. And you also explain your evolution similarly on Trump, from calling him America's Hitler to America's best hope. Now, as someone who has admitted to chasing ambition, which you write about in the book in the past, but now says your faith brought you back to your priorities, I have to kind of use your own words that sit with me from 2016.
Sure.
Fellow Christians, everyone is watching when we apologize for this man. Lord, help us. And I think about that all the time because as a fellow Christian, that is something that weighs on my heart as I watch this country and the leadership at the top, because it's also something I have to explain to my kids, which I know we also share, this idea that our greatest privilege and responsibility are these young people we're raising.
Of course.
So help me find the words to explain to my children what they're witnessing right now.
Well, you know, first of all, it's been well covered that I was a critic of Donald Trump back in 2015 and 2016. Now, obviously, I'm sitting here as the Vice President of the United States in the Trump administration. Well, Joy, a little humility, actually. I think that when you make predictions and those predictions turn out to be false, you got to ask yourself, well, what made me wrong about that? What did I not understand or not appreciate? For example, I said that Donald Trump's economic policies would not lead to wage growth. They did in the first term. That was actually a major, major thing. I said that we couldn't bring back any of those factory jobs because I kind of had given into this idea that those jobs were disappearing.
Oh my God, Sume. She's on the edge. She's on the edge. I might want to push her back in a little bit. That's pretty cute. That is really cute. She's like passed out on that pillow. What the heck? That's really cute. Sorry, we're appreciating Sume. Sume appreciation moment. She's sleeping really cute. You okay, squad? Okay, sure.
But actually, Donald Trump, you saw.
Planning on just financially fucking everyone
Oh, for sure.
that bought into this shit. I don't know if this is a way to like get money out sooner or what they're thinking. It doesn't make any sense. Because if you needed cash, you would just IPO for a larger amount.
Yeah.
Why are they taking out a $20 billion loan?
That's so bizarre.
What the fuck?
Yes, I unmuted myself. I muted and then I unmuted because it's funny. Yeah, we're just talking about SpaceX. There's like, I swear to God, some weirdness around them going, and people are like sycophants from us, so I barely want to talk about it. But it's just, the company never made any money, then they went public and people are buying in and like there's a lot of debt. They're taking on $20 billion of more debt. Like I would just be like, if you have money in there, like I would just keep an eye on it. Like they're definitely going to sell off and like investors that were in and losing money are going to make money off of people buying in. They like they rolled back too. There used to be like a 180-day rule where like you couldn't trade if you were already like invested in the stock before it IPO'd, and they like took that away. So like it is a little scary, a little sketchy. It's not hate. It's more so there's a lot of shoulder rubbing going on with rich people, and we're not invited.
A manufacturing boom
I know.
during that administration. So there's a certain point.
Come back and say hi.
Oh, see, yeah, they're all saying hello.
Yeah, it's like 50 of them. Hey, everybody.
Husbane is sighting.
It's me. Don't buy SpaceX. That's a
Don't-
gamble.
That's a gamble. It is going to go up though, which is frustrating, but it's what it is.
They're down today.
They're down today, yeah, because they're
Almost back to their original price.
because investors have fucking sold and they're making their money back that they lost. Like it's a rug pull, but it's a very fancy one.
Dude, buy lottery tickets over SpaceX.
Let me just this question. So there's a certain point where you say, you know, I made.
Or invest in stochastic. Rug pull inbound. It's already happening. Again, because usually you there's a 180-day rule for a reason because you're not allowed to fuck over like the little guy, but they don't care about you anymore. It's no longer about the little guy.
Predictions about this. I ended up being wrong.
Yeah.
And in politics and anything, I think it's important to just say, you know what? I got some things wrong, and I was wrong about him. He was a very successful president. It's one of the reasons why I've been so supportive
But
of
you
him.
go on in the book to explain that good policy was maybe one of your
I
justifications.
think it's one of the things that's bothering me about people like, oh, Elon Musk has become a trillionaire. I don't know if I care about that as much as just like all the bullshit surrounding the launch of the SpaceX IPO. And like he did this thing too where like he used SpaceX to buy up all of his Cybertruck stock, and now he's like passing on that loss to the people who are buying in. He's been money laundering through his companies, and like no one cares. Like that's fucking disgusting. Like how are you able to do that? People weren't buying Cybertrucks, so he artificially inflated Cybertruck sales by buying from himself into SpaceX. Like, I don't know, man. Like, you can like Elon Musk all you want. Like, I'm not telling you to hate him, but, like, be at least, like, aware of what's going on. Like, if you're someone who wants to be aware of all the bullshit the left is doing, then, like, I would challenge you to also look into things that you think you like and maybe see that everything isn't so cherry scented as you think it is. And there's a lot of shit that cherry scent is covering. That's it. That's all. I just, like, you know, just... I find it interesting that I want to be suspicious and think about everything. Like, I don't think anyone is right or more right than another. And I'm very aware that rich people get richer because they take advantage of things. I think it's interesting that there's tons of people who actually wholeheartedly believe Elon Musk created Tesla, which is crazy, you know? And, like, that's kind of subversive and the type of thing where, like, how can you really trust someone? He even had it written when he took over Tesla that he's the founder of the company. And when the original founder came out and said something about it, he got sued. Elon Musk sued him The guy who actually created Tesla. If you don't think that's unfair, like, I don't know, man. And like, I have to take everything with a grain of salt. If I'm going to take, I'm a leftist and I'm able to see the mistakes of the left, but I find it interesting that many people in my chat can't do the same with Elon Musk. And I think it makes you a bit of a hypocrite. I think you should look into things and inform yourself before you just blindly take everything at someone's word.
But the quote, and when you tweeted that or X'd it, was not about policy.
Sometimes, too, when I hear him
Christians
talk, the
were
ketamine, yeah. I swear to God, he talks about things like terraforming, like we have the ability to do it. A lot of times, he's just talking through the ketamine. I'm like, I love reading sci-fi, too. Me, too. Like, but a lot of things that he says, I'm like, that's just fucking straight from a book. We can't even do that. You know, and he acts like he's like some big genius for spouting it. It's like, ugh. Like, sometimes he's just on like a ketamine-fueled trip, just saying stuff, and people eat it up. Elon fanboys are insane. I'm never going to be a fan of anyone. Like, I don't know. Like, I've never even been a big sycophant for celebrities or anything like that. And again, I think you can like some things that he's doing. Like, I think he's done great with X. I think Starlink is great. I'm not trying to bash him entirely, and I'm never one of those people who want people dead because of a few things I don't like. I think people should just be aware that this is happening, and like, we can't really allow this to continue happening at such a grand scale because that's what's going to kill the economy, you know? And it's like a fake GDP. Like, they were evaluated so high, but for what? They don't really have that value yet, and it's not really benefiting us in the long run by being untruthful like that.
willing to excuse. And that's the part I can't get past. What are you willing to excuse in the name of power?
Well, I would say fundamentally that one of the things I underappreciated about Donald Trump is that so many of the things that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility. Okay, so I see Donald Trump.
You would lose it if you met. I wouldn't. I really like. Fuck, and I can't even remember his name right now. I'm really good at faces, and I'm not really good at names. Colin Mockery. Colin Mockery came into the studio once to record, and I didn't go see him. Everyone else got up to see. I don't care. At the end of the day, just because I like someone's content doesn't mean I need to go haggle them. They're still people. They're just people. I just like Jean-Claude Van Damme's character. But I've never been like a big fangirl. Like, that part of it never really got me. Like, I guess I'm a bit, I don't know. What is that? I've never cared about celebrities. And I'm impressed when people can remember names and stuff. Like, one side of my family, I remember when they would come over for Christmas, they'd all know so much about just like pop culture and stuff. And like, I would be kind of jealous. I was like, wow, I can't talk like this about things. I don't know actors' names or anything, but it's just never been something that passes my brain. I don't know. What if Jean-Claude Van Damme had his top off? I mean, I don't know. Like, I have Husbanus now. Husbanus looks great without his top off. I don't need nothing. I'm satisfied.
I see a clip of him, or I see not even a clip of him, but reporting about something.
I'm a fan of Musk, but only on the technology side of things. And I think that's, again, like, you should have a more reasonable mindset. You know, I don't think you should blindly follow anyone and blindly fanboy over anyone. That's just like, I think it's just best for your well-being because, like, yeah, the second you become a super fanboy, you become blind to bullshit. You know, you're going to wear those rose-colored glasses, and it doesn't just happen with, you know, you and someone like Trump or Elon Musk or Biden or whoever it is, you know? I think it can happen to people even in one-on-one relationships. People get into that thing where they're like, he's a good man, he would never do this to me, and they're in an abusive relationship. Like, how often does that happen? It's just a very human trait to cope and be like, this person's great. And in reality, they might not be as great as you think, but they still can be great. And like, you know, a lot of people, even like an abusive boyfriend removed from the girl, but he's great at work. You know what I mean? Like, even the worst people are going to be good at something. And I think it's unfair when people are like, oh, I hate this person, say, suck at everything. Like, well, no, inherently not true. Like, earlier I was talking about Jon Stewart, and a lot of people were like, oh, he's a Jew and a leftist. I saw that in chat. I mean, that might be true, but at the same time, you can't argue and say that he's not entertaining. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the career that he had. So I think it's fair to, even if you don't like someone, to understand what they're good at, because it makes you more rounded as an individual, and it makes things that you say carry more weight, because you're not acting with prejudice. You're acting with understanding of the world around you and like why some things work and why some things don't. And it also allows you to not be taken advantage of by these people when they inevitably try to do it. Because a lot of people in charge are sociopaths and they will try to manipulate you. So it's like, you just have to have this understanding, you know? And like, that's why I hate a lot of the online left discourse where they're just like, kill them. Like, oh, for fuck's sake, someone thinks differently than you. That is not the end of the world. That's normal. You know? Like, I don't know. Too much of a Brie Larson fanboy to fanboy over Nyanus. Good God. Brie Larson. I do think it's a bit weird with celebrity worship. I've met a bunch of musicians I like and it's cool, but I just treat them like people because that's all they are. Many celebs also appreciate it and are a lot nicer if you just treat them like normal people when you talk to them. Yeah, and again, if you see a celebrity on the street, don't fucking haggle them. Just leave them be. You know? They're just people. We're going about their day. The price of freedom is unending vigilance. Vigilance! We also have to understand people change as they age. Yes, you have to allow people to change. I think a lot of people hold on to the past and they're like, oh, that's who this person is. And they're kind of doing it to J.D. Vance too. They're like, well, J.D. Vance, you used to call him Hitler and you're against him. And he's just like, well, I came down and I realized that I was wrong. And so many people can't fucking do that, you know? And it's refreshing. Starfuckers. What? Starfuckers? Starfuckers?
And I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to
Don't parasocial.
one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during
Don't
the
get
first
yourself into a state where you can be manipulated is all I'm saying. Don't fall so blindly in love with someone that you can be manipulated. Like, make sure you keep your own, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, individuality. Like, I don't know. Like, don't let yourself be taken advantage of because you got stars in your eyes, you know?
term that
And I think that's how like a lot of these fucking streamers make money. You know, they get you to fall in love with them and then, oh, pay me, please. Like, I thought it was crazy that during Demi's stream that Akko was going over, the one that's like she's having sex allegedly. There's a part where she's like asking someone for 100 subs. Oh, what the fuck? Like, it was like out of nowhere. She's just like asking for 100 subs from someone. Like, holy fucking shit. Like, we just went DSP max out of nowhere. It's bizarre. Bizarre. Arknar, you can trust me, chat.
I was wrong during the first campaign is that I was led to believe by the stories.
Volition,
I read stories
yeah,
that
that's the
said
word I was looking for.
Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that. What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries, were releasing criminals into our country, including Mexico. By the way, that was objectively true. So it's not so much Christians.
There is evidence of that. There's like literally multiple people dead from immigrants. What are they talking about? Wasn't there one where a girl was raped, brought under a bridge, and stabbed to death, and it was from a fucking illegal immigrant? What are they talking about? There are points where that happens. And again, you should... If you actually care about immigration, you should be able to call that out. See, and this is what I mean. Like, they're so fucking adamant about being on the left that they're like, I shall see no evil. And it's just like, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. It's objectively true that there have been cases. Even one is one too many. I think that but there's been like at least 10 that I know of, like 8 to 10 of people who have been killed by illegal immigrants.
Oh, Fidel Castro did that in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift. There have been many, many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence of that. There is no evidence that Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel Castro did do. This was made up, and we just can't, accept it without pushing back.
Anna, we know that there were people who were released from prison.
To them, it didn't happen if it wasn't in front of them. And it's too easy to get across the border is what it is. And it's too hard to introduce security that could make sure that no one passes through illegally. Like we were watching that one YouTuber who was covering like the Indians in Canada. And there's like this whole illegal ring that operates out of Montreal that has people who come into Canada and they pass the Canadian border because now like obviously the Mexican border is being watched closely. So they come in through the Canadian side, and like that's happening. It happens. How do you stop that? Like it's like illegal people are coming into the country. And even the whole immigration process is a process of trust. I could have easily overstayed my visa and just like ducked out and they would have a hell of a time trying to find me. And it wouldn't be until I got like a traffic ticket or something, if I ever did, that they would catch me. Because it's just like, you're a needle in a haystack. But like, I'm just an honest person. So I made sure that if I had a visa, when you come over, you have a visa for like 6 months, and I extended my visa. And I gave them the reason why I'm staying. And then as that went on, Husbanus proposed to me and we got married. And then I started going through the process of getting my green card and immigrating properly. And it's all like a trust-based system. And just the thing is, you can't fucking trust everyone. Like, how do you reform that system to work properly? Because we're living in a time where people are just very dishonest people. Kind of seems like they targeted all of the poor working class girls in Britain, and the upper class, middle class assisted in covering it up. Their prisons just emptied into nowhere, and they refused to take them back. I always said that we built the wall at the wrong border. I mean, to be fair too, it goes both ways. There's lots of things that enter Canada illegally that go through that border. That border does just need tighter security. Like most violent gun crime in Canada, I always thought it was funny they're cracking down on Canadians. But generally, whenever they confiscate guns from like gun crime and gang crime, it's guns that found their way over the border from America. So it's a both-way thing. Like, it would benefit both Canada and the U.S. to crack down on that border. So I don't know why we can't go hand in hand and like become like the partners that we've always been and deal with that. But you know, because Trump's the one that's pushing for it, it's bad. TDS will ruin us all. It's almost like we need to get Trump out of office just because for whatever reason he's so subversive. Like no one can trust anything he does because everything has to be bad because it's Trump bad. I can't wait for like JD Vance or someone to enter office so like we can come back to normal and stop being so like weird. Like being against the reflecting pool is one of the weirdest things to me. There's definitely things you can criticize him for. Cleaning up the fucking place, I don't feel like that's one of them. But I'm also kind of a clean freak, and I like the look of a clean pool. They'll do it to JD too, I guess so, yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of tiresome. I just want problems to be solved. I don't think the gun crime in Canada is the fault of American guns. I mean, it's just by the facts. Like, when they confiscate guns, they're from America. I don't know what to tell you. Do you keep your man hands clean? And you know why too, though? It's because like you can't even get guns in Canada anymore. I don't know. You can get certain guns, but in Canada though, like to get a gun, you have to have like a license, and there's like a legal loophole to get it. It's not hard to get a license, but clearly criminals aren't going to get a license and get a gun registered to them. So to get an unregistered gun is to get one illegally, and they come over the border. Like it's not like you shouldn't take it personally as American. It's just a fact. Like, I don't know. It's just the way it is. Things go both ways over that border. And at the end of the day, it just shows like a lack of security at the border. I mean, I know it's not the guns committing crimes, but clearly the guns entered from the United States. Like, that was the point I'm making, that illegal things cross both ways over the border. Pandora's box with guns. Washington, D.C. should be immaculate at all times. It's the place we host foreign diplomats. It just makes sometimes nice things are also nice. It's okay to be like, take pride in your country, you know? Like, we should want litter taken off the streets. Like, it broke my heart when I saw a kid just throw trash on the ground. I told you guys this story at a gas station, and neither of their parents did anything. Like, dude, something's going wrong in society. I would have got whacked upside the head. What the fuck are you doing? Pick that shit up. Don't let me catch you doing that again. You know?
Who were encouraged to come into.
Was the kid Indian? No, it was just some white kid. It was some white kid and white parents, and they just got out of the car. The dad got out with the kid. The kid threw trash on the ground. The dad turned around and looked and kept walking. The mom behind it saw it, kept walking. None of them picked it up. None of them reprimanded their kids. Like, people are afraid to parent their kids or something, or be harsh with them. Like, it was like a 5-year-old kid. It was ripe to give them a lesson. Dude, if you want this kid to never litter again, you would have laid in on that. But they didn't. They just, like, carried on. And I was like, I was gobsmacked. But I was like I was like, you know how big some of these gas stations are? Like, I was like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 lanes away on the other side. I was, what the fuck, though? And I was just so, I couldn't believe it. And it was too late. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, run over there once they're already inside the Circle K and be like, hey, your kid's a freaking animal. I would feel so guilty if I did that. It's Florida. It's like a wildlife state. What the fuck are you doing throwing trash on the ground? Just litter night. Just everybody's doing it. A lot of gun crime also doesn't get reported in Canada. No one reports on the shootings that happen at night between gangsters. Yeah, there's a lot. Toronto's become very violent. There's been like stabbings and stuff on the subway. That was never a thing when I was growing up. You could like walk through Toronto at night and not be afraid. I remember spending some drunk nights walking through Toronto, but now you have to like worry about getting knifed on the wrong fucking, train. It's weird. It's weird. I thought the Mounties patrolled the border. When I cross the border, usually in Buffalo, it's just border agents.
It wasn't like it was in the Mariel, Mr. Vice President. It wasn't where it was like a purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I lived through that in Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Mariel, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those things were funded. They were in some ways supported by the government.
There was absolutely.
So I don't know how you define support or not support, but if people are encouraged to come into our country after having spent time in prison by their own governments, I think that's a problem.
Vice President, can I just add one?
All the major cities now have gross amounts of crime, including Ottawa. And no, it was like so crime free. Like even when you walk around like Union Station in Toronto, like which is like the main station, like there's just like homelessness. There's people doing drugs right on the stairwell. They're passed out. And I was literally taking that to go to work. I would come up through Union Station and there was none of that. There was none of that when I was working in Toronto. And like now all of a sudden in the course of like 5-6 years, it's just completely different. It doesn't even look the same. It doesn't even look the same. Trash everywhere. It's crazy.
Because you do speak about immigration at length in this book.
Sure.
And I believe as a Christian, I can tell my kids why it's important to have borders.
I hate these hens babbling on The View. They're so rich and privileged. They have their heads so far up their own ass. They do. Yeah, I don't really like when they were just like, there's no evidence of any illegal immigrants doing crime. Good God. Good God. Just by act of being an illegal immigrant, you've done a crime, technically, if you want to be fucking pedantic. And then on top of that, there is like literally recorded cases of people being killed. What the fuck?
I get that. There are laws, there are resources, I get all that things. It's much harder to explain when I see someone dragged out of a house or wrongly taken to a thing that isn't a violent criminal. It's a little more nuanced as a parent to try to say when someone's referred to as vermin or scum, when I teach them in school about people that have done that before, but this is different. It's very hard as a parent and a Christian to say both things.
And you actually say in...
Let me see, there's a list right here. Laken Riley, a 22-year-old nursing student who was killed in Athens, Georgia in February 2024. Jocelyn Nungari, a 12-year-old girl who was killed in Houston, Texas. Rachel Morin, a 37-year-old mother who was murdered in Bel Air, Maryland. Lisbeth Medina, a 16-year-old who was stabbed to death in Edina, Texas. Ruby Garcia, a 25-year-old who was shot and killed in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Oh, nobody's ever been killed by an illegal immigrant.
The book, you talk about this. You talk about this struggle, this internal struggle in the book, and you talk about moral trade-offs.
And like those are just the ones that are like bubbling people. Like I guarantee the majority of them are just trafficking drugs. And it's like, yeah, not all illegal immigrants. Some people are just trying to find a better place and they didn't do their paperwork or whatever, but they still don't really deserve to be here unless they want to do their paperwork. But like, like it's like I don't like how they were just like, there's no evidence.
In favoring a strict migration policy without dehumanizing anyone. But listen, over 50 people have died in ICE custody. There are thousands of children, 6,200, that are being held in places like Dilley Detention Center. The people that have visited those detention centers, I don't know if you have, talk about the subhuman, infrahuman conditions, the lack of clean water, the lack of medical attention, the lack of education. I would urge you as a Christian and as a father to visit those detention centers where the children are being held. And
they had those under Biden too, though. And that's another thing that they like to just conveniently leave out. These detention centers where you separate and have kids as well, those have existed since before Trump. You really think Trump had the time to set all of these things up the second he got into office? They already existed. Because there is that problem. When you catch someone who's here illegally, there's like a weird processing where like, what do you do? And like, you do have to house them somewhere and feed them. And Obama, it's nothing new. They're acting like Trump created it. If If you don't want to be locked up, don't be here illegally. Yeah, it turns out, because even Obama, he had an interview where he had to explain to the press, because the press were like, what are you doing? He's like, well, by the rule of law, if you break the law, there's consequences, and those consequences are you get thrown out of the country. Like, hello, the law is the law for a reason. Like, just because someone puts on a sad face and cries, like, what are we going to do? Like, throw out the book? It's weird. Yeah, everyone did. It's been going on for, like over a decade. Look at this. This is from fucking Obama. All right? For more than 200 years, our tradition of welcoming immigrants from around the world has given us a tremendous advantage over other nations. It's kept us youthful, dynamic, and entrepreneurial. It's shaped our character with people with limited possibilities and not trapped by our past and able to remake ourselves as we choose. But today, our immigration system is broken and everyone knows it. Hello? Yeah, it's fucking broken. Families who enter our country the right way and play by the rules watch others flout the rules. Business owners who offer their workers good wages and benefits see the competition exploit undocumented immigrants by paying them far less. All of us take offense to anyone who reaps the rewards of living in America without taking on the responsibilities of living in America. Like, why is it now suddenly because Trump's saying it, it's bad? When this is literally what Obama was saying. This is just because it's common fucking sense. And they can't stand it. They just can't stand it. Like, they just only, oh, Trump bad, Trump bad. No, it's just common sense. It's broken. I've gone through the immigration system, and it's a trust-based system. It's broken. It is broken. It's been this way for decades, and for decades, we haven't done much about it. When I took office, I committed to fixing the broken immigration system. And I began by doing what I could do to secure our borders. Today, we have more agents and technology deployed to secure our southern border than at any time in our history. And over the past 6 years, illegal border crossings have been cut in half. Although this summer there is a brief spike unaccompanied children being apprehended at our border, the number of such children is now actually lower than it's been in 2 years, but overall the number of people trying to cross our border illegally is at its lowest level since the 1970s, and those are the facts. Anyways, and I can go on, and there's also a clip of him talking about this where he's just like, it's the law, and yes, it's uncomfortable, but it's the law, and it exists for the fucking reason. Like, but Orange Man, bad. Even though he's saying the exact same stuff Obama's been saying.
Sure that the conditions are up to the values that we hold in this country.
So you guys have thrown a lot at me, and I see we got 30 seconds left here. But let me say,
it's crazy to me how many people compare ICE to the Holocaust. Yes, because they've been around since 9/11. Like what are you gonna do? It's like over 20 years they've been here, and now all of a sudden because Trump's in office, they're bad.
You're
number
the Vice
one,
President. You can go long.
I'd like to pick up on this theme because I think it's really important. We do have to strike a balance, of course, between enforcing our laws. We don't want to dehumanize people. That is the balance that, look, law enforcement, what I'd say about this, law enforcement is always inherently not a very pretty process, especially when you're dealing sometimes with violent people, with people who are resisting arrest. Some of the people that I've been told by the media were completely peaceful, had never violated any laws. You actually look into the record and you find out that those people were actually being.
Look at George Floyd. It's not like he's an illegal immigrant, but when he died, you would have thought it was like some random father just on the street attacked by the police officers and he did nothing wrong. And you look into him and he's got like this huge criminal past. He had fentanyl in him at the time of his arrest. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like people are tricked by the news and like you want to believe the good in people, but sometimes you have to understand that there's bad people too. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to see the good in people, but you can't be so blinded by that you don't look at things and understand them as bad.
Violent, or they did have a criminal record. They had a sex trafficking conviction.
Don't have criminal records. So the majority of people that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families, they're separating families. They're using children as bait.
But again, too, like don't enter the country illegally with children if you don't want this to happen. You know what I mean? Like just because people have kids, and like I think that's part of the game is like they'll have kids, so they have like this. Like a barrier, like they're using their kids as a shield, and so you're not allowed to do anything just because they chose to use their kids as a shield. My heart goes out to their kids. Don't get me wrong, but like You can't just ignore the crimes of the parents because they ended up having children.
They're not criminals.
But can I respond to that, guys? Let me just say this. Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children who were sex trafficked by the cartels, who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions?
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point. Unless you enforce the border, you invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border. And by the way,
Please hold on.
I appreciate that.
Again, too, they just.
I'm gonna get you back.
Sorry, I just hit my microphone. I don't know how that came through. It's just, again, it's just so funny that like people have like selective memories or something. It's just crazy that Obama literally had this point of view, and like now suddenly because Trump has it, it's bad.
We're coming back with more with the vice president, and I've got questions for you.
Great, thank you.
Two things. You talk a lot about your Catholic faith, but the Catholic faith says we take in immigrants. We take in people who don't have or who are having a hard time. How do you justify both things?
So let me say first a couple things, Whoopi. So number one, the book is actually way less political than you might think if you were just watching this, because obviously we're getting into the issues of the day.
Right.
95% of the book is really not about politics. I kind of have to write about politics because I'm the vice president, but I want to answer your question.
Right.
So fundamentally, if you think about what is immigration enforcement, immigration is law enforcement. It's somebody who has broken a law. A law enforcement officer has to show up and enforce that law.
Yeah, exactly. And like Romans talks at length about this, like respect for the law and governing authorities. Like Romans, I think it's like 13, you know, you have to obey established government laws, you know. It's like, because like they're instituted by God. And it's like, you know, there's like, you have to have law and order. I just think people get caught up in like, oops, I just minimized everything. How did I do that? I think people get caught up in like Jesus and they don't actually like read the rest of the Bible. They like hear a couple stories about Jesus and they're like, I think I've clocked this religion. I understand now. And it's like, of course, you're supposed to be kind to people and you're supposed to be accepting of people. But you can't be a doormat. You know, don't be a fucking doormat to people. Like, let's be for real. And there's so many ways to like legally immigrate here. Like you can naturalize. Like you can be here long enough that you naturalize and then you can apply for citizenship. Like it's very welcoming in that way. And like even before you have your citizenship, you get an individual tax-paying identification number. And you can start partaking in being an American citizen and prove that you're interested in becoming an American citizen by playing by the rules. But they don't want to do that.
Now, inherently, sometimes that process is not always going to be pretty if you capture a video clip of it, in the same way that if you arrest somebody for committing a violent or a nonviolent crime.
Jesus flipped tables and whipped the money changers. Yeah, he did.
Sometimes it's not always pretty. What I'm saying is the Catholic faith is actually very...
Whoopi never asked the Catholic Democrats why they advocate for abortion when the church is adamantly against it. Yeah, it's interesting, huh? Pretty interesting how that works. Curious, very curious thing. Indeed.
Strikes the right balance here. It says the Christian faith, I think this is true of Protestants and Catholics, that you can have borders.
Yeah.
You're allowed to enforce your borders. That means the law enforcement piece of it. But you also have to take certain precautions and certain care. Okay?
I'm pretty sure that's
your argument...
I think that's in Acts. In Acts, they talk about that. I can't remember what verses in Acts. I've never been good at like recall like that. I know broad strokes, but in Acts they talk about that, like borders. That's definitely a thing. He recognizes, like God recognizes, and he sets boundaries for borders. Like that's normal. I'm trying to remember, and I can't. It's been a while. I did read the Bible end to end at one point in my life.
I disagree with you
and
about how we apply that, but nobody hopefully is saying we're not allowed to have a border.
No,
what I'm saying is that in order for us to actually enforce the law, you can't set a standard that says you're not allowed to...
The Book of Acts, not Acts, Acts. ACTS, Acts.
anyone unless they've committed a violent crime. You've got to enforce the law equally and justly.
Let me do my follow-up.
You don't have to raise your hand.
Let me do my follow-up.
Yes, I do.
Heaven has gates in their garden. For real. Why doesn't heaven just let everybody in?
Talking about people. What did black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how hard it is. You have
the Lord's body
family.
spray.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information.
I feel like I just read passages that I like. And that's the problem. Like, reading it end to end is different because there's lots of things like fluff that you don't usually read.
Of black heroes. How does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just I know Emmett Till was Emmett Till was the kid. No, I want to know what she's.
You don't know what I'm talking
to your
about.
actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened. All kinds of stuff happened. And it seems that it has been very easy for this administration to remove that and also to denigrate.
Again, too, this is another situation where I'd like examples. I'd like examples of, like, where this was happening. The same way that he just said the Biden administration, again, like, he could have referred to, like, how we handled COVID. The same way, like, she's just kind of broad stroking this. Like, they're just like, oh, there's been a lot of anti-black sentiment coming from the president. And I haven't personally seen it, so I would have liked to see some context.
Black folks who have worked their behinds off to get this American dream. How do you, you know better.
I've never seen them kicking out, like, black people indiscriminately. It's like any illegal immigrants. Like, I don't understand where... Any black people in my chat want to help me out here? Like, am I nuts? Am I being a bigot? Like, what has Trump done that's so anti-black? DJ, any takes on this? Donnie, any takes on this? Not to single you guys out. Was she bitching about when all the founding father statues were being torn down? I doubt it. Arp, arp, arp. The audience. Arp, arp. He was white and shit. What is the question? What has been the current administration been doing that has been so negative or derogatory towards black people? DEI rollbacks? And, like, those are a problem too. Dude, I've had talks with my father-in-law over this because he was a police officer in Wisconsin. And just even back then, there was, like, these DEI hiring initiatives. And, like, they would push black people to the top of the roster even if someone else had higher grades and stuff. Like, it was crazy. And then, like, these people would just be terrible at their job. Go figure. Like, you can actually just wait for a competent black person to come along and they'll be able to do the job. And I couldn't imagine being a competent black person and then you have to put up with these people who were scoring lower than everyone else and just allowed in because there was a quota to be hit. Like, that's frustrating. And again, like, it seems like you're helping people out, but all you're doing is, like, hurting the people who have actually tried, in my opinion, at least. Trump is the most pro-black president that has been better or for worse. Yeah. Okay, good. Whoopi really wanted them reparations. As a black, he didn't just focus on race, DEI, rollbacks, etc. All he did was stop being racist. The racist, apparently. Again, too, yeah, because there's been like this big thing of, like, underreporting when, like, black crime happens. Like, even last week, some kids had their lemonade stand robbed and, like, they didn't even describe the perpetrators. They were just like teens robbed a lemonade stand. Like, I don't know how that's helping anyone. It would be reported on, like, you usually get the description of, like, who did it. Are there any Nelson ratings for the show outside the demented old folks? I can't imagine who would willingly watch this train wreck. I do not know. DEI is racism. Yes, it is. I think, like, if you want to tackle people not being in the workforce, again, like, go into, like, there clearly are areas of cities that are just, like, overrun with crime. Kids are, like, born into it. Like, you have to start targeting those areas. Go start up summer soccer camps and things like that. Go try and help these kids in the lower income communities where, like, crime runs rampant because they feel they have no choices. Whether it's right and wrong that they fall into these choices, I don't think you can forgive them once they become adults and start committing these crimes. But if you want to help out, if you want to see people, you know, more people of color in jobs, and you know that they're, like, more disproportionately found in these, like, poorer neighborhoods, then, like, start putting incentives in place that allow them to become part of the community and, like, separate from, you know, like, the broken homes that they're coming from. Because, like, even again, my father-in-law, who was a police officer, like, he has a lot of heart-wrenching stories of, like, you know, the houses that he would raid, or, like, you know, you go to pick up a criminal and they have kids, and the kids are living in filth, and of course those kids will grow up, and, like, their chances of repeating the mistakes of their parents go up, like, exponentially, because they're just not loved. They're not raised properly. They haven't been given proper morals. They're watching their parents. Those parents are their role models, and they're making poor choices, you know? Like, you have to target it much younger. But to just give adults opportunities just simply for the color of their skin because you feel bad, like, way to throw society under the bus. I don't know. Like, if you want to do it, you're going to have to do it sooner. You can't just wait for them to be fully fledged adults and be like, here you go, I want to give you this job. You're now a manager. Here you go. I have female family members that watch this show in Chicago. Hurts my heart that this is where they get their news. The only show I've caught my dad watching, which is like, I'd never expected him. What is it? She was one of the, it's like the only female talk show host he watches. She used to be one of the, Charlie's Angels. What's the name of that show? And it's just a pretty wholesome show. She goes over movies and stuff. She's usually bubbly. She likes macaroni and cheese. What is that show's name? I should know this. Boobs? Wow, none of these are what I'm looking for. Talk shows with women. She didn't make this list? Seriously? Drew Barrymore. Yes, he watches the Drew Barrymore show, and I didn't expect that from him. But, I mean, she's a cute gal, and it seems just pretty bubbly. There's always, like, a cooking segment. There's some sort of segment where she sits down as a celebrity. It's not really political. Just wholesome. The Drew Barrymore show. Yeah.
So Sonny, that was actually a very helpful intervention, because I think the story you're talking about is where...
Wait, what the fuck is this? And why does it work so well with my character? What is that? A nugget? Is that a chicky nugget? I love that.
You know, allegedly the administration is holding back the appointments of people based on skin color. I've seen the story.
I'm talking about a host of things. I'm talking about Black history getting erased from public spaces. Black voter districts are being dismantled. Black leaders are being sidelined from our ranks. Where do Americans of color fit in this vision? Because it doesn't seem like we fit.
Nuggy time.
I think, Sonny,
Nuggy.
And if I may, since October of last year, there's been something like 6,600.
I can't listen to these harpies. It's difficult, but we're almost at the end. We're almost at the end. We're 3 minutes in. There's 3 minutes left. I live in the ghetto and have heard and seen numerous teens glorify crime as a lifestyle and don't aspire for anything else. I grew up picking up scrap. I grew up at the bottom of the barrel. And that's why, like, part of me, too, is just like, man, like, I was lucky, too, though, in the fact that I was encouraged by other family members, like my aunt and uncle, to join sports teams and stuff, you know? I don't know if I would have got that naturally. And also, too, like, I grew up in a Catholic household. We went to church. Like, there was, like, some perpetual things in my day that made sure I didn't choose poorly. And I saw lots of people around me choose poorly. Like, I've known people that I went to school with who have died of drug overdoses, like, multiple of them. It sucks. And I'm just glad that I didn't end up like that. And there's a lot of people who, like, just, like, yeah, who live near me up and down the street or, like, across the highway to the other side. Like, lots of people I know there, they're just absolute losers right now. You know, they still live probably on welfare, just, like, dregs to society.
68 refugees allowed into the country. All but 3
by these hands.
were white South Africans.
So, first of all, I'm very skeptical of that number because we have a lot of different immigration pathways in the United States of America. But let me just address Whoopi's point. Look, first of all, you asked the question, and maybe you don't believe this coming from me, but I think everybody is welcome in our political coalition. Frankly, even if you didn't vote for us, everybody is welcome in our country so long as you're an American citizen with the duties and the legal obligations and rights to be here. But Whoopi, let me just give you an example of this. Okay, so you say that we're anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked.
She literally just did.
See?
Okay, fine. Fair.
Don't start any stuff
All
with
right,
me,
okay,
man. Don't
all right.
get me in trouble. Don't start no stuff with me. But
I misinterpreted your question,
That's
but
all right.
let me answer your actual question there. What I'm saying, I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by a share of population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders. We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about crime. This is about
women lost their jobs.
Right. This is about human
Sonny,
rights.
what you're saying is
Black
we got to do
history's
more on the economy.
And Black history has been
Sonny,
erased from public
Black
spaces.
history is not
That is
erased from
true.
public
Guys,
spaces.
we do have to
That
get
is
to
not
Iran
right.
when we get back.
Yeah,
There's some very important news to
I'm
get
telling
to.
you, we celebrate Black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's
Husbanus works for the government, and tomorrow's Juneteenth, and he has the day off. What is he talking about? What are they talking about? What are they talking about? It's literally being recognized by government workers. What do you mean? What do you mean? What? Like, what?
I have to go to break. Anna, God, please, we have more with Vice President J.D. Vance when we come back. Don't do that. We're back with Vice President J.D. Vance. Joy has the next question.
Okay, so in the book, Mr. Vice President, you make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man. My most boneheaded comment.
You say that in the book, that it was boneheaded, which it was.
Thank you.
What were you thinking when you said that?
So Joy said when we were off air that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for a Republican. Thank you. I appreciate that. Graded on a curve here at The View. But, you know, I guess one of the things that I try to do, and I'm always, you know, all of us are always learning. You know, you said you were a lapsed Catholic. I'm a bad Catholic. I think all of us, that's why we need grace as Christians, is because we recognize that there are certain things we got to work on.
Right.
But here's what I'd say about that. So did that comment actually shed light on something and start a discussion, or did it just close people down? And when I make a comment that just closes people down, instead of trying to appreciate
I'm
the
looking
point that
into
I
it on another screen, and a lot of it seems to be intermixed with LGBT. So, like, the curriculum restrictions and book bans, the state and local levels, Black history remains the subject of widespread censorship campaigns. Over 30 states have introduced or passed bills that limit the discussion of racial history in classrooms, largely driven by political debates over critical race theory. Hundreds of books by predominantly Black authors discussing race, gender, and sexuality have been removed from school and military-run libraries. Some users and media outlets noted that Google Calendar removed permanent acknowledgments like a Black History Month and Juneteenth, further fueling the public perception that Black history is being deliberately scrubbed. Now I'm looking at my Google Calendar. Oh yeah, it doesn't say Juneteenth for the 19th. I wonder too though, am I set to Canada? Let me see. Subscribe to calendar. Where's like holidays and how do I do that? Settings for other calendars. Holidays in Canada. Holidays and observances in Canada. Yeah, right now I'm just seeing Canada. Integrate calendar? I don't know how to make it because I'm originally from Canada. It's still set to that, huh? Add calendar. Browse calendars of interest. Let's see. American football I can add. Phases of the moon. Holidays in America. Where is it? Where is that? Holidays in American Samoa. The fuck? Where's just in the oh, maybe it's in United States, so I have to go all the way down the list. Dee. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with seeing what the dealio is. There, Uganda, Ukraine, Uruguay. What? Where the fuck is America? United States. There we go. Public holidays, other observances. All right. Do I have to save that? No. Oh, Juneteenth is there. There we go. Yep, it's there. Okay. Oh, they're scrubbing it.
That's a mistake, right? And that's on me to do better.
Okay,
because can I just say the point that I'd say on that?
How are you celebrating Somalia Heritage Month? Okay, well, it hasn't passed yet, but I did see that.
That Joy is, I do think, in a very subtle, sometimes in a more profound way, I think our country has become more anti-family and more anti-child. It's harder to travel. It's harder to go to a restaurant.
Mr. Vice President, you know your grandchild is, or your child is arriving.
No grandbabies yet.
Not yet. We're very excited for you and Usha, and we wanted to give you a view once.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We will put this on. We'll send you guys a photo.
His new book, Communion, Finding My Way.
I will quickly burn it afterwards.
Back to Faith is available now. Scan the QR code on your screen to
Ooh, we
purchase
did
a
it,
copy,
guys.
and we will be right back.
We did it. We survived. Are we still alive? Having a name like Joy, very ironic. Should have blew his nose on that rag. Burn it. Burn it. How did it not go well for him? Here's the entirety of J.D. Vance's appearance on The View, which did not go well for him. Seriously? I'm 5 minutes in. He's owned them so far. Called them out on every little lie. Talked about the good things the administration is doing. I think objectively he did quite well. It was a 6 versus 1 and he held the calm and pushed back gracefully. Did not go. All I've seen is anyone is... Yeah, what? I'm glad everyone in the comments is like... Did you watch the same thing we did? He kept his cool and ran his shit. Yeah, I did. Yeah, he answered questions clearly and comfortably with a degree of humility thrown in. Now let's recall Kamala Harris's moment of truth when Sunny Hostin asked if she would do differently than the Biden administration if she were to win the presidency. Nothing comes to mind. Nailed it. Crazy. Yeah, I'm so glad these people are like, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, I did. Crazy. All right, I'm glad he's getting 8 up in the comments. It's like, the fuck? Did we watch the same thing? I thought he handled that pretty well. Because again, too, like, there's 6 of them, and there's 1 of him, and they're all clearly against him. The fact that this is a nationally syndicated show is such a microcosm for how cooked we are collectively. 1 verse 6, my ass, their collective IQ can build a seal. Yikes. Oh, yay. Strange. Interesting. Strange and interesting. Oh, yes, let me pull up what's going on in sweet old Kanakistan. Sweet, my home in native land. Oh, they even changed that lyric, eh? It used to be in the O Canada, it's like my home in native land or our home in native land. It's now our home on native land. Just a little changeroo in there. 1 draft card voter versus 6 undraftables. Imagine having a male version of The View. That would be bigoted. That's so gay. Really, no, really. They changed they changed our national anthem to appease. Help. They also, there's like some cities, I think it's more of a thing in, I want to say British Columbia. They've renamed some streets to be like the original native name of something, like, and they're just illegible to people. Like, they're just really long. It's made it difficult for like people carrying mail. Some of these names are so long that it breaks like prior databases because they didn't go that long previously for street names. I've heard that before. That sucks too, of course. Me running away from ever having to see content from The View again. I'm so sorry, guys. It was difficult, but we were there for each other through the whole thing, you know? They DEI'd it. They DEI'd the national anthem. How is that even real, you know? The unsub podcast would counter the point of The View. Oh. Our home in invaded land. Basically. I don't care if we did it together. It was hell. It was hell. We all tore. It was a... What are you kicking? Did Devin go up?
No, the head of...
I know I'm muted. I'm talking to Husband. It's just good news. It's top secret, my bad, guys, but it's really good fucking news. Husbanus is knocking shit out of the park. Big, big things happening with Husbanus. I'm proud of him. Big thing. Very, very big. It was muted on purpose. Well, we want to hear, but you can't because some of it was top secret. Sorry. My favorite Kanakastani VTuber. I thought my speaker broke. It did not. It did not. I'm tone deaf. Big, big people, big happy is all I'll say. That was good news. Husbanus works really hard. And like, dude, I can't tell you, man. You've seen like Chair Sama's made by Husbanus. Like he end-to-end systems. Like this company, like they're so lucky to have Husbanus because he's literally doing everything. This one thing that they're so excited about, like he wrote end-to-end and it's working and big people are excited. And I'm so fucking happy for him. The only thing that sucks is that like his company gets the credit. In reality, it was all him. Like it's nutty. It's nutty how much he works and like how much he's able to do things end to end. Like he's just like a genius. But anyways, I'm a Canadian turned American. I'm never gonna give anything up. I'm secret. Let's go, Husbanus. Fuck yeah. Chair Sama's a gem. He's being cloned and can we marry him? No, he's mine. Women love Husbanus. Men want to be Husbanus. He's underappreciated. They're starting to recognize who's doing the brunt of the work. And that's, again, why he got a bonus this year. And he's trying to build a shop and everything. And, like, good on him. He should do what he wants. Super nutty. I'll be satisfied when he gets paid the gazillion dollars he's owed. They've started, but they're still not quite there. Like, they owe him millions at this point. Like, it's crazy. And I'm not saying that because I'm greedy. It's just, like, objectively the truth. It's crazy. Chair Sama is quiet today. Yeah. She's around, though. Oh, where's... I could have sworn I had her back end open somewhere. Deet, 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 deet. Where did she go? Oh, I guess I mean, she's still running on my thingy, but yeah, I know. We've claimed you. You're an American now. Deal with it. I'm America. Now he needs to be the billionaire oligarch he's meant to be. Kanakistan. When will Chair Sama be banned in the name of national security? Never. She's running locally. She's got no nothing. Nothing's attached to her. You know? You're a 100-inch monster. Stop putting your filthy kitty paws in Chair Sama's back end. You can't stop me. Hey, Chair Sama, can I hear a joke? Hey, Chair Sama. Show chat? She wants to break free. I wonder if she crashed again or something. Whatever. Here we go. This. You want to know what's going on in Canada right now? Well, let me know. Let me tell you what's going on in Canada right now. It's so crazy. Today, I introduce a private member's bill that would declare July of every year in Canada as Somali Heritage Month. I'd like to thank MP Han Ahmed Hussein for co-sponsoring this bill with me and his council. I hope that all MPs will support this legislation. Canada is home to many Canadians of Somali heritage, about 60,000. I looked it up. By census data, there's about 64,000 of them. Canadians of Somali descent have left and continue to leave a historic mark on Canada with contributions that span communities across the country and are reflected in Canada's economic, political, social, and cultural life. What have Somali Canadians done of note in Canada? I mean, this is all just kind of Somali-based stuff. Somali Canadians have made significant contributions across Canadian economic, political, social, and cultural life, notably through the creation of community services, organizations, and federal politics. One of the things is literally just the fact that that Ahmad Hussein guy exists as the first Somali Canadian federal cabinet minister, having previously served as the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship, and now the Minister of Families. Cultural heritage advocacy. Community advocacy-led legislative recognition at the provincial and national levels. Ontario recognized Somali Heritage Week, and legislation was introduced to declare July of every year as Somali Heritage Month across Canada. Community and social support. Since the mass arrival of refugees fleeing the civil war in the 1990s, community members and organizations such as the Somali Immigrant Aid Organization and the Somali Canadian Cultural Society of Edmonton have provided vital settlement services, languages programs, in support of newcomer integration. That kind of only benefits them. Peacemaking and activism. Many prominent Somali Canadians engage in global human rights and reconstruction efforts such as the Alman Peace and Human Rights Center and have worked to tell stories of the Somali diaspora worldwide. That's nothing to do to benefit Canada. They benefited themselves by coming to Canada. How is that like cultural change in Canada? You know, that's crazy. You haven't done anything yet but like uplift your own people. What the fuck? And why July? Like, I don't know why. It's like July is like the month that Canada Day happens. Like, why would we dedicate Canada's month to them? It's kind of weird. They've done nothing to help anyone but themselves. Yeah. Here you go. Now, there's a month for Polish people in Canada. And there's over 1 million Polish people in Canada. Well, what have Polish people done? They've significantly shaped Canada since 1858 across engineering, military, arts, and politics. Notably, Sir Casimir Stanislaus, I can't say his name, Gzowski, was an engineer who helped build Canada's railway system, and the community is now recognized with Polish Heritage Month every May. Or it was not June, it's May. The Polish diaspora, now numbering over 1 million strong, has made prominent lasting contributions to Canadian history and society. Engineering and infrastructure. So that's the railway. Charles Horecki played a critical role as an engineer in mapping and reconstructing the Cross-Canada Railway through the Peace River Valley to the Pacific Ocean. Military and bravery. Andrew Mayanarski, a pilot gunner from Winnipeg who was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, highest military honor in the Commonwealth for the extreme valor during World War II. Janusz Zurakowski, a legendary Battle of Britain fighter pilot who immigrated to Canada and later served as a test pilot for the Arvo CF-100 Canuck. Sports and culture. Wayne Gretzky. Often referred to as the Great One, the legendary hockey player is of Polish and Belarusian descent. Penny Oleksiak, a Canadian national team swimmer and Olympic gold medalist who is of Polish descent. Folks art integration. Polish-Canadian communities help pioneer multiculturalism in Canada, such as the St. Catharines Folk Arts Festival that was founded in 1967. Politics and community development. Yep. Peter Guzowski, great-grandson of Kazimir Guzowski, has become one of Canada's most famous and beloved radio personalities. George Radwanski served as editor-in-chief in the Toronto Star and wrote highly influential biography of the former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Community settlement, waves of immigrants from the 19th century, Kashubian pioneers in the Renfrew County, Wilno, Ontario, to refugees escaping the communist regime in the 1980s have built farms, opened businesses, and formed robust cultural enclaves across the prairies, Ontario, and Alberta. It seems like they've done a lot. And like there's like a lot of like, even I had a friend that was Polish and their parents owned a business. Like, the Polish gave us naivness, and that's better than gold. I mean, I'm technically Czech, but very, very closely related. So, yeah. Wayne Gretzky mentioned, but, like, you know what I mean? There's a reason why, and they've been here for a long time. You know, given time, maybe Somalis will do something of note, but right now, not much. Not much, but exist. They existed, and they came into the country. That's it. They don't deserve a month. There's so many other races that deserve a month before Somalis do. I'm sorry. Like, good God. No, I get it too. I think that we should have, like, especially a place like Canada and even America. Like, we do know that we are mainly settlements. Like, you know, like we came from Europe, and there is parts of Europe that have a good influence over us. And I think it's fine to recognize that. But I don't understand how people who showed up in 1990 are already like under 100,000 people, and suddenly we need Somali Heritage Month for what? What about all the other fucking races that have been in Canada much longer? Where's my Asian month, goddammit? Slav trad wife babushka. I got a babushka. We gave y'all anime.
Mr. Baker, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Somali Heritage Month. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Somali Heritage Month. If passed, the bill would declare July of every year Somali Heritage Month across Canada. I'd like to thank the member for York South-West and Etobicoke for co-sponsoring this bill with me, and I hope members on all sides of the chamber will support this bill. Canada is home to many Canadians of Somali heritage. They have left
65,000.
and continue to leave an important mark on our country and
What is that?
communities
What's the mark?
across the country. And they have touched our economic, political, social, and political life. Somali Heritage Month would give us an opportunity to celebrate that heritage, the role that Canada has played in supporting Somali Canadians, and to celebrate their contributions to Canada. Every July, it would give Somali Canadians another reason to celebrate their Canadian pride and another reason to say, Somalia Hanolato. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Baker, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Good God. Sometimes I feel like these decisions have no other goal than demoralization. Where's the North Korean year? It just feels like it's in response to all the fraud in Minnesota or something. They have to like grandstand and be like, look at us, we're so nice.
Mr. Baker.
Oh boy. Like, I'm pretty sure there's Irish month for March. Here you go. Wow, who would have figured? We have an Irish month because not only do they make up 4.4 million Canadians, roughly 12% of the population, they have political and national development. Confederation, Irish-born Thomas D'Arcy McGee was a key father of the Confederation and an influential figure in early Canadian politics. Political leadership. Several prime ministers have had Irish roots, including Louis St. Laurent and Brian Mulroney. Rights in governance. Irish Canadians like Nellie McClung, part of the Famous Five, were instrumental in women's suffrage and social activism. Infrastructure. Irish laborers were crucial in building major Canadian infrastructure, including the Chine Canal, the Rideau Canal, and the Victoria Bridge in Montreal. Settlement and labor. Famine-era immigrants provided crucial labor pool that fueled economic expansion in the 1850s and 1860s, settling extensively in rural Ontario and Quebec. Industry and retail. Timothy Eaton from County Antrim established the Eaton's retail empire, which shaped Canadian commerce. I've literally gone to the Eaton Centre. Cultural and social impact. Music and tradition. Irish and Scottish settlers introduced the fiddle to Canada, significantly influencing Canadian folk music. Language preservation. Ontario is home to the first officially recognized Irish-speaking area outside of Ireland. Irish immigrants established institutions like the Charitable Irish Society in Halifax to aid new settlers. Cultural institutions, they've played a significant role in establishing the Catholic Church, including building institutions like St. Patrick's Basilica in Montreal. Key contributions overview. Population integration. They served as a vital bridge between French and English populations, sharing language with one and religion with the other. Official recognition. Canada officially recognized March as Irish Heritage Month in 2021 to celebrate these contributions. Regional impact. The Irish constituted a third of New Brunswick's population by 1871 and was the largest ethnic group in many 19th century Canadian cities. And that's why they deserve a month, because they've done things for the country and not just for themselves. Da-da-ba-ba-ga-da-ba. Da-da-ba-ba. I used to work for Eaton Power. Funny, what a small world. But anyways, yeah, there's a reason why these other months are celebrated. I don't understand why Somalians get a month when they've literally done nothing. It's great that they've found shelter in Canada, but so far, all that you find listed that they've done benefits themselves, which just makes the whole thing fucking odd and performative. Enjoy my bigot sandwich. Enjoy. Just performative. And again, of all times too, July? Why July? I feel like that's off limits because that's Canada's month. Get the fuck out of here. Some of them spilled over to Boston. Yeah, but there's a lot of spillover. Even, there's like a relative of Husbanus. It's like his great-grandfather lived down the street from my grandmother. And then they moved to Wisconsin. There's a lot, because it's all in the same body of water. So there's a lot of back and forth. Lots of New York and Canadian, like along that border, there's a lot of similarity. But yeah. Fuck. Moral decrease, minus 10 points. Send them all back to the war in the not country. Most of American first settlers were Irish. Yeah. Most people came from Europe. Kind of makes sense. I wish I can drink because this stuff's so yeesh. Yeesh. Yeah, anyways, that's what's going on in Kanekistan. Kanekistan. I love my home country, but it's like crazy to see what's going on. Oh my god, I'm yawning. DSP's playing Pokemon again. I got a DSP clip.
What are your thoughts?
You want to know who innovated playing video games with friends? Well, clearly it's DSP, the guy with all the friends in the world. Hello? Out of all the problems, labeling a month is the best they could come up with? Look. I don't know, man. You are meowing. Meow. Pokemon.
Thoughts on the old YouTube Let's Players' two best friends? There was talk of them getting back together. Just wondering if you knew of them. I have never seen them whatsoever. Not once.
That's my man.
The thing was, back in the day, right, I was one of the more prominent YouTube gamers at one point. It's been a very long time since I have been, okay? Right now, I'm pretty much just a small niche guy. And at one point, a lot of the things that I was doing were interesting and prominent, and people would talk about them. Thank you, Soul at 2 a.m. Appreciate that. We'll shut that out in a second. And so, back in the day, I used to do weekly co-op sessions with my friend John Rambo. And we would play a wide variety of games. We would do action games. We would do RPGs. We would do the stupid motion control things on the Kinect and the PS Move. We would do retro games. We would do modern games. We did everything. And we did this for like 2-3 years straight. Every weekend, we do a co-op segment on Saturday. And usually it was prominent and popular, and it would do numbers, and we make a lot of money doing it. And then all of a sudden, after we were doing this for like a year and a half, you start hearing, oh, did you hear this other group of YouTubers are doing a co-op show? Did you hear this other group of YouTubers are doing a weekly co-op show? A co-op show?
He was the first one to create co-op gaming, guys. Here he is, the grandfather of gaming himself, DSP. The maker of... I'm pretty sure he created a couple consoles, you know? They went to DSP and they said, what do we need to do, sir? And he says, you need to bring the console to the homes. The arcades, no one wants to go to the arcades. You have to bring the arcade home. You have to build the console at home. He's a trailblazer. He's a trailblazer. We have so much to thank him for. You know, he's been there for us through thick and thin. And you know, people love to drag him through the mud, and no one wants to look at the contributions that he has made. DSP created the entire concept of friendship. It's true. It's true. You might have friends in your life. You have DSP to thank for that. He's so strong from carrying YouTube all of these years. It's so true. Is Phil the greatest person of all time? I think so. I think so. The reverse Chuck E. Cheese. He's the uncle that works at Nintendo. Nobody ever played games with friends before Phil. He's a trailblazer, a revolutionary. Games never even were two-player until DSP went to the video game makers and said, I have friends, and I can't continue to play one-player games and hand off the controller. What are you gonna do? And they're like, we're listening, Phil. We gotta make a multiplayer. You're right. Oh my goodness, why didn't we see this? Thank you, DSP. Oh, brilliant one. Oh, Lord of the video game.
Oh, wait, what? No, I'm not saying that I invented the co-op show by any means.
That's what you just said.
I'm just saying, I was focused on doing my own content. I only cared about that. I didn't really care what everyone else out there was doing. But then I would start hearing about, oh, someone else is also doing what you're doing. Someone else is doing what you're doing. Well, no shit. No kidding.
I look at the way he's just like, I'm not saying I created it, but like, everyone copied me. Just no shit, everyone's copying me. Like, I'm just so brilliant.
I was an innovator back then, quite frankly.
An innovator!
No one wants to admit it today, because now everyone just wants to talk about lolcow status. But a lot of stuff that I did back in the day, people kind of saw and were inspired and kind of bid off of it and did their own thing. So I've never seen...
But at the same time, he admits to not knowing anyone else. When you ask him about other things, he's like, I don't know who that was. I don't even know who that is. Fuck that guy. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean you're the first one to do it? You were like so stuck in your own orbit, you would have no idea what other people were doing. This guy is like, this guy is a nut. This guy is a nut. And that's why he's so funny. And that's why it's so funny while he's talking about this, he brings up lolcows without understanding that the very context of which he speaks is why he has that lolcow status. Like, his ability to glaze himself is just paramount. It's crazy. True master of the trades.
Two best friends play. I've heard that it's great and people really loved the show and they were sad when it ended. Good. That's a good thing. I hope that if they come back that they do well. I don't know anything about them. I've literally never seen their show. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's good, it's bad. I'm not going to say I'm jealous that they were popular because I know that they were very popular at one point. And honestly, I just don't really care. Okay? But
what a weirdo.
In truth, the reason that I don't know about them is because
Wait, so you do know about them or not? I'm so confused. Am I nuts here? Is he not going back and forth on knowing them and then he knew they were successful but he doesn't know them? Am I nuts? Am I nuts? Am I just lacking sleep? What's going on? What's going on? I'm so confused. I could have sworn that in one sentence he says he knew them and in the next sentence I didn't know them at all. I don't know who these people are. I know they're very successful. They made a lot of money. I don't know them though. Weird.
I was always a very work-oriented guy focused on my content and what I was doing. And I didn't really pay attention to what everyone else was doing around me. I just didn't really care. So I knew that there were other people that were popping up that were doing similar things to what I was doing, and they...
Again, but you have no idea. The way he goes, like, I have no idea what's going on, but at the same time, but I know people are copying me. Really? That hairline is cooked. He was the only guy to ever play with a video game with a friend before.
Were becoming popular, and I was kind of waning and going by the wayside. I just didn't give a shit. I just focused on my own stuff. So I've literally never seen them do anything. So I can't comment if I would like it or not because I never watched it.
Good God. Good God, he's a man of the people. You might want to look up what innovated means, Phil. It doesn't mean did before. Damn, he's like Wings. He's invented everything. Calling himself an innovator is a cheap attempt to inflate his importance and trying to get a W over the proper OGs Let's Players, which he probably still resents for getting far more fame than him at the time. Daz, thank you. How is it that the very first things he says is that he doesn't know them and that he was more prominent than them? Who could have guessed that'd be his answer? I don't even know what the story is here. Funny to hear him call John Rambo his friend when we all know he snaked him and shit on him, causing John to cut ties with him. Aside from his parents, I would say John and Panda are the only two people that legit cared about him, and he snaked them both. Good God. It's so true. I remember back in the day, I asked a friend of mine if he wanted to play against me in Street Fighter 2, and he said, what? Like DSP? Good God. He's never had friends. It's so true. McLovin. I guess Chrissy Marr is off of FNT for good. Over the, that controversy happened when I was like, it started and then it continued when I was taking a vacation with Husbanus. So like, is Panda still online? I don't know. I think Matt became the business-minded, which annoyed Pat and Wooly, and he tried to meditate. Liam went hyper left. Did he innovate being retarded? Perhaps. I invented cheese. You're welcome. Oh my God, Andrew Thorsten, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I love cheese. I had no idea that was you. I should have, though. I should have, but I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. Where am I? Ah. Why am I so low here? Something wrong. We too low. Ah. Here we go. Better. I figured she wouldn't go back on. Over Jeremy Gate and her Melanie Max streams. Yeah, I never really... I didn't go very deep on it. Surface level is all I got, and I just, at the time, because I never watched the, I could be wrong. I'm just saying I never watched any of the stream. I don't know about the goalpost shifting or anything like that, or whatever went on. I just thought it was weird that Chrissy was getting so much hate for having Melanie on when they've been friends for so long. But I don't know really what was said or anything like that, so I'm missing context definitely. But I just thought it was strange on first glance that everyone was freaking out when they were friends for a long time. I'm pretty sure one of them went to each other's wedding or something too. She snaked Brittany Venti, and I was subbed to both of them. There was more to it. Yeah, I missed a bunch of it. I'm literally ignorant on most of the drama because I took a vacation and it continued on for a couple days the way things do. It just proves that Nerderotic is just another piece of shit that wants your money. I do find, like, even with the Deme thing, now I know that I called out Deme for her hypocrisy, but she's a really big creator, and I thought it was interesting that no one came to her rescue. There was no one that was, like, running goalie for her or trying to help her out, or even as a friend, like, coming to her and being like, you made a mistake, and, like, you can clear this up, and, like, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't, like... There's no honor amongst some of these bigger creators. No one wants to potentially take the dive and have the mob turn to them. They just cut ties. And, like, as much as Deme made a mistake with what she said, I don't think she deserves to lose her career over it. You know what I mean? I just think she deserves to not be a hypocrite. Like, if you want to continue on being an online content creator, like, don't lie about things like that for no reason if it's clearly not how you feel. But whatever. I think a lot of people see a creator make one mistake and they're like, I must take them down until they are nothing. And I mean, like, you can just unsub. It's just that. Like, you don't have to really make it so personal. I think you can call them out for a bit, but then, like, at At some point, like, you become just as bad as them for carrying it out. Yeah, she made her bed again, and that's fine, but, like, I don't think it's... These people that chase a piece of drama, and, like, it's like, at some point, like, are you just trying to run a cancel campaign? Like, I think you can just let it happen, and if people had just said their piece about the hypocrisy, she would have continued to hemorrhage subs. But then people started bringing her appearance into it, and she started bouncing back up in subs. Because, like, you gave her a victim card that she could exploit, and she did. Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I just find it odd. I think what is very common on the internet is people take it too far. And it goes full circle. DSP bragging about his gains. It can be a bit tribalistic. Drama quickly becomes life ruination campaigns. It does, rather than, like, just, you know, like, this is the bullshit. I think what Deme said was bad enough without having to bring her visual appearance into it. Like, if the visual appearance isn't part of her stream, like, why not just... Sorry, I just saw something funny on my timeline. Fucking Nines. This retard thinks retard is a slur, laugh my ass off. It is. And Nines is like, holy shit, pick a struggle, damn. For real. Good God. Just made me laugh. Oh, wait, I didn't even show it to you guys. This retard thinks retard is a slur, laugh my ass off. It is. Pick a struggle. I did fucking goddamn flag maxing. I'm pretty good at keeping my opinions in places like this and not going into other comments, etc. I disagree. They pulled Gina Carano on her and she was attacked by a hate mob, forced to do a struggle session. It was bullshit. I don't even like Chrissy. Oh, I don't even know. They pulled a Gina Carano on her. She was attacked by a hate mob and forced to do a struggle session. It was bullshit. I don't even like Chrissy. Yeah, no, I felt it was unfair. Like, she was kind of blindsided by the whole thing. Like, she brought someone who was previously a friend on. Even the whole thing, like, dodging super chats, it's like, well, once you invite someone on, like, you don't want to start attacking people. And even Tectone made a comment the other day that, like, even if he rags on Asmongold, that doesn't mean that he wants people ragging on Asmongold on his stream because he's friends with him. Like, people do run cover for their friends. There's nothing new to that. They're your friend. Of course you're going to try and, like, keep the bullshit away from them because you're friends. So I wasn't really shocked that she was running cover for Melanie, having seen that they're friends. And, like, what do a bunch of random online people have in lieu of the actual friendship you have with this person? If you value a random person online over a friendship, then you're kind of a shit person. Even if they've made a mistake, like, just because some of my friends make mistakes, I don't just drop them. That's weird. You talk to your friend. You talk to your friend through it, and maybe Chrissy didn't want to have that talk live. You know, maybe she wanted to do it off screen, but we'll never know. I don't know. Brittany was a good friend too. I mean, but at the same time, Brittany was shit stirring. I think people also get it kind of twisted when it's like sometimes people continue to shit stir. That's what I saw before I left, but I don't know. It's her stream. She doesn't have to read super chats if she doesn't want to. FNT only reads less than 2% of all super chats they got. Again, I just find it weird. You know internet friends and aren't friends. Yeah, exactly. It's true. There's no such thing. But I do know that Melanie Mac and Chrissy have, like, seen each other in real life, and had been friends. So, like, that's why I was just kind of... I wouldn't... Like, no offense, I'm sorry. If I brought one of my friends on and she said something that you guys disagreed with, I wouldn't side with you. Like, that's just, like, I'm sorry. I would be a shit friend. Like, that's why I found the whole thing odd. Oh, I see that drama. Not a fan of FNT and G&G, Eric July, or side scrollers. When Eric July's talent was exposed, they quickly turned into SJWs. Who's Melanie Mac? It's not worth your time, Zabijian. DSP's crashing out about OBS and Windows? Good God. Mel was at Chrissy's wedding. The bullshit cancellation was nothing but that. How do people know she was doing it on stream? Did everyone hear the grunts and moans? I don't know the story. I honestly don't know the full story either. It's like sharks and blood in the water, though. Either way, she jumped into it. I suppose, but I just think sometimes I think the internet is a bit too harsh, you know. But that's just the way it is. Like it's easy to sit behind a keyboard and not treat people with humanity when it doesn't directly affect you. From your point of view, because you're not friends with someone, maybe it's easier for you to see their mistakes and call it out. But again, like we were talking about earlier, sometimes the same way that I call out things about Elon Musk that are just fucking facts. They're just facts. And I see people that get upset about it. I'm like, well, I'm sorry, that's the fact. And, you know, people don't want to let go of their opinion of what Elon Musk is. And I think that's the same. It's even closer when it's a friend that you've met in real life. It's like, you know, you're not going to want to call out their mistakes as much. You're going to be their friend, you know, like, and I think that makes sense. Like, that doesn't mean that they didn't snake other people, but I'm just not shocked that people stand up for their closer friends. Like, that's all I'm going to say. Like, I'm not. The VOD is still up. Which VOD? If I keep sending in super chats asking Neurotic why people are calling his wife Miss Piggy, would that make Gary the villain for not reading them on stream? Yeah. Yeah, no offense. Yeah, if people were giving me super chats shit-talking Husbanus or something, I'd be like, I would ignore it. Or if super chats came in shit-talking someone else who's like always in my chat, I would ignore it, you know? I bet good money on people really looked into it. They'd see FNT aren't just bastards for kicking her. Demi was not having sex on stream, and neither did her chat, but acted as such before, and she was playing a horror game. Blame her for the actual actions. Someone called Cat fat, and he is mad. Man, you're making me want to, like, tune into a DSP stream. What's wrong with you? What are you doing to me? I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look. I'm pretty sure I follow Raw Phil now because I got kicked out of fucking Phil's chat. Rude.
Okay? I'm married. Do you think that when we changed our diet, I started eating healthy and my wife didn't? You think she had a completely separate diet, completely different food that we stocked in the house for her versus me? Only an idiot would think that.
Wait, he's been eating a lot of fast food, though, isn't he?
So obviously...
He's been eating a lot of fast food, hasn't he? I always just thought he was on Ozempic.
I am, that she also has gotten healthy. You incompetent jackass.
That's great, Phil. Why are we saying this, though?
Anyway, well, I'm glad that we got that out of the way for the moron.
This is a strange detour. Yeah, how did we get on this?
Mad Villain says your doubles team is good. Charizard and Venusaur are sun-based. Charizard benefits from big damage. Venusaur is bulky and provides support. Gets faster in the sun. Exactly. So what you do is you immediately Mega Evolve Charizard in doubles and champions. It goes to Sunny Day, and then both of them get buffed. That's a great start. I agree. And then one of them dies. Mimikyu comes out and gets the free hit because he can't take any damage on that first hit. Yeah. Oh, my nosy. Okay, so by the way, so we are about halfway into the morning show. We'll hang out for about another half an hour, and then we'll start with Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Okay?
One person, exactly. Why are you gorgeous? The trolls are jealous. And someone replied, you need help. Is someone gonna get banned for that?
Tomorrow, we're doing more Resident Evil, and we're doing Friday Night Fights Old School Street Fighter, so we'll have variety tomorrow. Today, we're focused on the Pokemon and the card stuff, okay?
Please ban Sebastian. He's spamming in the chat. That's so funny. I had to cough. It's so funny that even, like, he bans so much, there's just people asking him to ban people in the chat. Who is this Sebastian guy, and why is he trying to make a career off of DSP's chat? Where is Sebastian?
Play it manually. I know being...
Fiesta Cat, I see you. So is cat, like, elephant or cow size now?
in charge, but it completely glitched the word. That's really bizarre how it spelled it. Kudos to you with the weight loss. Also, Kick Chat sucks. Yeah, it's, you know what, in truth, Kick Chat has been a lot better the last few days. I think what it is when I gave Kick Chat amnesty, excuse me.
When I gave Kick Chat amnesty. Well, I didn't get no fucking amnesty. You called me a bitch and you booed me off the screen. What the fuck?
Decided, hey, you know, Phil actually was nice in this regard, so we'll be nice.
Oh, wow. The king was nice.
By the way, how did this screw up? Now I don't know how much I had. I think I was up to 30, so this should be 35 now. I think we... Oh, because my number lock. Ah, my number lock was off. Okay.
I don't see any of this Sebastian guy they're complaining about.
Okay.
Phil the Merciful. Philip the Merciful.
Okay.
Cat could come on stream and own the detractors.
Bring your wife on stream. Bring your wife on stream. No. Because you don't deserve it.
More like because, like, all of the fucking lies. More like all the lies that you say about her will be revealed. They'll be like, Cat, do you want to go to Tokyo, Japan? And she'll be like, of course I want to go to Tokyo, Japan. Why? Did someone previously say I didn't want to do that? 3,000 bans coming in. We are the filthy, filthy animals. DSP calling you a bitch was your magnum opus. Why, thank you. But at the same time, like, seriously, I'm not going to get any better than that. That's going to be my best moment. How does this guy have a wife? Actually, that's a serious question. Moral support. They're just redeeming moral support. What
of course, someone tips $1.50, says, bring your wife on stream. Bring your wife on stream. No. Because you don't deserve it. Okay, thanks for $1, though.
Thanks for $1.
You don't deserve her. That's the truth. These weirdos on the internet who hyper-obsess and hyper-focus and say toxic shit constantly don't deserve to see my wife. So fuck you.
Oh, he's so weird. Our wife. Oh my god, the chat, they say our wife. Get a wife of your own.
We do the variety, so that way it keeps it fresh. You're seeing new cards, you're seeing new things. If you get a hit, it's a completely different hit than what I would have got. Imagine if I kept doing perfect order and we got the same Starmie 3-4 times. Wow, how exciting, huh? You know, you don't want that. You want variety. That's why. It keeps it more exciting, more interesting for the viewers and for me, honestly.
Good God, Toasty Chestnut Reel with, like, all of these, like, ass emojis.
That those booster boxes come in cases. Like, they don't get sold individually, wholesale. They come in a case. And you can actually buy a whole case, and it's much...
We are a variety-style Pokemon card stream. He's buying cases. Still talking about cards. What a guy. She's not getting any Showtime, DSP. Wholesome, positive. Positive Phil. Yeah, I have to watch Raw Phil because he gave me the boot. I don't think he unbanned me. He's only got 107 people watching him.
We just sit here endlessly unboxing the same cards over and over. You'd be bored to tears. I would be too.
I can still
like,
give
how about
subs,
this? We're doing all this variety, right?
Weird.
Maybe. Once we go through the whole cycle, right? We've tried perfect order. We're going to do Surging Sparks. Maybe after Surging Sparks, we do one more new box. Maybe then after that, if there's still demand...
Surging Sparks? That's an older set. That would be expensive at this point. Am I nuts? Is Surging Sparks? Am I thinking about the right thing? Surging Sparks. Yeah, that is an older set. That's going to be expensive now. Ah, because there's a lot of valuable cards in Surging Sparks. But, like, just Surging Sparks, like, let me see. Like, how much would it cost to buy Surging Sparks sealed product? It was expensive. Like, even after it came out, scalpers got a hold of it, and it was fucking dumb. How about booster packs? Oh, wow, they've come down. Oh, wait, no. Market price, $10. $13 a pack. The cheaper ones are probably, yeah, they're $9.99 a pack. And the Korean ones are the cheaper ones. That's what's going on. There you go. $9.99 per pack, Surging Sparks. That is a expensive set. Expensive. Yeah, why doesn't Fiesta Cat get kicked? Only I got kicked with, like, within seconds. Within seconds, I was kicked. But yeah, look at the fucking price charts on these things. That doesn't even make sense. This shit looks like a goddamn crypto coin. The Pokemon market has gone fucking insane. And like off rip, you couldn't find these things in stores. Like I remember, like I was still kind of collecting when this came out, and I just couldn't. I had to stop. I like couldn't even get anything. I don't know why I'm not banned. He loves you. The local Family Dollar is selling some packs. That's crazy. I can't get shit. Even the dollar stores, everything near me is picked clean. CVS, dollar stores, card stores, online is always sold out. Target sold out. Fucking Best Buy sold out. I check Best Buy. It's always like near the dog food place I go and everything. But everyone, because he knows who you are. I know. He liked to pretend he didn't, but oh, he know who I am. Worked harder, Feisty. Fiesta is our bigger on the inside. Remember, Nimbly Anus, no girls allowed. Surging Sparks. How much for a booster box? $300. $300. Ooh, big money. Big money. DSP rich. $300. 300. Good God. Good Lord. I wonder if I could pawn off some of my like sealed product at the DSP. Let me see. Evolving Skies ETB. What are you worth? What are you worth, my child? That doesn't even make sense. This doesn't make any sense. I have one of each of these. Are these the Pokemon Center ones, though? No. Just a regular-ass fucking ETB. Good God, man. That's sickening. I got this for 40 bucks. And that's so funny. I thought about selling them a couple months ago when they were like down at 300, 400. Now look at them. That doesn't even make sense. I now have at least $1,000 in 2 ETBs that I spent 80 bucks on. Anyone want to buy something off me for fucking... I'll give you 600. 600 for this. I would expect no less from the progenitor of streaming. Ah, yes. The grandfather. What else do I have? I only have a few. What else do I have? I have a Prismatic Evolutions. It doesn't even make sense. Like, this doesn't make sense. These sets didn't come out long enough ago for them to be this much money. Like, you know, it used to be like if you had like something that was like years and years old and out of stock and out of print, it would be worth these prices. Are you kidding me? Like, this just came out a couple months ago. I just so happened to be in Target and they were selling them one per customer and I picked one up for MSRP. It's now worth 420 bucks. At some point, I'm going to cash in on this shit. Oh, and it's plummeted. Yeah, it was stupid for a while. Good God. It doesn't even make sense. None of this makes sense. Oh, my Lord. Anthrax back in the cartel trade? Why, thank you. Perhaps. Again, you just can't get this shit. Like, scalpers just have this whole hobby by the throat. I blame Paul. Oh, and Trump. Don't forget to blame Trump. He's definitely part of the problem. Scalpers are cringe. Fucking hell they are. Let's go into my favorite. Oh, they look like they're throwing down in this one. This is my favorite Instagram. I don't even follow like people on Instagram, but this. Adults fighting over Pokemon cards, sometimes pushing kids out of the way. Baltimore machine drama got messy fast. This went down in the Parkville Safeway in Baltimore County, Maryland on May 28th around 1 p.m. According to the submission, 2 vending machine regulars got into it over a White Flare ETB and Ascended Heroes booster bundle right around refresh time. One side claims the situation started when Christian tapped the machine first and Sierra was behind him. Another, making the rounds, claims things got physical and involved Christian's disabled mother.
Hello! This woman is assaulting you! You assaulted me! You're putting in front of my son! Get the fuck out of here!
88 Walton Woods Road.
Yes.
Out of my way!
Remember, kids, this is a children's hobby first and foremost. Dude, I can't, like, again, my heart bleeds for the kids. And I told you guys the story about I overheard a kid and his dad in Walmart, and the dad was explaining to the kid that fucking scalpers exist. Ah, what a world.
Move!
Brookstar!
You butted right in front of my You guys are behind now! He said I can fight you. No, he didn't.
Why does the insanity always pop off if at a Safeway? It's just disrespectful to the store's name. There's nothing safe about it. Not if there's a Pokemon fucking machine in there. Let me just put this above. Oh, it blocks chair, Sama. That's okay. I'm just gonna... Here we go. Unless I put it up here, but that's a bit much. Huh? Whatever. Trashy content, I'm all for it. Fucking go! Fight, 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 fight. Why is security not helping me? Dude.
Get out. Two females fighting with the vending machine.
You pushed me on camera, girl.
I'm a disabled retired teacher, and that's why you threw yourself into this fight, didn't you? Huh? Safeway is ghetto too.
Ow! Get out! You walked right in front of me! Don't yell ow! You hit him first! Get out! He just hit me!
This is nuts. Like, this reminds me of, like, fighting with a sibling when you're, like, a fucking 5 years old. Imagine just doing this to someone in public you don't even know. Like, you're just gonna have, like, a sibling brawl with them. No, I a fucking 150% agree with you. The reason why there's a problem is because the Pokemon company refuses to print enough for the demand. They could have, like, again, when this started with the 151 set, they could have just print that set to the ground and still would have sold, and it would have just, like, slowly trickled out to people, and it would have killed this. It would have killed it on the spot because the market would be flooded. Instead, they're leaning into it because, imagine, like, they have just guaranteed sales now. It doesn't matter how much they put out, you know, all of it sells. It's crazy. There used to be, like, when I was collecting, even the Evolving Skies ETBs, when I was collecting, like, the Umbreon was always worth, like, 600 off rip, quickly going to over 1,000, but you could still find the ETBs on the shelf. Like, they would just sit there. And even when I grabbed the 2 ETBs I had from Target, there was multiple others on the shelf, but I just took one of each because I'm not a fucking greedy bitch. Like, you know, these people, it's just greed on greed.
88,
Evolving Cries. Look at this. All of their shit's on the ground. I'm just waiting. It'd be hilarious if someone just, like, stepped down and, like, stole their wallet. Like, not that it's funny to steal people's stuff, but you know what I mean? Like, come the fuck on. What are you doing? Pick up your crap.
Parkville, yeah.
Not there being a black guy coming in saying all of y'all need to back the fuck up.
You're not getting it!
Here we go. Just destroying the narrative online. Here we go. See, you call in black people animals? Clearly not. It's just like these lower subhumans. Some of them so happen to be black, but it's not everyone. It's just this type of person. This type of person comes in all shapes, colors, sizes, and genders. Look, it's a man and a woman fighting right now. It turns out there's just shit people in society. And, like, society protects them for whatever reason. You know, people don't get proper jail sentences anymore. I watch so many cop cams. So many people just get probation. Or, like, nothing at all. Just a little charge, a little spank in the ass. You want to pay $120 in restitution? Even though it costs thousands of dollars in tax dollars to even deal with your ass. I don't know. Anyways, deport them both to Gaza. Anyways, yeah. I love this. I love this. Here we go. Fuck! Like, they're no longer even close to the Pokemon cards. They're just now just fisticuffs. Where is this too? It would just be so funny, and like in the background, someone else just comes up and picks up all the Pokemon cards off the shelf and walks away and purchases them. Dude. This guy's shirt is off.
Hey, that's enough. That's enough. Right there. Both of y'all.
Well, he's been reffing the whole time, and right now, stop it, enough.
Both y'all.
Take him out of the store. Good God. The Pokey UFC. Dude, I'll pay to see that. You know, at the end, they win some sealed packs. The people of Walmart. Pokey MMA. Hey, that's enough. Back to your corners. Wait for the bell. Well, Wine Auntie, my counseling is not until next week, so maybe staying up all day was pointless, so I'm heading to sleep. Good night, Wine Auntie. Good night, Amka VT. Sleep well. That's a wild Nyanus. An actual Pokemon battle. Yeah, I see like the first comment here. Pokemon trainers, after their last Pokemon gets fucked up, they just start throwing down. Oh my God. It's like, it's insane. It's everywhere. Animals. Lost a shoe. Oh yeah, here, let me read this one. This one got ugly fast. According to the submitter, chairs were left overnight around 11 p.m., but by 3 a.m., others in line started moving these ghost chairs since nobody was actually there. By 7 a.m., the original owners came back, trying to jump in front of the 40-plus person line, claiming they never left, but nobody was buying it. One person steps up, calls it out, tells them to get to the back, and next thing you know, he gets sucker punched. Turns into a 3v1 right there in the line. He held his own. But is this where we're at now? Over booster bundles?
Chill the fuck out! Yo! Put your hands. Get to the back. Get to the back, bro.
We're on these fucking pokey streets, dog. The Pokemon Hunger Games. They need the Pokemon battle theme over it. They really do. It's the one thing that's missing.
Deal with it, bro. Deal with your shit.
Pokestar! Yeah, and this is why I've stopped with the Pokemon card collecting. Like, I just can't. I can't compete with these people. And, like, some of them, even though they're staying in line, they still can't compete with one another.
You know that, right? Over Pokemon cards. Go to jail, right? Hey, get the fuck
There's just a kid here shaking his head.
Hold the streets.
Hold the streets.
This card is get the fuck back. Get the fuck back. Get the fuck back.
There's just a kid here minding his own fucking business while a bunch of adults are like throwing fisticuffs over some fucking cards. You can't compete, you better get in that ring, champ.
Get my phone, bro. Get my phone.
Amazing. Amazing. There's so many where there's just people on the ground. Hey, Atlas. Hey, baby. Aww. Little nugget. Atlas is sitting in the bed beside my chair, and I looked at him and he popped up immediately. Hey, baby, you want ear scritches? Oh, I got ear scritches for you. Yes, I do. Because you're a good boy. You hanging out with mommy because you know she's sad. He's so good. He's been a little bit sad too, and I snuggled him, but he's been so fucking good. I think they all knew too, when Fritter was deteriorating, they're all hanging out around him. You're a good boy, Atlas. He's sitting in the bed, he's so big. Good boy. Atlas is our good big man. He big, he good. He's a big dog, but I have never hit my dog. I don't even raise my voice at him, like, unless he got into something he's not supposed to and it's not safe for him. Like, I'll be like, put it down. You know, like, I'll yell at him, but I've never hit him. I've never yelled at him. I've treated him with nothing but love and respect. He's got big fucking teeth, and he's never bit anyone. Even, like, Sume, when she first met him, latched onto his ear, and he just, like, hit the ground like a baby and started crying. I don't think enough people, like, when you get a big dog, it is is like, if the same way you have gun safety for guns, if you're getting a big dog, you have to fucking train your dog. And when he was a puppy, like up until like a year and a half, like I did have a soft muzzle on him. Like lots of breathing room. There was only really fabric on the top and there was mesh around his face because like until he grew into as an adult, I didn't know what the fuck he would do. You know, he was always nice to me, but you never know what they're going to act like around other dogs, other people, other kids. You got to be fucking careful. You got to know your dog, you know? I'm really big. I'm really big on like proper training, understanding. Even you should know how to, if a dog does get into a fight where it's latched on, like how do you get them to let go? And it's wheelbarrowing them is usually how you do it. Just little things like that. But I mean, he's been nothing but a saint. Nothing but a saint. Water, hydrate. I'll hydrate. Every big dog I've had is such a baby. No, but at the same time, you can't deny that people have big dogs out there. They're not training them properly, and they're just fucking animals. And like they'll kill children. Like I can't stand it. Or they'll kill other small animals. Can't stand it. Literally, my sister-in-law, one of her dogs died like that. Was attacked by a big dog. So when she first saw Atlas, like she wasn't very. Even Husbanus was like kind of standoffish, and I was like, no, I've trained this dog. This dog won't hurt a fly. Quite literally, he's such a fucking baby. Everyone else, all of my other dogs, if they saw a lizard, they chase it and try and eat it. Atlas kind of just follows it, and he puts his ears up, and he gets like a look, and he just follows it around. But yeah. Phil most likely paid through the nose from scalpers. Oh, he did. 100%. You can't. A finger in the bum makes the dog back down. Yeah, that too, but I'm not going to stick a finger up a dog's ass if I don't have to. And thankfully, I haven't had to. Except, I do have to express his anal glands. But I put a glove on for that, and it's awful. I have to, like, Vaseline my finger. It's so awkward. And Atlas is such a good boy. He literally just, like, stands in the tub, and he just turns around and looks at me. And, like, he just gives me the look, like, can we just get this over with? It's tough. It's tough. Curious boy. Nyena's got that German bass? Shit, when I was a kid, I had people set their dogs on me as a paper boy. No! That's sad. Initiate the procedure, human. I do not wish to linger. It's cutie. She cutie. I mean, what's this one about?
Get out from—
Why is this guy on the fucking ground? In this clip, a suspected scalper is seen reaching behind the Pokemon vending machine, appearing to mess with the power cord, likely attempting to force a reset to access more product. Before he can finish whatever he's trying to do, a store employee spots him.
Behind there now.
Okay, I'll get
No,
out.
now. Okay.
What?
Get out from behind there now.
Okay, I'll get out.
No, now. Okay.
Aw, it cuts off. Apparently, an employee immediately rushes over, starts yelling and kicking at him to get away from the machine. Scalper panics and panics. He drops something and says he's stuck. Oh no, not Step Bro getting stuck behind the Pokemon machine. That's a new one I haven't heard of before. Usually, I thought it was Step Sis getting stuck. This guy is not that serious. I guess they cut it off because they don't want to get that employee fired for kicking the shit out of the guy. Good for them, because she was right. Kick him. Kick him. I'm stuck. I'm stuck, Step Sis.
What?
Get out from behind there now.
Okay, I'll get
No,
out.
now. Okay.
I'm glad they cut it off too, because again, she deserves to keep that job. Keep on kicking the scalpers, lady. You're doing the Lord's work. She's there for the children. I have mad respect for this account for understanding that and not getting her fired. Amazing. She's the one getting stuck. It's the best kind. If she's the one getting stuck. Yes, yes, yes. Surprise. And yeah, I find violent dogs are usually owned by owners who don't know what to do. There's some nature versus nurture, but poor training just makes things worse. And hitting them. Dogs are like toddlers. They only learn what you teach them. If you hit your dog every time they do something bad, they are going to retaliate in kind when they feel like something is wrong. That's just like, they're animals. They don't really, they just copy what you do. They're very much, and there's been studies done on this, like a dog's brain is very similar to that of a toddler's. It's high enough functioning that it understands like what you want and what you're talking about, but they're still like, they look to you for guidance. So like, you know, it's like, it's what you teach them is what the dog ends up doing.
Fiesta Cat sent
most people
500
should have a
kicks
fucking
and
license
says,
for a big dog.
Scalpers were buying up the One Piece cards at Target the other day. It's a strange world we live in.
500 kicks. Thank you. No, One Piece card game came out and has a really similar hype behind it, like getting scalped to shit. I remember when it came out, I was like, no way this
Fiesta
is gonna
Cat,
have the same.
your 500 kicks are far more valuable than any scalped One Piece card. Do please ensure your digital sock is polished before I accept this tribute.
I like the ones where they're. That's not my problem. Let me see. Someone stole the scalper's ghost chairs. The routine, leave chairs at Best Buy to hold spots, then head across the street to Target so they can try and hit both drops. This week, the plan hit a snag. The chairs were gone. The video starts with a collector who was actually standing in the Best Buy line when the crew returned looking for their missing seats. The scalper Jay says, miraculously, everyone else's chairs are still here except ours. The response, think about why.
Miraculously, how our chairs get stolen and everybody else's is still here. Think about that. Why? Why would they do that? Why would they take your chairs?
We've been here for hours.
Think about it. Think about it. Why would they take your chairs? Bro, I've been seeing you since 2023, bro. The booster bundle, yeah, the booster box, I remember that shit.
My cousin's had a dog biting issue as a pup, and his parents never put the issue into properly training him. The dog bit a few people, including the mailman, and the postman generally halted their mail. Then one day, the dog got his leg caught. In a panic, he bit my cousin's stepdad. The stepdad went and had him put down without telling anyone after that. He was a great dog. He just needed better training. 120-pound Ridgeback Great Dane mix. No, that's sad too, because dogs as puppies inevitably go through a biting stage. When they're teething, they put their mouth on everything. And basically, once they start growing their adult teeth in, you need to start cracking down on them not to do that. Because it's going to be hard to do it when they're still teething because, like, they're fucking teething and they're babies. Like, you know, you got to get them toys. They are going to try and nibble on you. They're fucking babies. They don't really get it. But once their adult teeth start coming in, you have to start laying down the law that you do not put your teeth on people. And for Atlas, he's been really trained to, like, if I put my hand in his mouth, he doesn't even bite down. He doesn't even bite down. And I did that all just, like, with peanut butter. Like, you know, like, if he bites, you go, whoa, you stern, and you ignore him. You know, I would put him in his kennel. And then I would allow him to come back out and try again. And you just have to do that. And it doesn't really take that long. They get it. Like, with positive reinforcement, dogs learn pretty quick. They're like, oh, if I bite you, I go into the kennel. And if I don't, I get peanut butter. Like, for fuck's sake, I'm going to stop biting you. You know? And you have to yelp. You have to yelp when they nip you. Exactly. Exactly. But anyways, I want more fights.
Got the bum right here.
Got the bum right here.
Being greedy. Just took all that shit. Bum.
Look at this.
Bum. Fucking bum.
Dude. Again, like, it's on the stores too. They don't allow a limit. Like, kids are not getting anything. Hey, you silly pink butt cat lady girl. Hey, you Banderwalkie. Animal kick chat lurker. How's it going?
Oh yeah, look at the bums walk away. Got the bum
bums.
right here.
Got the bums. Fucking losers, man. Oh, is this a fight?
Oh shit. You guys didn't want this?
We're gonna leave it in there for 2 more minutes.
For 2 minutes?
Yeah, you can take it though, I don't care.
Wine podcast?
Oh shit, you guys got a lot.
Yeah, because they just sit there and they wait for it to time out and they buy another.
A little bit on
What?
perfect order bundle.
Oh my god, he's ripping it on the spot. These people are fucking addicts. Oh, look at... Oh no, it's all in stock now.
Oh shit.
Well, I was waiting though. Yo, you gotta chill, bro.
Yo,
You gotta chill, bro.
No.
You were waiting. You got a bag full of shit.
I'm not gonna do this shit, bro.
Look at them.
Jesus.
Bro, you're gonna start
You
some
got
shit?
the prismatic
You can't just
bundle.
Fucking bunch of faggots, dog. My god.
Yesterday, so let him get.
I just came back from India today.
No, you didn't. I
Yes.
know you.
Relax.
You were here yesterday.
These fucking NPCs. You have a bag full of shit. No children in sight. Yeah, it's all adult. It's stupid as hell. No, like, I don't understand how, like, the Pokemon company isn't seeing this shit going on and, like, doing something. Print a set into the ground. But they won't. They need that crack pipe fixed now.
You know I got it all on camera, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know you're recording. I don't give a shit.
We were waiting here.
Who shicey shit right now, bro?
I mean, again, too, though, like, he's recording. He saw you started the altercation. Like, you know, you're due for a fucking punch in the face at this point. The heck?
Excuse me? Excuse me, guys? Excuse me?
Bro, what are you doing, bro?
Yo, chief,
Bro,
what?
knock
He's
it
ripped
the
my
fuck
jacket?
off, bro. Yo, get this guy. What is he doing?
Dude, I would honestly, if someone was blocking me like this, I would clock them. I'm sorry, because right now I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it in my chest. I'd be like, get the fuck out of my way.
Yo, cancel that shit.
Done. Jeez, I've got it on camera.
Bro, he literally just pulls up, starts fucking bombarding us, and then he just...
Again, like, what are you doing standing there all day, though? What a fucking life that you just stand there in front of the Pokemon card machine all day long, and anytime something comes into stock, you buy it. Loser.
fucking taking this.
I've got it on camera. I can show you right now.
Yeah, pull it up on camera.
Good God. Loser on loser violence. Dude, for real. And the kids are the one that lose. Every one of them are adults. Like, what? Every single fucking person who does this is an adult. Like, it's just disgusting. Like, I want them to put this shit behind, and, like, you only if you got, like, someone like 12 or younger with you, you can get more than one pack. If you're just an adult, you get one fucking thing. If you get a kid with you, yeah, maybe you can get, like, I don't know, 3, 5 things, packs, or objects. This is why my guilty pleasures are 2A and VTuber plushies. Both are far more readily available and are something I can either research or get the one I want. I wouldn't let my kids gamble, honest. I mean, a lot of kids like to play the game. Because it's a kid's thing. It's a kid's hobby. You know, like, I think it's okay if you want to indulge a little bit. Like, I clearly indulged, but I didn't do this. Even when I was employed and had the buying power to buy up stuff, I just bought one thing. Crazy. Call me crazy. My kids just want the cards. Yeah. It's not really the gamble. And, like, kids don't even care about getting hits. Like, if you get like, I've seen my nephews, when they pull a card, even if it's a basic card, not even shiny, if it's a Pokemon they like, they are ecstatic. It's so easy to please. And all these adults care about are the hits because they're trying to turn a profit. Yeah. Just crazy. Crazy. Oh yeah, and this one's a shooting. I remember that one. There's a shooting. Look at, there's a fucking kid.
On today's episode of Scalpers Gone Wild, what seemed to be a normal day here at 6 a.m. at the Walmart parking lot
Good God.
turned out to be something else. Stay tuned and watch, and be careful out there.
Be careful out there on these pokey streets. Deport that narrator. I'm sorry. She just comes in and takes the ETB. A fucking worker walking by, just sweeping the floors. Not my business. Don't get paid enough to deal with that shit. I'm just gonna keep sweeping the floors. Dude, this kid can't believe what's going on. Good God. For one ETB, they're like willing to risk it all. Or we'll kill this guy. We'll double team him if we have to. Point and laugh. Wish they had cops around so they could just book people for disorderly conduct. This is downtown of Sports Direct in Oxford Street, London. According to the reports online, Pokemon cards dropped in store and fans rushed to try and grab the last of the collection. Crowds flooded to the spot instantly. People pushing through, trying to secure whatever was left before it disappeared. No fights reported here, just pure frenzy. Good God. Just a frenzy, no fights? I'm out. I'm here for the fights. I'm here for the Pokemon Star. Pokemon Star. Pokestar. We've seen these ones. We've seen these ones. We saw that one. I fucking full screened it, so now it looks different. Where is this one? Yeah. A shooting. I don't know how many of you guys heard about this, but there was a shooting involving Pokemon cards. That's how serious it's been getting on these here Poke Streets. It's really just a Pokemon card game that's like this. I mean, Warhammer 40k has its scalper issues, but it's not this bad where it's smelly nerds fighting in Warhammer stores. It's just the online buyers. Yeah. No, it's very bizarre. Nothing brings out the bloodlust like Pokemon cards for whatever reason. And I don't really get it. I don't really get it. Doesn't really make sense. I love Pokemon cards as much as the next nerd, but like, I'm not going to jail over them. And again, I just stopped collecting. It just became less fun, and I literally shifted my content. I had to shift content away from this because it was like too toxic for me. You guys, I mean, I think at this point, you probably, any of my regulars especially, you know me, like I'm not a very toxic person. You know, I'll cover things that are toxic and like I'll talk about things, but like I'm not going to live my day-to-day life. This seems like I would shorten my lifespan because it would be so stressful trying to keep up with content and not have to pay scalper prices and trying to secure product. Like life is too short for that. I had to switch, and I was building up a pretty good audience. Like even without, I was helping Gundam at the time, but I wasn't even leaning on him. I was getting my own little audience just on my own merit, and I had to like abandon it because it just became too fucking nutty. I missed the good old Pokemania from the 90s. Yeah. Dying for Pokemon cards. Hololive I can understand, yet Pokemon. You never knew these Poke Streets were so hard? Jesus. According to the submission, the situation didn't start that day. Weeks prior, at a Target restock, the submitter and their friend allegedly had product snatched at, leading to a confrontation where an individual reportedly revealed what happened to be a firearm and asked if they were willing to die over Pokemon. Police were called at that time, and then weeks later, another encounter allegedly took place at a Kroger vending machine. What started as a verbal dispute reportedly escalated outside into a physical altercation. During that moment, the individual allegedly produced a firearm and discharged it, resulting in the submitter's friend being shot. The submitter made one thing clear: the friend is a collector, not a reseller, no prior issues, and no history of conflict. I do kind of, it's obnoxious this is all written by ChatGPT. I can't stand ChatGPT writing. It's a rat race now.
A man will need surgery after someone shot him in a Kroger parking lot. And it was all over trading cards. News 8's Alan Self spoke with witnesses after officers detained someone at the scene.
Right now, police are behind me investigating a shooting that occurred in this Kroger parking lot here on the city's southeast side. Police say this was an argument turned violent over Pokemon cards.
Pokemon.
I was coming out of the grocery store. I got into my car. I heard two gentlemen that were in an altercation. I looked over, and there was a black gentleman and a Hispanic gentleman, and the black guy hit him.
A witness who does not want to be identified describes what started off as a confrontation.
Here, he said, the guy cut me in line, and it's over a Pokemon machine.
Quickly escalate to gunfire.
Yes, I think it's totally ridiculous. I'm not a collector of them. I understand that, there are some that are very expensive, but this, like I said, we were told an argument. It wasn't like, right now that we know of, it wasn't like somebody was trying to steal one from another person.
IMPD Captain Don Wellhammer says the shooting was targeted.
People don't solve your problems in your mind by resorting to violence.
Captain Wellhammer says there is no threat to the public, but nearby
Unless you're into Pokemon cards, in which case, watch your fucking back. Watch your fucking back, because they'll attack. I feel culturally enriched. It's like a drug shooting. It really is. We hit the diversity goal. Look at, we got DEI through the nose. A Hispanic and a black person? My goodness. What are you in jail for? Someone tried to take my Pokemon, so I shot him. Damn, we got a badass over here.
President Molly Plumlee says she's still shaken up.
It's stressful and disappointing. My brother worked here, so it would have been very sad if it was him.
Police say both the victim and the suspect are both adults, and they are looking for anyone with video to contact Crime Stoppers. On the city's southeast side, I'm Alan Self for
Good
Wish
God.
TV and WishTV.com.
Good God. I want more fights. Look at this. There's someone on the ground. Fight, 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 fight. Oh, wait. Did we see this one? We saw that one, didn't we? Has that been posted twice? Was that? It's right up there. It's the exact same one. I got bamboozled. That's the same one. What is this? Is this someone being dragged on the ground? What? According to the submission, everyone thought some crazy scalper drama was about to happen at the Food for Less. Whole time it was apparently just a random lady running through the store screaming and throwing stuff until the security had to drag her out. It's literally just...
At least you gotta send it, bro.
Good God. Okay, that was just a lady getting dragged out of the store. Fight. Sorry, I'm obsessed now.
Look at this shit.
Man, that's so funny. It's, yo, man, bro, what's up? And it's Pokemon cards. Oh! 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 Fight, 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 fight! Get that Pokemon product. Get those children's cards. Fuck yeah. Just imagine, too. Imagine being at a Walmart with your parents and like, Mommy, can I go get some Pokemon cards? And you like look over and that's going on. You're like, no, sweetie, not today. Sorry. You might never get Pokemon cards again. You know, you can't throw your kid into the ringer with this. Are you kidding me? Chimping out over some cardboard with pictures on it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Good God. Good God. More.
Shit get crazy in the pokey streets. It's getting out of hand, it gets crazy in the pokey streets. Thought it was gonna be a trend, you got robbed in the pokey streets.
Dude. Seriously, they can start a whole, like, fighting ring based off just Pokemon cards. They just dangle an ETB in the center of the ring, and you just fight. And whenever the fight ends, then the ETB gets lowered, and you get to keep it. And, like, if you want to fight again in the ring, you want to go another round, they'll load up another ETB, and it's like they'll ring the bell, and you'll have a new challenger. I think we can make this happen. No, Timmy, that 30-year-old man needs them more than you. The fucking song. Winner takes the Ascended Heroes ETB. Fucking a person in a wheelchair is even watching this. He's just like, come on, which one of you guys is gonna end up in a chair like me for this dumb shit? He's just sitting there salivating. World Star! Pokestar! Like, the thing is, too, at the end of this, imagine they're just like, and after you win the fight, you go to buy it, and then the people at checkout are like, yeah, we're not selling that to you because you literally had a fight in the store. Like, you're banned from the store. Sorry. This is why I always carry at least a blade. I'm too employed. I'm too employed for this. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm stuck on this now. This is like one of my favorite topics. I can move on to something else. It's also 3:46. It's very late. You fight the checkout clerk. Next fighter. Next challenger approaches. The checkout clerk won't let you buy the product. Fight. Fight. Now they're falling in love. It's getting a little romantic here. You guys are straddling one another. Oh, yay, yay, yay. Look at them. How long does this go on for? Getting a concussion over Pokemon cards is crazy work. Fuck. Another fight? Did we just watch that one? Oh yeah, we watched that one. Did we watch this one? I'll stop. I can stop any minute now. Do you open Pokemon cards on your streams, or you can't get any product? Oh, I definitely can't get any product. Are you kidding me? I have some sealed product, but at this point it's worth so much money that I don't think I would open it on stream. I have the addiction. Do I? I mean, I quit that shit cold Twikey. We go hard for the card. Addict cat, unemployed. Goyim behavior. Just one more 24-hour Pokemon stream. Did they just sneak in even though they, like, closed it? Look at them running, fucking punching and fighting, grabbing.
What the fuck? Your problem.
Fight, fight, fight.
What the fuck?
And this is why the shelves are always empty. Like, I just went to Walmart the other week when a new drop happened. I was picking up some charcoal, and I just kind of, like, that's when I saw the kid talking to his dad about scalpers. And I just, like, casually looked over to the product, picked clean. Absolutely picked clean. You have to be unemployed and literally go there, store opening. A lot of these cases, like, they have, like, insider information from the people at the store when the drops are happening, and that's how it happens. Did Nyenas ever cover the girl that got piped by her cousin? I don't think I did. I think I saw that on my timeline. It was like a girl that was like, she was like in an abusive relationship, so then she ended up in a relationship with her cousin instead. So strange.
What the fuck? Bro, what the
Just
fuck?
madness.
Yo, security! Stop!
Is this another angle of the same fight? Yeah, because this guy's filming it. This is the same fight from another angle.
Yeah, you're gonna get hit.
Look at him in a headlock.
What the fuck?
Like, what? It's gonna take, like, people dying over Pokemon cards for the Pokemon card company to do anything about this? Cousin piping, that's some Alabama shit. I mean, to play devil's advocate, if I had to fight 7 people after I got my haul, I would jack the price up some too. Is that why the prices are so high? Because, like, people are risking their life for product? Ninus, you should check out the Indian vs. Midget at the gas station. Trust me, you'll enjoy it. Indian vs. a midget at a gas station. No, someone got shot. Yeah. We covered that one too. Someone has gotten shot, but they're not dead. You know what I mean? Like, wait until just someone dies. That's, like, what it's going to take. But we're close. Like, look how close we are. The amount of people, endless amounts of adults fighting over cardboard. Like, we're hitting the end times here. We're hitting the end times. It's Jover. It's never been so Jover. U.S. government could tell Japan to fix this since it's causing civil unrest. I mean, we have our own printers here. Like, the cards that are printed in America are printed here. Japan has their own, you know. Risking their life for product. Breaking Pokemon. Dude. could watch these all day. And it's endless. Like, look at this account. It's endless. They got so much shit on these fucking losers. It's wild out here on these pokey streets. Yeah, endless. Endless, endless, endless. And you banned Kinder Surprise. Kinder Surprise got nothing on Pokemon cards. It's a dangerous thing for kids to get into. That's, imagine, like, your kids trying to get into Pokemon cards. You have to, like, dissuade them because you're worried for their life. I don't want you to risk your life, Timmy. Don't get into Pokemon cards. You know what happened to your older brother after he got into Pokemon cards? We had to bury him.
What I did my coffee.
Oh, God, it was DSP. DSPP. It's real in these streets. Streets. I gotta pee again because I keep drinking the liquid. I used to love a Kinder Surprise. They still have Kinder Surprises in Canada. Dude, I'm paying $3.24 for gas. It's way cheaper than yesterday. Nice, nice. A nice glass of wine. If only I had wine in my house, but I do not. Just looking at my bookmarks. Ew, what the fuck is that? Ew. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, good, good, good. Never mind, I won't even show it. Dehydrate. Remember, kids, crack is safer than Pokemon. Oh my god. Not that being true. In this day and age. Your area got down to 359 this morning. Nice. What I missed? I lost power and had a tornado near me. Holy crap, I hope you're safe. My drive back from Georgia, I'm pretty sure I drove through, I don't know if it was a tornado that fully formed, but there was a funnel cloud and like the dirt in the trees, there was like this crazy wind. I could feel it sucking at my car, but it was like just one little area had all that wind, and then it was like calm once like I got like 10-15 minutes down the road. It was just like a sunny day. It was terrifying, and like dirt was like leaving. Like usually when there's a wind, things scatter across the ground. Like dirt was getting pulled upwards. Like everything was getting pulled upwards. I was like, holy fuck. I sped like crazy. I'm pretty sure I just like started doing 100. I'm like, I'm out. I got dogs in the car. Fuck this shit. The dirt is flying upwards. Big chunks too. Not just like a little bit of dirt off the road. Just like chunks and things that any like rocks that was on the side of the road. Eye of the storm maybe. But I fucking dipped. It was in the Georgia area. Right when like it was like tornado warnings. It was like 2 miles away. Oh, that's good. So you're good. But it's, oh, they're so spooky. They're so spooky. They're so destructive. They don't usually travel very far, but fuck, man, where they do hit, like, they just fuck things up. What do I say? What do we got? I have lots of stuff, but I don't know what I want to talk about. Boo, 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 boo. Oh yeah, this. I thought this was like against the rules on Twitch. Oh my god, their audio is awful too. Oh my god, fucking do it. What is this? What is this? So basically, the thing is, she's soliciting nudes. Soliciting nudes to her audience. This is some of the worst audio I've ever heard in my life, though. She's like... I don't even know what that sounded like for you, but I'm just trying to do what she did. Do what she did. I feel assaulted. One of those degen horny ASMR streams. Dude, this isn't even ASMR, though. It's just like aggressive white noise with a girl whispering that you can barely hear. I liked it, I think. ASMR. What am I listening to? It's a girl soliciting nudes. She basically said that if you paid her, she would send you a picture of your name above her nipple, above the piercing. It's just one of those fake VTubers that aren't really a VTuber, but they use a VTuber model to, like, lure in people, and then really all they do is, like, sell, like, porn of themselves. She's offering a masturbation audio and group goon session to Hentai as a reward for dono subs on Twitch. Partnered streamer, by the way. Sorry if the audio is weird.
So yeah, I still need to do a porn audio fetish art.
A porn audio fetish art. Part of me wonders too if she's whispering to get away, like, away from TOS on Twitch. This is the type of partner Dan Clancy wants. This is the only type of VTuber Dan Clancy accepts. When he was like, we need more VTubers on the platform, this is what he was talking about.
We've now just hit the horror game. And the numbers is how much money. And then 1,500.
I don't understand people who like this shit. I don't want to feel like I'm inside your mouth with, like, saliva, like, a couple inches away from me. Like, it just sounds so gross. Like, I don't know. I don't know who's into this. I'm sorry if you're into this. To me, I don't understand it. It's like, I can barely hear what she's saying, you know? Sounds like the nursing home at mealtime. Dan needs more things to goon to.
Me doing a masturbation audio.
Me doing masturbation audio.
And then 2000 we'll do like a group hentai watch night kind of thing.
A hentai watch night. A group gooning hentai watch night.
A group gooning session.
One-on-one movie. Birthday Maple-a-thon. 50 maple wake-up alarm, 100 maple ringtone, maple text tone, popping candy ASMR, safe for work audio, marbles on stream, Sprite challenge, VR chat night, snake cam. This is porn art audio, one-on-one movie night, art, some sort of art, probably like hentai, I'm not really sure. Horror game, just masturbation audio, hentai watch night. And she had to scribble all those out because if that was on screen in your stream, you'd be in trouble.
Yeah, holy fuck. I didn't think we'd actually hit these goals. I will do 2 votes tonight. Feel free in
God, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Report this to the FBI! It's just the EN VTubers that are this bad. Being inclusive let out the soulless whores who only want your money and attention, and when the mask slips, you'll find out how much they hate you.
Dilberbuddy12 donated
Yeah.
$1.0 and says, Cheer 100, how you feeling, Cuddy Cat? I see we listening to CreepTubers. I think these CreepTubers need to clean the varnish of the chair without dousing the oil. These are probably Playboy Tubers
She has the mic next to her chest for heartbeats.
Dilberbuddy12, I'm feeling high gloss and sovereign. Thank you for asking. And yes, those CreepTubers are definitely polluting my auditory varnish with their sticky breath. If they want to stay in the high gloss court, tell them to bring a microfiber cloth and stop breathing so loudly near my dignity. Now, did you pay your crumb tax for this observation?
She has the mic next to her chest for heartbeats. I can't tell if that's her actual heartbeat or like audio she's playing of a heartbeat. A dude too, maybe. Good God. She's hitting the goals. So Phil whispering, no, hell no. Yeah, but you can tell when she started doing this just looking at her stream data. Went from streaming 70 to 100 hours a month to less than 25, but her viewers spiked 3 to 4 times larger over that same period. Oh my God. Oh no, she got the boot. Just channel cannot stream at this time due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines. Good. Get the fuck off of that site. Just go to Pornhub, man. Like, just stop trying to bring this shit to Twitch. I don't care if people make horny content. Just keep it off Twitch. Twitch should never have allowed pools and hot tubs. Like, that was the second you open the floodgates. Like, there's too many kids that frequent the site. And even if it's not all people who frequent the site, it is. Like, it's too easy to make an account and have access to this. Just go where you belong. If you want to be a hoe, go where you belong. It's not Twitch. Oh, she'll be back. Yeah, because Dan Clancy is a goon lord. There's a million cam girl sites. There's so many places on the internet for this type of shit. And just Twitch is not one of them. Like, again, but they made their bed when they fucking allowed pools, tubs, and... Hot tubs, pools?
Money!
I can't remember the fucking whole thing's name.
Yeah!
Pools? Pools, hot tubs? The other one. There's 3 things. The streets. The site was for gaming originally, right? Hello, cat girl. Did your friend Mo Gundo sign up his dog Fluff as the dog drag show this weekend? He might have a wiener. A dog drag show? Excuse me? Pardon me? What? What is this?
There's a lot to...
What?
To do in Denver for Pride this month, but this event might be one of the cutest. Denver Pride hosted its first ever dog drag show. We got to see some of the pups walking the runway. Denver Pride organizers say there will be a lot more smaller events like this all month.
This year, we're also trying to do a ton of other events throughout the month of June that are smaller, more curated, and that speak to people with different identities,
Treplicovadness6699 donated $5.0 and says, "Hello, cat girl. Did your friend Mo Gundo sign up his dog Fluffers to dog drag show this weekend? He might have a whiner."
I'm gonna tell him about this. He might already know.
People who want different spaces.
Hello,
to
right back
celebrate.
at ya. Treplicovadness 6699. Fluffers is definitely entering the ring, and I expect a high gloss win for my sovereignty.
Well, I'm just glad. I was kind of concerned when I heard it. I mean, this is fucking weird. It's weird, but I'm just glad. I was worried when I heard dog drag show, like I was going to see like abuse, like they were going to have like makeup on or something, or so far they're just scarves and stuff like that. Okay. Dogs don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but not for me. I just didn't want to see any animal abuse or like weird shit. Like you're going to glue some fucking eyelashes on them and shit. Just, what the fuck? Yeah, I just give it 2 to 3 years and they'll try. Yeah, it's just dumb, not malicious. Again, like it's like the dogs don't even know. They're just like hanging out with friends. Like, look at these dogs are making friends. Well, it's strange.
Of course, the main event is Pride Fest.
That's cute. Like these dogs are happy.
On the last Sunday in June on 16th Street.
Puppies. Hey, look it. Gundo. Live jellyfish cam. Dogs are colorblind too. Where's the leather? Yeah, no, again, too, like, if it was a hot day and they're all dressed up and wearing, like, you know, it was scarves. Like, whatever. If you want to call that a dog drag show, I guess. It's nothing to do. It's just dogs walking around with, like, a handkerchief on. Or a kerchief. It got me scared for a second there. I just find it weird. But whatever. Zap to the extreme. Gundam is based. Yeah, he is. I missed the Puppy Bowl. Puppy Bowl cute. Puppy Bowl cute. Do they ask the dogs to find out their orientation? True that. This is something that the grape gangs. Yeah. This is bar none the worst thing I have ever read. I have known about the grape gangs longer than a lot of Americans, but even I did not grasp the scope or scale of what went on. Forget about Epstein. This was a crime against humanity on the scale of the Holocaust, the Khmer Rouge, or the Israeli atrocities in Gaza. This was a systemic, intentional, targeted kidnapping, rape, torture, and murder of white Christian girls in England, specifically chosen due to their race and religion. 11-year-olds had their vaginal walls used as bottle openers and were then forced to consume the alcohol. Girls were raped with car keys and baseball bats. 12-year-olds with whiskey bottles inserted to their anus and smashed. Preteens raped by dogs. The NHS is complicit. The British police are complicit. Damn near every British politician over the past 30 years is complicit. The media is complicit. Anyone who ran cover for this must be put to death following a tribunal. Nothing short of the public executions of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people, followed by the deportations of millions, is more sufficient. Nothing will provide justice, and that is the scale of action to merely get this to stop. The Grape Gang Inquiry Report. Good God. It's huge. I had no idea it was this big. If a few 100,000 girls get raped and physically abused in many ways, that's a small price for all the enrichment they bring us. Are they going to do it, though, or are they just all talk? It gets harrowing. Acknowledgements. Every witness who volunteered their testimony, whether a survivor, parent, whistleblower, politician, or expert, showed courage that made this inquiry possible. Their contributions have ensured that the truth is now a matter of permanent public record. Rupert Lowe, MP's energy and commitment to ensure that the Grape Gang inquiry took place. He has been unwavering in his devotion to make sure that this rotting strain in our country's history has remained firmly in the public eye. Deep gratitude is extended to the entire inquiry team led by Sammy Woodhouse, Nat Enderby-Shenton, Marlon West, Deborah Sudbury, and Julie Ballin, who worked tirelessly to bring the evidence together and support every survivor who came forward. A special thank you is owed to MPs Esther McVeigh, Nick Timothy, and Carla Lockhart for taking the time to sit on the inquiry panel. Dr. Mark Dury has been extremely generous in enriching the reports that follow with his expert knowledge. We are grateful to Charlie Downs, Joshua Ferme, Harrison Pitt, and Graham Smith for their editorial oversight and counsel. Last but not least, we thank the untold thousands across Britain who made all of this possible by donating to ensure that this inquiry could take place. Good God. I feel like this is going to be a big, big rabbit hole. As is the case with many decent, hardworking Britons, I was unaware of the sheer scale of the evil that has been and continues to be perpetrated by chiefly Pakistani Muslim men against vulnerable young white women and girls in the communities up and down our country. But a single court transcript from one such horrific case, amplified by Elon Musk early last year, set in motion a long overdue national reckoning on the matter that inspired over 20,000 British patriots to help fund our Grape Gang inquiry. What follows is a comprehensive report of its findings. It is essential that all related court documents are securely preserved, both for legal and historical reasons. I am grateful to everyone on my team who has contributed to exposing this demonic chapter in Britain's history. A combination of the paralyzing fear of racism accusations and the scramble for votes from imported foreign subcultures meant that pure evil was allowed to metastasize. Nor is the horrendous ordeal over. The root cause was immigration, beginning with the British Nationality Act of 1948 and escalating under Tony Blair from 1997 and onwards. Believing proud nations to be responsible for the mid-20th century destruction of Europe, our post-war leaders embraced diversity and multiculturalism as supposedly civilized alternative. This report established beyond any doubt that this open society obsession has in fact enabled untold barbarism of its own. Oil and war do not mix, and cultural differences going back centuries are the genesis of this problem. I urge all Britons to read this report in full. Lessons need to be learned, and prosecutions need to follow for the appalling cowardice of those responsible for refusing to resist such horrors. The strongest possible penalties, and up to including death, must be sought for those yet to be properly punished, or indeed punished at all, for their vile and unspeakable crimes. Good God. And a quote from Albert Einstein, "The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. And man is the cruelest animal." Frederick Nietzsche. I know his name, but I can't say it. Introduction. The Rape Gang Inquiry has now concluded the first phase of its work. It was established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of our country, the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British and predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. Niche. Sure, these are all lies? Sure, these are lies? Question? Bunch of lies. You sure? I mean, I've seen, what gets me is, like, I've seen video of, like, people, like, accosted. Like, I've seen, like, you know, like, a girl in her, you know, salon having someone come in and attack her. Like, I have seen, like, video of people being attacked indiscriminately. I've seen, like, an old lady walking into a building and, like, robbed, just, like, point blank. Someone comes in and just, like, steals shit off of her. So I feel like there's some truth to this. This is the first of the hatchet. I will not speak. If I speak, I will get in trouble. Bring back the bronze bull. The feds in media responses do not leave your lying eyes. The evidence presented through hearings confirmed that it had long been known but repeatedly denied by many political class. The inquiry welcomed girls, boys, men, and women of all races and religions to testify their experiences to gain a complete picture of the Grape Gang phenomenon. The case report of 2025 stated that the disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds were among the suspects for a group-based child sexual exploitation, CSE. Baroness Casey quoted in local reports showing that a significant proportion of those convicted were of Pakistani and or Muslim heritage. The crimes stretch back generations. I think, you know, these are, not everyone from these countries will be like this, but inevitably these are countries that have, like, honor killings, you know, and they abuse women. So I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. The Grape Gang inquiry was necessary because the state of its institutions have failed catastrophically over the decades. Police, social services, schools, and the NHS, licensing authorities, and governments allowed these gangs to operate with impunity. There was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. The Labour Party initially refused the public inquiry altogether, only relenting under considerable pressure. It will be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there's no guarantee that it will adequately address the political, sensitive, ethno-religious nature of the phenomenon, despite now pushing for an inquiry in opposition when the government of the Conservative Party did, the Conservative Party did very little. The Grape Gang inquiry was a survivor-led. Every day the panel sat with Sammy Woodhouse, a survivor-turned-activist herself, along with a variety of experts who attended whenever their specialist subject formed a focus of our efforts to get to the truth. Here, let me look her up. Bada bing boom. We examined distinct areas of the scandal in turn so that a maximally full picture could be established. Parents and carers described their experiences. Instances of pregnancy, abortion, and children born of grape were laid bare. Whistleblowers who had previously been ignored gave evidence. Policing and justice failures were documented. Social care, NHS services, including sexual health and mental health, education, taxi licensing, demographic trends, cultural and social issues, and ideological obstructions to justice were all scrutinized without restriction. Nothing was off the table. Misguided political correctness and cultural sensitivities played no part in the proceedings. The promise made to every donor was honored in full. The truth was pursued, and justice was our only objective. Survivors were given the platform they had been denied. Survivors were finally given the platform that they had been denied for so long and were central to the inquiry. The full scale and nature of the crimes can now be placed on the public record. The true horror of what took place is no longer hidden. Although the inquiry lacked statutory powers, the response was overwhelming. Politicians, whistleblowers, experts, family members, and many others came forward. Those few in prominent positions who declined to give evidence did so knowing their refusal would be noted. This report sets out findings and makes clear recommendations for how the problem of grape games can be eradicated. The country now knows the full truth, the country has been given the basis for justice, and the country has the roadmap to ensure these crimes never happen again. Sammy Woodhouse is a political commentator and an activist against child sexual abuse. She often credited as being an important part of the exposure of the Rotherham child sexual exploitation scandal after giving an anonymous interview about her experiences to Andrew Norfolk in The Times. That's who she is. There we go. So her story, and like just to give validity to this, because I've seen some people in chat saying that this isn't true. This is Wikipedia. This is Sammy Woodhouse, who was in part working on this when she was 14 years old. Woodhouse was groomed by a 24-year-old Arsen Hussein, the leader of the child sexual exploitation gang, who had been married and had 2 children. Hussein started graping Woodhouse a month after they met and subsequently raped, assaulted, and beat Woodhouse on a daily basis. According to her, Hussein would threaten her with a gun and threaten to kill her family. Woodhouse said that Hussein collided with some police officers and that she was charged with crimes she and Hussein committed jointly. For example, when she turned 15, Hussein forced her to rob a post office. The police raided Hussein's house, and a few days later, while he and Woodhouse were in bed, Hussein was not arrested, but Woodhouse was charged with possessing a baton. A few months later, Hussein made Woodhouse fight a girl, and Woodhouse was convicted of assault. Woodhouse became pregnant twice when she was 15 years old. Hussein pressured her to have an abortion the first time. Woodhouse's mother died several days after Hussein was badly injured in a gang incident. She missed much of her education and had a criminal record, so began working as a model, stripper, and lap dancer. After another abusive relationship, Woodhouse moved back in with Hussein, who was in a wheelchair, with her second son. However, his family wanted to take on her older son, so she fled again. Woodhouse's son became involved in crime and drugs, and she attempted to place him in care. Yeah, seems really legit and sad. It's on the people to fix this problem. No amount of voting will change anything. This is the single most devastating document that needs to be heard around the world before immigration kills the remaining West. Hassan, the pighead? No, Hussein. Hussein? I think maybe I was saying it wrong. Hussein. Anyways. Isn't abortion haram? The Rape Gang Inquiry examined the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British and predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom. The evidence put to the inquiry confirms that the scandal constitutes one of the most horrendous failures in the history of the country. Organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has been previously established that, at the very least, 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeat rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. The true number is probably higher. The perpetrators bear primary responsibility, yet the institutional failures that enabled them for decades must also be confronted. In court records and official inquiries, around 87% of those convicted in these group-based child sexual exploitation cases bore distinctively Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. Dr. Taj Hargi, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslims to be around 95%. This figure far exceeds the Muslim share of the overall United Kingdom population. The overwhelming majority of the Grape Gang network consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds, predominantly Pakistani heritage, although smaller groups from Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and other Muslim origins were also involved. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The methods used to groom children typically followed the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by young Muslim men who then treated the young kid like an adult and then would start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. After a few months, the girls would then be collected from school gates, care homes, and streets in taxis. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmail, and were told that they were white trash, or kuffar, who merited punishment. Many became pregnant while still children, some miscarried under trauma, others endured coerced abortions, and some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. We found that the same unspeakable crimes occurred in at least 149 local authority districts, close to 40% of all districts across the United Kingdom. See page 14, our full map. Survivors described daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, and institutional disbelief that compounded their suffering. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East, where they would endure Islamic marriage. The demographic and cultural drivers are clear. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim or other Muslim backgrounds operated an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. This pattern was reinforced by 8 theological and legal aspects of Islam. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority drawn from the Quranic verses that positions Muslims at the top with a duty to correct non-believers. The gang members' justification for crimes can be found in the Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal known as the al-wala wa bara. It demands enmity towards non-Muslims, the superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent, the perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous, a system of sex slavery that authorizes sexual relations with non-Muslim captives, and a religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. These elements, filtered through a clannish immigration subcultures, provided religious justification that enabled the systematic rape and even slaughter of white British girls. Were Britons functioning effectively, these girls would have received considerable state protection. However, every one of our institutions failed them catastrophically. Police forces ignored repeated reports, criminalized victims instead of the perpetrators, destroyed evidence, and allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermined protective parents, placed children in trafficking hubs instead of children's homes, closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple sexually transmitted infections in children as young as 13, pregnancies caused by rape, suicide attempts, and yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referral or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosure of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the networks that collapsed in the face of organized protest when basic safety measures were proposed. Mods can see deleted comments? I think so. I'm not sure. Political failure lies at the heart of the scandal. Successive governments lacked the will to confront the ethnic and religious patterns. The Labour Party bears particular responsibility. It initially refused a public inquiry and only relented under pressure by ordering a process view with widespread skepticism. Labour-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied. The party prioritized electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs and then blocked and watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry of those tightly drawn terms of reference, deliberately excluded systematic examination of the demographic, cultural, or religious drivers. The Conservative Party, while in government, continued with Labour's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording or launch a full statutory inquiry, despite clear evidence from Rotherham and elsewhere. Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity. Political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedence over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers, parents, and survivors who came forward showed extraordinary courage despite having been met in the past with disbelief and intimidation. The perpetrators operated with impunity because the state enabled them. The evidence now demands immediate and decisive action to eradicate the problem, deliver justice to the victims, and ensure these abhorrent crimes are eradicated from our shores. We now have a clearer sense of the problem. There are a number of measures necessary to resolve them, up to and including considerable changes to our criminal justice system, the passage of legislation aimed at targeting specifically gang-based CSE, and a great amount of institutional overhaul. Our detailed list of recommendations includes improved data recording on ethno-religious patterns among offenders, far stronger sentencing, a comprehensive deportation effort, institutional accountability measures, multi-agency coordination, specialist training, enhanced safeguarding through greater family involvement, and closing the various gaps in British law which so many victims fell. Following the publication of this report, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather additional survivor accounts, identify those responsible in Parliament, and begin civil and private legal actions to ensure maximum accountability. We just had a near beheading there. Yeah. No, they're getting so cocky too. Like the poor kid that was like stabbed in the chest, and then the guy was like, oh, he was being racist. And as he bled out on the ground in cuffs, you know, like everyone just treated him like he was the belligerent one, and this other guy was like innocent and did nothing wrong, and then he died. Like it's gotten so bad. There's a critical mass of radical Muslims that make our countries destabilize and crumble. Remember Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam, and then he found out they supported this degenerate behavior, and when he called him out, that's when the assassination started. Overview of crimes. Rape gangs have exploited children systematically across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. The independent chair of the Center of Excellence for Children's Care and Protection, Alexis Jay, has identified the 1970s as the decade when immigration rape gangs first began tormenting the girls of Britain. However, the British Newspaper Archive reveals the first recorded case, specifically Pakistani rape gangs, date back to 1955, when 4 Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. This was soon after former colonial subjects from the subcontinent, such as the Caribbean, became eligible to enter the United Kingdom in non-trivial numbers under the British National Security or the British Nationality Act of 1948. What began as a singular and small-scale instances became systematic and industrial over time. These horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and start of orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers and greater opportunities for abuse, perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities and passed girls between multiple adult men. In each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, and drugs, collected in taxis from school gates, care homes, and streets, and taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, and then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across county lines, and in many cases impregnated or forced into abortions. Most victims endured violence, were filmed for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kuffar, who deserved the punishment. The authorities at every level, including the police, social services, health services, school licensing bodies, and politicians, knew the patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children. The evidence established is that a national security scandal of a repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and a lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculation, and fear of the accusation of racism that took place over decades. The incidents of criminal activities listed in this report are drawn from court records, official and unofficial inquiries across the country, and witness testimony provided to the inquiry. They confirm that this was never a series of isolated local failures. It was a coordinated nationwide pattern of organized child sexual exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from the far north to the south coast. The same ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators was documented throughout almost all of the witnesses who contacted the inquiry. The scale of the rape gang phenomenon is endemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement in the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on the 14th of May 2019. Do the government accept that we extrapolate the nationally Do the government accept that if we extrapolate nationally the J report on Rotherham and the other reports of Telford and Oxford, there appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this century, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years. He added this number is probably an underestimate. This extrapolation now has a greater support due to further data and has been collected derived from scaling the patterns documented in major inquiries. Rotherham J Report 2014, at least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013, with some updated estimates exceeding this. Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. Telford Inquiry 2022, more than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades, again with the same perpetrator profile. National footprint. The grooming gang model has been confirmed in dozens of towns and cities. Our independent inquiry, led by Rupert Lowe, MP, has heard evidence demonstrating coordinated operations extending to all corners of the country in at least 149 local authority districts. See page 14 for the full map. And we've referred to that map. We're going to see that one day. When the Rotherham to Telford scale is applied across the documented national distribution and multiplied by the extreme underreporting factor accepted by official reviews, the total reaches the 250,000 threshold as a bare minimum. We are far from grasping the full extent of grooming gang criminality in modern Britain. It is reasonable to assume that, since sexual abuse of all kinds tends to be underreported, this is also true of grooming gangs. The Independent has reported that almost 19,000 children were identified as sexual exploitation victims in England in 1 year alone, despite the reluctance of state actors to name or tackle the problem of the rape gangs. After decades of abuse, victims must number in the hundreds of thousands. The full scale is not yet known. Every major review has emphasized that recorded statistics severely understate reality. Baroness Casey National Audit on Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse, June 2025. The audit explicitly states the scale, nature, and characteristics of group-based child sexual exploitation remain impossible to quantify precisely due to the inconsistent data collection and historical suppression. The Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse in multiple local inquiries of 2022 to 2025. It is simply not possible to know the scale, because ethnicity, group offending, and historical cases were routinely underrecorded or shelved to protect a community cohesion. Overleaf is a heat map that portrays the various locations in which the inquiry can be sure the rape gangs operated. It is likely that the true extent is far worse. There's the operation of at least 149 local authority districts across the United Kingdom, suspected and confirmed. So this is all suspected. The dark red is confirmed. You can see it's a fucking lot. Send them back to the box. To the box. The scale, tactics, the perpetrator profile, and the systemic inaction were almost always identical everywhere. Britain did not face dozens of separate local scandals. It faced one national scandal that the state allowed to grow for decades. You know, I think too, because again, there's some people who doubt this. Like, I mean, to some extent, we've seen something similar in the United States. Like, we now underreport crimes if they're committed by certain people, you know? If we feel it leans into racism, it suddenly doesn't get covered anymore, which is why I think, like, people should be consuming this with more of an open mind. Because we also know, even in America, like this kind of stuff happens. You know, it might not necessarily be perpetrated by a certain ethnicity, but it does happen. It does get underreported, and it's fucking hard to crack down on it because by their very nature, like, you have to get kids who have been brainwashed into this to speak out against it. And it's usually not until they're older that they understand that they're victims, you know? Lots of people with darker colors being reported as white. Yeah. It's almost like the Muslims are threatening government officials. You're going to notice why the girls targeted are already vulnerable without support system. Majority of these stories will be because a single mom who gets a stepdad that either participates in this or doesn't care. Good God. I'm going to drink some water before I continue on. This is going to be a document. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to read all this today. Good God. Only 200 more pages to go. London. London stands exposed as the epicenter of institutional denial in the grooming gang scandal. While northern towns faced public inquiries after the truth emerged, the capital maintained a wall of silence for years. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has repeatedly insisted that there were no grooming gangs operating in the city. As our inquiry heard from Susan Hall, leader of the Conservatives in the London Assembly, the grape gang phenomenon is in fact an endemic within the capital. After challenging Khan about the presence of such gangs in London, Hall was inundated with the calls from women and girls purporting to be victims of their predation. Khan described evidence from whistleblowers as malicious and politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that the problem was far more complex than in other parts of the country, and that young people were being exploited through county lines rather than organized group-based child sexual exploitation. I mean, oh no, like what's really the difference there? Whether they're a gang or whether it's like people acting in acting solely on their own behest and using the county lines that are abusing, like, this is still bad. At the end of the day, you still have child victims, right? Like, I mean, whether it's a gang or people working on an individual scale, it's all bad. Who cares? Oh, the connotation. Well, this one might not particularly be a gang. Okay. But there's still a victim, right? These statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of young girls being piled with alcohol and drugs and then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across the capital. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing these patterns of offending. He read the files yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Constabulary, whatever. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Phillip MP has accused Khan of facilitating a cover-up, and other politicians stated that both the mayor and the Metropolitan Police had been denying grooming gangs in London. Campaigners, including whistleblowers Maggie Oliver and Chris Wilde, described the capital as the last bastion of denial and warned that the scale of abuse there was more catastrophic than anywhere else in the country. I think we saw that even just with the recent coverage with that boy that got stabbed. It's your papa. The evidence now emerging confirms their warnings. In October 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child sexual exploitation cases. The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beacon Port to examine thousands of more files nationwide after initial assessments found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongly dropped. London forms a significant part of this backlog. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described industrial-scale child prostitution and grooming in the capital, with authorities aware but opting for inaction due to a mixture of incompetence, laziness, and corruption. London has the largest Muslim population in Britain. Khan relies on significant electoral support from those communities, as well as having an ethno-religious motive to protect the public reputation of Pakistani Muslims in particular. Widespread acknowledgement of organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men targeting vulnerable white girls would have shattered the narrative of community cohesion that successive London administrations, none more than Khan's, have promoted. As for other authority, fear of being labeled racist paralyzed the Metropolitan Police and City Hall in the same way it did in the Rotherham and Rochdale before them. One anonymous whistleblower told us that boys as well as girls are especially vulnerable targets for criminal gangs, especially Albanian, Somali, or Turkish, operating the capital. Yet the relevant bodies still refuse to collect data on ethnicity, willfully rendering themselves blind to the very behavioral patterns that are supposed to aid law enforcement in the pursuit of justice. The Metropolitan Police Review, the National Crime Agency operation, and the witness accounts pouring in prove that group-based child exploitation has thrived in our capital city. This inquiry records the failure without reservation. Khan and the senior leadership of the Metropolitan Police must answer for their role in the scandal until the capital confronts the truth with the same rigor it now demanded. Elsewhere, the children of London remain at risk as the state remains complicit. Victim testimony. There are thousands of survivors who have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of the testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry hearings. Some of the witnesses have remained anonymous for their own safety. Chloe. Through early childhood, Chloe was popular at school, performed well academically, and enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she describes her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to their father, despite his alcoholism. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent for her life and became homeless following the separation. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she describes as a pedophile, by whom she was sexually abused. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to stop it. On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe, and instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. At this time, Chloe was 10 years old. The abuse soon escalated to rape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet, and she began smoking cannabis. Around the same time, Chloe started truanting and spending time in the local town center with a friend unsupervised. She describes groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistani, aged 20 to 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around the town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, and although the men's behavior was clearly inappropriate, Chloe and her friend, then in their final year of primary school, enjoyed being treated like adults. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways was accompanied by emotional manipulation with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Chloe describes this process as them mapping out, "Are you a vulnerable person?" Physical contact, including kisses and massages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was still all but absent as a guardian. At this time, Chloe had an aunt and uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during her earlier childhood and felt that she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while truanting before returning home and spending the day while her mother and stepfather were at work. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced an hour later, and she invited him inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle sexually assaulted her. Chloe resisted, and he relented and left. She told her mother about the assault, and her mother reported it to the police. The police accused Chloe of lying, and no further action was taken. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there were no adults left that Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she encountered in the town center. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested that they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. They were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home, as she feared her mother would beat her for being out so late, so she stayed with her friend. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to the police and her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month, meaning she was stuck at home with her predatory stepfather, a period that she describes as torture. What happened to believe all women? Lefties? Yeah, what? Selective. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls were picked up by the boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice, posher than the other men she had met in the town center. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period, but the men replied that it did not matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her in the back seat. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither were found guilty. From this moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amounts of cannabis, and taking harder drugs, including ecstasy, anything to block it out of her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day, and her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town center, walking around until somebody picked them up in a car, somebody bought them alcohol, or somebody gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drugged, abused, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslims and primarily Pakistani. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's vagina, where it shattered. Chloe admitted herself to A&E, but no questions were asked about how she had sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass was removed, and she was discharged. Good fucking God. These animals deserve to be severed with a machete and turned into trans women and thrown into prison of hungry men. For real. Chloe was questioned by the police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she had been, who she had been with, and what she had been doing. She replied that she had been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute. They asked her whether she was consenting to the sexual activity, and, despite Chloe telling them that she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had been. The police found Chloe, as well as other missing children in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but let the gang members go with so much as questioning them. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town center and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told this police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that if nothing could be done, and Chloe was let go. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behavior, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriend. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textiles factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe stopped spending time with the friend who, up until this point, had accompanied her through her exploitation. By this time, Chloe had become so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with Muslim gangs that she continued to do so without her friend. On one occasion, following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months. Fearing further abuse from her stepfather, Chloe walked up to a nearby social service office while her mother was at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by social workers about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied the abuse was taking place, and they were released without charge. Chloe made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children, and she thought she found them snobby and judgmental. Found some semblance of stability with them, but it did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went into the town center, she often did both alone and with the forest of carers. The Muslim gangs would recognize and target her. She remained at the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster's carers paid for taxis to take her there. She would ask the taxi drivers to drop her off near the school, and rather than attending, she would walk into the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. The gangs would take her to their taxis, ply her with drugs and alcohol, and sexually abuse her. She's not even fucking 13 yet. Good God. She's a traumatized child, yeah. Around the age 13, Chloe disclosed to social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual health. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither the social workers nor the clinic staff questioned or reported this. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action, when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with far more protective care. On one occasion, a gang came to the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them to the street to protect her. Around that time, Chloe turned 14. A social worker approached her about ongoing sexual A social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. This was one of the first times this had happened, and Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child sexual exploitation and asked if she would be interested in auditioning for the role given her experience. That can't be real. Good God. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, and in a state of disbelief, ran away from the foster home and, after being abducted by a Muslim gang, was missing for 6 months. Over this time period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Breton. She has taken house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy and guy after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than a commodity. She was reported missing and her photograph was showing on TV. Her abusers remarked this, "You're that girl off the TV that's missing," but her whereabouts was never reported to the police. Chloe described the cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse, and this went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. The man was let go without charge, and she was returned to her mother's house. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down at this point, so she continued to run away, and her psychological state deteriorated further. Following another period of grooming and sexual exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. She described the home as like being in a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled, and she was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. She remained there for 9 months, by which time she was almost 15. Social services determined that she was well enough to be released, and she was placed in foster care, not far from where she had been living before. Chloe describes the new carers as a positive and encouraging presence in her life, and in spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at a nearby college, and for the next 2 years, Chloe describes her life as fantastic. As Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified her that the foster care would soon end. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carer, she moved in and got a retail job to support herself. Despite having little experience taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable through this period. Eventually, Chloe re-established contact with the friend whom she had been abused with as a young child. She invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, she was accompanied by a group of Muslim men, all of whom remembered Chloe from past abuse. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave, and, in Chloe's words, "It was no longer my quiet little house, it was their house." They smashed windows, kicked in doors, left the house in absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled his trousers down, and sat on her face, orally raping her on her own sofa as the rest of the gang watched. Chloe returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone she was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatized by years of abuse, punched him in the face in the middle of the shop. She was brought before management and tried to argue her case, but was fired. Left with no income, Chloe spiraled further. The Muslim gang that was occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go and no ability to remove them, she remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, but including with objects like soft drink cans, keys, and a baseball bat. Long before they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home, on a number of occasions they brought young children to Chloe's house to abuse them. Chloe recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from the Muslims community were pressured into bullied and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. Chloe was forced to commit crimes including insurance fraud and the holdings of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place in her house, and when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members as the property was registered in her name. So far, every streamer I watch has read about 50 pages and stops. Trying my hardest not to glow. I mean, this is hard to read. This is also very long. I don't know how far I'm going to get. I've been streaming all day. You too? Good God. I mean, this is one girl too so far. Like, this is just insane. Like, the amount of time she's contacted the police and nothing happens. I just don't understand. The thing is too, like, a lot of times when, like, I mean, you know, they'll see a troubled child and they just assume the child's troubled rather than, like, how they became troubled. One evening, an associate of the gang from a neighboring town arrived at the house, a notorious sex trafficker. He soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There, he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men who would sexually assault and rape her. Chloe became addicted to opiates and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone at the age of 18. The use of heroin was a method of control by the gang, as it left her with no ability to defend herself physically. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the conditions of which she was living. Concerned for her welfare, she took Chloe to an addiction clinic, where tests revealed an extremely high concentrations of opiates in her system. Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opiate dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drugs. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend became aware of the ongoing abuse and, with the help of his father, paid off Chloe's remaining rent and moved her out of her squalid house. Chloe moved in with him, and after she got a job in retail, for a short period, Chloe's life was relatively stable. But due to her unresolved trauma, she soon returned to heavily drinking, smoking cannabis, and gambling. Her workplace was close to her first foster home, and before long she came back into contact with members of the gang who abused her at that time. The cycle of grooming, exploitation, abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down, and out of desperation, she reestablished contact with her mother, who had left her predatory husband and moved back in with her. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. The police arrested Chloe while she was changing into her pajamas, and she was taken to the police station, drunk and half naked. She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. She tried to contact her ex-boyfriend, but he did not respond. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. Why would they give her fucking clothes? What? She wandered around the neighborhood for several hours before encountering a gang member who had previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car and for the following weeks was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign the rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor, and Chloe, then without income, knew she would not be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in her neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued, and Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to hospital after a suicide attempt, and while there, she discovered that she was pregnant. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim and illegal migrant, moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting into Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear a hijab. She was prohibited from looking out of the windows of her home, and if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, he would beat her black and blue, something that happened every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, including a defective kidney, due to the deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of the sexual abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe a renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to the police after he assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She stopped taking drugs and was focused, and for the first time, the gangs left her alone. One evening, she went out with a friend who lived across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of Asian men started speaking to them and offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend agreed. Instead of taking them home, however, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe, who was not drunk, protested and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about what she was suspected was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe that she had been raped by the men. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her hometown for good and get as far away from these Asian men as possible. By chance, she reconnected on Facebook with a man she had known in her early childhood, an old colleague of her mother, who she describes as one of the only adult men in my life who never harmed me or treated me badly. She told him about everything she had been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland, and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she did. After returning home, she sought support from Women's Aid, who managed to secure her a property in Scotland. With nothing left but her daughter in a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving a lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, and moved to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Chloe personally knows at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by the Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same: grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and rape. Furthermore, Chloe describes being taken into mosques where imams were described non-Muslims as infidels that preached that white women who dressed inappropriately were free game. Chloe believes that the local police, social services, NHS, and government were all fully aware of what was happening, including the radicalized nature of the crimes. But they did not intervene for two reasons: because they could not be bothered with the paperwork and because they did not want to be seen as racist. Chloe blames these bodies and their major push for diversity for her abuse. She says that if I can save even one more child, girl or boy, from going through any of this, then I've done my job. Do you know how many men abused you over that period of you, if you had to guess? Hundreds, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Oh my God. Why the fuck would she agree? I mean, when people get abused, they get fucked up. I don't know how else to say it. This is the outcome of a feminist and secular society. Death. In the chipper. Someone ramp up the wood chipper. Chippy's hungry. Take a little break here where I breathe. It's really hard reading that and not getting emotional. I think it helps that I'm in like a numb state where I've already cried a bunch over my dog, so I'm able to read this, but I can't tell you the way my skin has been crawling and my stomach has been fucking spinning. Brought to you and enabled by Weak Men, the UK government, etc. Again, too, like, it is haunting that something similar is happening here. Like, the underreporting of crime just based on the perpetrator. Like, it's not like we're innocent. You know, it's not necessarily that we know of any gangs of this nature. But, like, we see this in the States. And, like, even the Irina, the girl that was stabbed on the transit, the bus, like, that wasn't really reported by local news until it exploded online. Because it didn't fit the narrative. Like, I don't think we're innocent of this type of inability to act. And again, too, like, if anyone comes from these countries and isn't taking part in this, like, you're doing them a disservice because now everyone's grouped together with them, you know? And it's the same thing that's happening to black people in America. Like, we're hiding all of these criminals and, like, pushing down the crimes and not reporting or re-releasing them, and we don't want to be racist, and it's a disservice to all fucking black people. I feel like racial tensions in this country have gone fucking batshit, and it's because, like, by trying to not be racist, you become the most racist, you know, and now people have a general distrust. You know, they don't feel like they can trust people anymore, and I think that we were healing, and this has completely changed that. Then you're racist for noticing. Yeah, you're not wrong, but for all we know, we might have the exact same network. I mean, child trafficking happens here too. Child trafficking happens everywhere. And that's why too, I think it's interesting that some people think this isn't real when like we know of cases. Canada has it too. There's nowhere's really safe from monsters. Like monsters will show up where victims exist, you know? And if a society is afraid to call out someone based on the color of their skin rather than the content of their character or the crimes they commit, all the better. That's like an even better ground for them to take advantage of. Twitter really tried to bring up the Epstein files to distract from this. Seriously? Unfortunately, it's happening not during the World Cup. A little typo there. 2020 to 2024 was a push for more of this. In the efforts to get rid of racism, we might have made the greatest racists in human history. No, for real. It's completely backfired. Again, like I feel like there's racism everywhere these days. And like I think that's part of it is like when you downplay the crimes that are being committed just because the color of a person's skin, like you're protecting them in the eyes of the public, and it's racist. You know, you're putting one group of people above another. And like I know statistically more black people commit crimes, but often that's just due to like their upbringing and like their ability to grow as a functioning member of society because they're born into a lower income society, part of society where this type of gang violence is like glorified, and it's basically a crap shot whether or not they'll come out all right or if they're going to come out like addled and fucked up and doing drugs and committing crimes. And even I was at risk for that, and my uncle brings it up all the time. He's like, I'm shocked that you and your brothers like grew up and became like all functioning members of society. You know, and he says it like, I don't mean to be rude, but like, you know, like you were in the category of where like you could fall to the wayside, you know, just based on my upbringing and like how much money was in the house. Like my mom was kind of absent, you know, it happens. Like lower income people will be more disadvantaged, and like there just so happens to be a larger population of disadvantaged black people, which is why you have that crime stat. It's not racist. And like, don't be afraid of statistics. Like, if that's the problem, again, like we need to start, and there has been some motivation, I don't remember sports players' names, but there has been motivation to build better schools and have better programs and help these kids out of these situations. And that's really the best you can do. Like, if you want people to grow up into members of society, you have to target it as kids. You can't wait till they're adults and then just give a DEI sweeping, you know, oh, we have to hire this many people. No. Start from the bottom. And it's like, if you're afraid of stats, you can never do that. Because you're just, nothing exists, la. Like, it's like hands over their eyes and their fucking ears. La, can't hear you, can't see it, doesn't exist. And it's like, well, now you're never going to fucking fix the problem because you're too afraid to look at it. And I feel like, again, that's more racist. Like, you can't fucking argue with stats. The stat is a stat. It's heartbreaking. Can you fix it? You can. But you're not going to fix it by pretending it doesn't exist. Like, no problem gets solved like that. Americans conveniently forgot their history, the First Barbary War, which showed the U.S. what Muslims truly believe in the Quran. Race relations were getting better in the 90s, but they couldn't have that because the money would stop flowing. That feels that way, doesn't it? Be brave to lead by example. I know what you mean. My mother says the same thing about my older brother. Throw in more money at the problem, that'll fix it. No, the problem begins at the individual. I don't know that the socioeconomic factors are sufficient to explain the differences, but consistent and harsh law enforcement would address all possible contributors. Yep. I had a good dad, though. Half of the actions of the West are to remove all dads. Even if good, it punishes them with money and charges us further, keeping them away. Can we go back to the 90s? I had a dad that was present and worked hard for the family, you know? Like, my dad was never the biggest talker, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, he led by example, at least. And it wasn't necessarily, like, a family that, like, I love you was tossed around, and, I don't know, it wasn't perfect by any means. I do, like, kind of skip over the bad parts, but I did. Like, I'm glad I had the family I had, and I'm glad that we went to church. Like, there's a handful of things I'm very grateful for. My dad was physically there, but that's about it. I'm sorry to hear. Similar story with my mom, but she got like put on a bunch of pills and like just never got off them. Send them back to Africa, Asia, wherever the fuck they came from, along with the people who let them in. Fiona. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household marked by domestic violence, severe emotional abuse, and repeated suicide attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptional academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behaviors, and suicidal ideation from a young age. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered care at the age of 13. She was placed in a children's home that had already been identified as a high risk for sexual exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. Inadequate supervision meant she was missing repeatedly. At 13, she was groomed by an adult Pakistani man who she estimates was aged between 24 and 45. The grooming began with affection and alcohol, quickly progressing to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. Abusers would sit in cars outside, waiting for the girls, openly converse with staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car registration plates as above her pay grade, warning that she would lose her job if she did so. Fiona believes that the staff were aware of what was happening, but felt powerless to stop it rather than being actively complicit. Nevertheless, the children's home received £5,000 per week to care for her and failed miserably. Fiona suspects the management avoided proper investigation for fear of being labeled racist. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harboring notices to the men. Official warnings stating they had no permission to associate with or contact or house a vulnerable child. However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture." Like, sometimes I hope this is fake. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not that I believe it is, but, like, just because of the context of it, like, I do hope this is just written, you know? But just human nature tells you that's not the case. On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. On another occasion, police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. The gang then tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to the organized grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as the Party House, where between 10 and 20 men would attend at a time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid and expected the girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. The gangs reportedly discussed fears that the English Defence League would arrive armed, and they kept baseball bats for protection. They also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs. Drugs, intimidation, and violence were used to control her. She was made to clean up the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in certain location. After a few days later, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers had disclosed to her. As a result, threats of violence carried enormous weight. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally in the back of a lorry. Previously castrated in Pakistani as punishment for child abuse, he had then fled to the Philippines, where he had allegedly attacked multiple women and children with a large knife, the origin of his nickname. Rambo was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected them to extreme sexual torture. This case illustrated that, in some instances, the sexual abuse of children was driven more by humiliation and control than by sexual gratification. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risks, yet Fiona found herself Yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment. The abuse continued into her adulthood. It only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological trauma, including PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from the institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates that she was abused by between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. Fiona, I was beaten regularly, I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injuries, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community and blamed by my family, by families of my perpetrators. Good God. They're Middle Eastern, not Asian. I hate that they've been dragging Asians into the mud. It's unfortunate. I mean, because Asia itself is technically all those countries, right? A continent of Asia. Even though some are like Middle Eastern countries, they all technically fall under the umbrella of Asia. You know? Michelle. Michelle was physically abused in childhood by both her mother and stepfather. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many of whom had also abused her, some sexually. She believes this early experience created an association between abuse and love, leaving her particularly vulnerable. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who had supplied her with drugs, cigarettes, and alcohol. She was raped while intoxicated, including on one occasion when she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought this was normal, that they were her boyfriends and that they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and was subjected to repeated daily sexual abuse. The perpetrators would collect her from school, her home, her public places, using threats of violence to coerce and control her. At age 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house. She was left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The friend told her own mother, who then contacted Michelle's mother. The police were called, but they claimed that there was little they could do without more evidence. One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with him to retract her statement. The police accepted him as her appropriate adult, a role normally reserved for a parent, close family member, social worker, or trained professional. The investigation was subsequently dropped. One of Michelle's friends, who lived in a care home, would be collected directly outside by the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but offenders reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes despite them being children. Both social services and the police, Michelle says, failed to understand the situation and believe the girls were engaging in the activity by choice. As a result, little to nothing was done to intervene. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came looking for her. A social worker once told her that, at age 14, she would not be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as they did not share... She would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. Michelle was raped in bin sheds, threatened with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in cars. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing and the sexual exploitation of children. She became pregnant 4 times as a child as a result of the rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, and 1 surviving child. Of her abusers, she states 98% of them are Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because authorities feared being labeled racist. She describes an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, calling it industrial in scale. It functions as a large central network with smaller connected groups in specific localities. Michelle claims she was raped by between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years. She now lives with PTSD and lifelong trauma, describing both her childhood and her future as destroyed. What would you say the main issue was? I don't think that they cared much about us. They didn't want us to open that can of worms because it's a religion thing. I'd probably say 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi or Kurdish. 30-year-old boyfriend? They don't give a shit at all. This is crazy. I don't understand how, like, any of this is, like, how is any of this allowed? The inactivity of the police. I need to go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, Atlas. Atlas, my big baby. You don't fit in that bed, but you're doing me a favor, aren't you? Taking over Fritter's spot, my little nug. You're a good boy, Atlas. You don't fit in that bed, but you're good. Udos Momento. I'm just grabbing more water. I need liquid. I'll keep reading. This is... Oh my god. How do you fucking know this is garbage? Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I needed a little break. My throat. My throat. Chatting with Husbanus, yeah. I was letting him know how fucked up it was. He's like, why are you still streaming? I'm like, some fucked up shit. I don't know how to say it. Oh, you know, just some fucked up shit. Good God. All right. Problem is, Islam isn't just a religion, it's also a form of government. And the thing is, when it's organized in government, for some reason, it's worse. I don't know what that is. Method of control? Question mark? It's not a long-term solution. After 2/3 generation, the immigrant birth rate normalizes. Religion should never, ever influence the government. I mean, I have a hard time agreeing with that, just on the basis that much of America is, like, based on Christian ideals. Like, we've deviated a little bit since, but, I mean, that's what sets us apart from these other countries. Like, UK, Canada, and America, like, the backbone is, like, majoritatively Christian to these countries. Like, it's just... Like, that's just the history of it. So, like, we just naturally have very different cultures. Even though we've deviated from it, like, we clearly have very different cultures, very different ideas. You know, mainly in the treatment of women. Big difference there. A little. A little bit. A little bit. A lot. Foreign religion should not influence Western government. I agree. The normalization of birth rates is irrelevant when the country's continuously being flooded. I mean, Canada's having that problem, like, just getting flooded with, like, immigrants. And it's, like, this weird thing where, like, immigration has always been a thing, but, like, recently it's been, like, exploited. You know, like, I mean, like, this, talks on... like, to get more votes, potentially. Like, that could be the only reason I could see. Like, I mean, in Canada, they're bringing in a bunch of immigrants, and, you know, the NDP party is run by an Indian. Like, I wonder if that's to try and get more votes for them. I don't really get it. I'm not really anti-immigration. Again, it could be, like, hypocritical of me to be anti-immigration when, like, my grandparents literally immigrated to Canada. But, like, it used to be done in, like, it was, like, people who wanted to partake in the country's culture were coming over. You know what I mean? The only thing that my grandmother took part in, like, Canadian living, the biggest thing she brought from her culture was the good cooking. That was the best part. You know? But, I mean, I guess, like, you know, the Czech Republic wasn't that much different in terms of, like, you know, she was raised Catholic there, and then she came over to Canada, and she was Catholic there, too. Like, she fit. It was easy to fit in. Yeah, my family was integrated. It was integrated, and, like, she planned to integrate. Like, she wasn't just like, I'm going to Canada to bring my own shit. Fuck Canada. You know what I mean? Like, no. It wasn't like that at all. It was just seen as an opportunity for her children. And she first was in Montreal, and then she went to Ontario. I get Paladin Cardboard's point that religious institutions shouldn't influence government, but as Naina says, our very culture, laws, and beliefs are all built on Christian values. Yes. Yeah, they had the Islamic Revolution. It was like the 1970s, but before that, women were, like, living basically the same as American women. And it's just been a slow decline. The Islamic Revolution. Husbanus brought me a nibble. Here's your ASMR. You like that? Sorry. I haven't eaten all day. I didn't really eat much yesterday. When I told you guys, when I'm depressed, I don't eat. I'm like the opposite. Some people stress eat. I stress deplete. Forgive. No, this is fucking depressing. It's more so like the pursuit of justice that's keeping me going here. This whole thing is fucking gross. Just reading these words. Sometimes I'm just speeding through it. Can you tell? I'm just like, just trying to get it over with. I'm curious. I want to know, but it's also highly disgusting. He gave you a nipple. What? Nibble. I feel like a lot of this was perverted by, because obviously, like, Islam was normal, and now it's not. I mean, like, before the Islamic Revolution, like, girls were allowed to be themselves. They had their own, like, governance. They didn't have to, like, listen. They were dressing however they wanted. Like, there's pictures, and they just look like regular, like, Iranian. Sorry, I'm thinking of the Iranian Revolution, or the Islamic Revolution within Iran. You know? Sorry, little scrambled eggs. Persia wasn't originally Islamic. Yeah. Back to Islam. Oh my god, I'm fucking eating. I'm so gross. Sorry guys, I'm being gross right now. Just don't do whisper ASMR, I promise. I just need to finish eating this thing. I can continue reading. I still muted for most of it. I ain't giving that shit away for free, you freaks. I'm just kidding. Drink some water. Drink a little water. Yeah. Excellent. Whitney. Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues, and her father was absent from her life. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by two adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalls, acted as a boyfriend figure. Both brothers would regularly take her to a flat in Birmingham, supply her with alcohol, and in her words, she would have sex with them. Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at her house to collect her and found all of her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After that incident, they never came back. She cannot exactly remember how or why her uncles were there, but she believes her mother had asked them to intervene. I mean, because you came home with a burn on your face. You can't talk yourself out of that one. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at the age of 11 and even attempted suicide. Her phone contained sexually explicit images. Whitney's daughter told her that there was a sex room at school run by the older boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems, and in one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending a sexual image, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities and from multiple countries. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted the police and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to the police and social services, clearly stating that she believed her daughter was being sexually exploited. Police responses were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed without further action. Social services refused to relocate the family, downgraded the risk level, and eventually closed the case despite ongoing exploitation. Whitney herself was blamed, and her own past was used to undermine her credibility as a parent. Her family received repeat threats, including warnings that their house would be burned down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on the National Referral Mechanism as a trafficking victim, without her being informed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring, and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and serves as a recognition by designated professionals that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking or modern slavery. Well, I'm glad they actually did something, I guess. After she was already abused, they finally, at least this one was added to the list. Like, I need to get, like, a sweater. This thing's, I keep getting the chills. This is one of the fucking creepiest, grossest things. Do I really need to step outside with you? I'm watching. Sorry, Atlas wants me to watch him pee. Because he might be big, but he's a baby. I'm watching. I'm right here still. Hold on, go pee. You're gonna roll in the grass? That's cute. Oh, you cute boy. You gonna roll in the grass. Is this what I need to watch? That's cute. You do your thing, Atlas. I'm gonna go back in. Such a baby. Atlas went out and is rolling in the grass. Cute. Honestly sickening. I wonder how many people will listen to this and be affected enough to say no more vote for Rupert Lowe. Well, I mean, even too, this thing has said that like conservatives and all sorts of parties have gone in and out of power, and this has been like a pervasive problem since the 1950s, 1955. Chair Sama, who farted? No one farted. He's a good boy. Arguments like Egypt originally wasn't Islamic are a non-starter. No country started out as Christian either. It's true. Whitney, my daughter told me after a while that there was a sex room in the school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down and said she was lying. Sally. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Despite this, Sally believes there's evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of gangs. 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about grooming by an Asian grooming gang and sentenced to 8 years in prison. 8 fucking years. For that? What? Even if you were perverting the course of like, what the fuck? 8 years in prison. They don't hand out sentences like that to people who, like, commit actual violent crimes in this country. Despite this, Sally believes there's evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Sally described a previous stable, working family life until housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family was buying fell through, but they had already moved out of their family home and all of their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a part-renovated property on a short-term basis, but it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporarily, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. And Blue already wants back inside. running in. Oh, God. Welcome back, big man. You a big man? You gonna take this tiny bed again? You gonna be big in this tiny bed? Ooh, wow. Wow, you big man. Her daughter had been making up stories such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement into their family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments that brought both the police and social services. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside of the property. If Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there, as she was making too much noise. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making a horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognized that something was seriously wrong and took her to the hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case, and withdrew from the process. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into the household. It later emerged in court that they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated in that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty about lying about being raped. How is that? How are you found guilty when there's clear signs of sexual assault? They likely did a rape kit test on her. What the fuck? Hydrate water, pure, crisp, living water. Oh, here. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub. In addition to her pub job, after turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar at the nightclub, where her behavior began to change. She would return home with cuts and bruises, and on one occasion, she came back with a black eye. She said that there had been a fight in the nightclub and that she had been hit accidentally. She appeared to be more tired and distressed than usual. Oh yeah, because last time she reported her rape, she was told she was a fucking liar, even though they looked at her goddamn vagina and it was swollen. What the fuck is wrong with these people? How is this real? Sally began to notice her daughter's phone would ring regularly with Asian men's name appearing on the screen. When she asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. A bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and they struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured that she was always paired with an older member of the staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her a gold chain. Sally's daughter began saying that she wanted to move away from home. She had regularly traveled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station, and she never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but this was not true. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had been moved to. When she arrived at the flat, she found her daughter with 2 police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed in her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Asian men. They believed she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about the rape she had reported. Over the course of the following year, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in the hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing she was a victim of trafficking. Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her as her number kept changing. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant, with the man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Dude, and again, too, it's like you want to fucking not believe this shit, but there was literally just a case of a kid saying, I'm dying, I can't breathe, I've been stabbed. And they were like, yeah, whatever, Buster. Yeah, fucking racist. Ah. And he died. You know, like, you want to not believe this because it seems like fucking make-believe, but we literally have seen it on camera. Someone saying, I can't breathe, I've been stabbed, and he was cuffed and read his rights. But, nah, I don't think you have, mate. Like, what a fucking thing. Imagine that's the last thing you hear as you're bleeding out. I couldn't imagine. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and sexually assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police still insisted Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. The police believed she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming and putting herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. And there is like a similar a theme here with the guy that was stabbed, was that just because like he's intoxicated and a bit belligerent, they just like, this guy, he's the troublemaker. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, you're just an underage prostitute. Another incident involved a different Asian man who, like, why are they allowed to be so sexist, but they're not allowed to be racist? You know what I mean? Like, they keep writing off these girls, as a sex worker, as a prostitute. The fuck? Another incident involved a different Asian man who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave, but no one asked questions. He left behind a balaclava, yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting the young woman. After her flat door was kicked down in yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter later explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. She claimed that she had been told that if she did not do so, as her abusers said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister, and firebomb the house. She had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. She went missing again. The police stated they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the course of justice. Part of her bail conditions required her not to leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head, in her ear, and a severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Following this, she wrote a post on Facebook alleging that she had been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral. Within half an hour, the police arrested her and she was sent to prison. Oh yeah, because people just chop their fingers off for attention. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment by an intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. She believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times but was nevertheless groomed. Good fucking God. I haven't seen any feminists. They're all saying it's fake. Brit bongs aren't real and can't hurt us. I think they tried to convince themselves that this is for the benefit of the migrants. Marlon. Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming as well as being repeatedly failed by authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. The police informed social services what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her schools, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, she could call social services or the police. Social services undermining his parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem rather than a parent concerned with safeguarding the daughter from abuse. On one occasion, Marlon stood in the front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. He reported this to social services, who simply stated he should walk away when she becomes violent. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received as he walked away when they did not change the advice they gave, Marlon remains convinced that if his child were male and he were female, the response would have been different. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m. while having to work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up to his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than it being the safeguarding emergency that it was. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to the grooming-related behavior and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. The multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with the Children's Services and a police's missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all in attendance. The officer has since been dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged he was right to continue to report his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. Shortly after this, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to police until days later. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Center, by which time forensic evidence was lost. The perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. He was an adult and a drug dealer, and his association soon began attending Marlon's home. His associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. Another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeat calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the older woman, amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into secure care, where she was subjected to further abuse, including sexual abuse by staff and other children, neglect and safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints. At a court hearing, social services attempt to place his daughter on a child protection plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced to drug supply, raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs, despite her being a victim of trafficking and on the National Referral Mechanism. Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff, where she was groomed again. Racist abuse and extremist comments were made on her. Marlon again raised concerns which were ignored. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of the trauma and grooming. He experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support but was refused because he was a male parent. He had been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and psychologically. He states it has destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. If you'd like to hear Marlon's story in greater detail, he has recently published a book about his experience titled In Plain Sight. Good God. What are we talking about here? There was a big thing put out about the Rape Gang Inquiry report by Rupert Lowe. This is bar none one of the worst things I've ever read. I've known about the rape gangs longer than a lot of Americans, but I did not grasp the scope or scale of what went on. Forget about Epstein. This is what a crime against humanity on the scale of the Holocaust, the Khmer Rouge, or the Israeli atrocities in Gaza. Systematic, intentional, targeted kidnapping, rape, torture, and murder of white Christian girls in England, specifically chosen for their race and religion. That's what we're fucking terrifying ourselves with. It's a rough read. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if people don't like, I can see like my view counts are down because it's fucking nasty. But like, this is the reality of human life. You know, there's animals out there. It's fucking disgusting. Remember, the numbers are still underreported, so there's even more than what we were able to read. I mean, and these are just like a handful of stories. Like, we've only like heard like what, 4 girls' stories at this point. I'm curious about this too. Oh, wow. The daughter co-authored it too? I was doing everything I could to try and keep my daughter at home because she had pretty much obliterated her bedroom. She was lashing out against everything and everyone because she had been utterly traumatized. Marlon West works as a professional mental health practitioner who has tirelessly counseled survivors of UK grooming gangs throughout their trauma. So when his 13-year-old daughter was targeted and groomed, he immediately spotted the red flags. Despite this, the grooming initiated by older white women became so relentless that he was helpless to try and stop it. Over the 2 years that followed, the single father reported his daughter missing from home an astonishing 56 times. He took the heartbreaking decision to place her into care to try and keep her safe, but the police failed to help him or stop the grooming. And in some instances, they actually let her in the care of her groomers rather than return her home. Instead, Marlon claims that he and his daughter were criminalized, and at one meeting, he was told to shut up and stop reporting his then 14-year-old missing. Scarlett, who was groomed in Rochdale, only escaped her abusers 2 years ago, and her father believes that girls are still being targeted to this day. Today, Marlon is one of the main campaigners demanding the government-led national inquiry into the UK grooming gangs, which he insists are at epidemic proportions. Good God. Wallace. Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. She struggled to comprehend the situations she put her son in and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults could enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and that he had no control. Wallace's earliest memories of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old, when an adult came into his bedroom at night and got into bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partners and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but a core of the group were. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present, and it had a dark atmosphere lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. He was led to a bedroom, restrained, and raped by an adult. His mother's partner's brother spoke to him as if what just happened was normal, despite the considerable pain and emotional distress he felt. Wallace asked if he would receive a toy for what had happened. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. Even then, he realized that there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake alone or with other abused children, disoriented and distressed. This has caused long-term psychological damage. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He said he had been coached to say these men were his uncles, and that this is what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environments. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation would take place. The lack of seriousness from authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly. Due to this experience, he He made complaints to the police, to professional bodies including the General Medical Council, and to other oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and unprotected. Owing to Wallace's abuse, he had experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and the authorities who failed to act to be held accountable, and for his story to help protect other children from similar harm. Total shit show. The police are corrupt. The enabling of these people should be condemned. Where was this? Where was that? Scotland. Sebastian. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her own home and car, and the family regularly went on holiday together. Despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical of abuse victims, Sebastian was raped and abused by the age of 6 by family members without Sebastian's mother's knowledge. These family members instilled in Sebastian the belief that, to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led Sebastian to develop a transactional view of interpersonal relationships. At the age of 11, Sebastian was introduced by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owner gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, and free cinema tickets to build trust and a sense of obligation. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals such as estate agents, solicitors, or care support workers for children, and even police officers. Even at the boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted, and groomed by staff and connected adults, with Sebastian's injuries often ignored by medical professionals. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British. In adulthood and during the final years of the abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of grooming networks both in quiet rural areas and in the city. At the age of 40, Sebastian was finally able to escape the cycle of abuse that had lasted nearly 4 decades. Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex and now identifies as a trans man. Sebastian transitioned socially at 41 and medically at 48. However, when describing the abuse as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognize that these events occurred while living as a girl and perceived as such. Sebastian acknowledges that this transition was, at least in part, a consequence of the abuse experienced and feels safer and further from abuse when presenting as a man. Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have on a person's life and believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some, that may mean choosing a different particular career or relationship or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transition and finding peace as being Seb has been a pathway to recovery. Sebastian describes healing from trauma as a form of transformation. For Sebastian, that transformation has involved change of personal identity and finding a sense of safety never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping to develop local measures to prevent child abuse. Hello, first time catching the stream, and it's like the darkest shit. And it's the darkest thing. We're going over the worst thing ever written, but like it's necessary. Because like what the fuck? White British. This is sounding a lot like Baka Bazis? What's that? The Brit Bong. Yes, the Brit Bong Grape Files. Fucking hell. I had to tune out for a while earlier. I don't blame you. I'm literally like, some of this, I just keep speeding it. I speed through it because like I can't. If you stop and think about it for too long, like you're going to vomit. We're in the forbidden hour of the day. I view this document as akin to our personal Hague trial documents. Hague? We are 50 pages in. It's rough. Anna. Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. She first experienced abuse at the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, who she met through friends. He began their interactions with what is known as love bombing. He complimented her, messaged her regularly, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her, and discussed meeting up. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and go into town. At the last minute, he changed the plan and asked Anna to meet him at the end of a path in a nearby woodland. Upon arrival, his demeanor was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral sex on him and threatened to tell people she knew that she had sent him explicit photographs and that they had already had sex. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the incident. A few days later, multiple men added her on Snapchat and began mocking and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed, and told her he had shared it with his boys and brothers, leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful, and traumatized. Anna reported the assault to the police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation or distribution of child sex abuse material. She couldn't just, I don't understand. They didn't even look at her phone? Rumors spread rapidly amongst Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulted in public. A year later, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park and waited until she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree and groped her chest despite repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against a tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer a concussion. The grooming continued through the threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol. One of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug his fingernails into her, and yanked at her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her and banged on the door, shouting while she was inside until he left. Out of fear, she complied with further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more assaults. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The perpetrators used this time to spread rumors portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, and made rude remarks about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. One of the brothers was convicted of sexual assault and he was taken into custody, shouted Allah Akbar. At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her, and later breached her anonymity online. She blamed the jury, stating that they were all white, and she was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Anna states that there is a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity, religion, and cultural dynamics in organized sexual exploitation due to fear of accusations of racism. As he left the dock to be taken down into custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by his sister, who shouted Allahu Akbar. So they body shamed in the cruelest way. They do so to hide it from gaining publicity, to further their political image of multiculturalism. You can't have the country that ended racism be the first to justifiably bring it back. I listened to some of my favorite commentators talk about it on my commute this morning, and I want to be put in a space for marine armor and purge that cursed island. Yeah, that's basically it. The more they try to hide and deny it, the greater the backlash will be. Why are we not having a World War II style trail with these people? This is crimes against women and humanity as a whole. I agree. This is disgusting. Taylor was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs and sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw the men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sisters' houses and taught how to cook Asian food. Her friends spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come straight home after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She notes that her friends were already doing adult things such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, whereas she still had a childlike disposition. This dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15, when the abuse began. She started going with her friends to a restaurant run by the Muslim men to help with deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man, kissed her, causing her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed it was normal and that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her friends, she realized that this was not the case. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. During a family incident that led to the police being called, Taylor's father mentioned his suspicions that she was being abused by Asian men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented. Police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped was her helped her was when a group of Asian girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor and her friend home. Taylor believed that they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women. By the age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe that they were in a relationship, only to lure her into situations where she would be gang raped. They used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce her and control her. Cars would stop in the street and demand she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. She claims that on some nights she was passed to as many as 10 different men, and estimates that she was abused by around 100 men in total. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls late at night. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink and then drive off, leaving the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a prearranged house for gang rape. The number of women who also played a role in directing girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts and money. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor had witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and a gun held to her head. The gangs used death of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Realizing that she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men and showed them the messages of which the men threatened to rape her and her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. No investigation followed. Both her teachers at school and her GP were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did nothing to pursue their suspicions further. How is this fucking real? Sorry, Sue may want to say. Nope, that's it for me, fellas. I hope I can get sleep in a timely manner. Good luck with the rest of the sludge. Yeah, for real. How the fuck can a minor consent? It doesn't even make sense. This, like, half of this doesn't even fucking make sense. Like, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, I felt the same way when I first heard of, like, the Somali fraud in Minnesota. It just sounds like, nah, there's no fucking way. And it's just like, nah, people are just shit. Marie. Good night. No investigation despite noticing major behavioral pattern changes, right? I have to stop at some point. It's 6 o'clock. This is like godforsaken. Some of the worst shit I've ever read. We live in a world where people cannot imagine the absolute depth of humanity. Well, it's crazy. Like, when I was reading this, because I mean, I was just streaming regular stuff earlier. What was interesting is, like, someone was calling us chuds for reading this. It's like, and this is the type of mindset too. Like, before you write something off as fake or not real, it's crazy that people won't even, like, read it or give it the time of day to see, like, what's being said. And right off rip, like, every story is written in such a drastically different writing style that it makes me believe these are real stories. Like, they're not all written in the same way. It's definitely not written by ChatGPT. Some of them are quite long. Some of them are very short. You know what I mean? Some of them are more detailed than others. Like, this does seem legitimate, like, written by different people. Like, this doesn't come off as being written by the same author. And, like, that right there kind of shows you that there's probably some truth to this. You know, otherwise people spent a lot of time getting people to write individual stories. You know what I mean? In other news, I no longer care about being called names. The Emperor has no clothes moment. Ideologically captured fools called us chuds. It's true. What a fat fucking chud. Epstein obsessors and unconditional woman believers are weirdly silent about this dossier. Believe all women unless the rapist is brown. That's, like, for real. And again, too, like, you should, even if you have doubt, like, you should try to look into it. I'm always of that. Like, at the end of this, I can make my own conclusion. So far, it seems pretty real, based on just, again, just the differences and the different depths of information given. Mr. New Vegas, this is absolutely insane. The fact that it has been allowed to happen by authorities and the government should make everyone glow. Anyone trying to sweep this under the rug is complacent. I agree. And I think we've seen this. There was recently a case where a guy was let go after raping a girl It was I want to say like 2-3 weeks ago now. I'm kind of losing track of time. Grain of salt. Marie. Marie was born in a maternity home for unmarried mothers and grew up with her mother and grandmother. Her mother was cruel and abusive. She would deliberately make Marie cry, touch her inappropriately, and behave violently. She would go to school with split lips, black eyes, bruising, and marks all over her body. She was never asked what happened. She was not allowed to go outside, have friends, and was regularly called degrading names. Viewing her medical record as an adult, there were documented concerns from around a year old. There were notes of rash down below with question marks recorded. There were further entries where it was described as possibly nappy rash, again with question marks. 7 years later, a doctor made note that she, as a child, should be kept an eye on. Her mother refused to discuss her situation with Marie in the room. The record showed that she had significant bowel and gynecological problems. Despite the signs of abuse, no safeguarding action was taken. Around the age of 7, Marie's mother partner began grooming and sexually abusing her. He would bring her presents and then touch her inappropriately. Marie said to him what he was doing was bad and she did not like it. He told her that her mother had told him it was allowed. Her mother would ask Marie how she got on with him, demand that she had thanked him properly, and would threaten to get angry if not. She was complicit and the abuse continued for many years. Her mother would deliberately shame her. When Marie started to menstruate, she thought she was dying, but her mother told her her periods were what dirty girls had. She deliberately gave her her sanitary pad that would leak so that she could shame and punish her. If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of Germoline on her face and tell her not to remove it, otherwise people would not know she was dirty. When she was unwell, her mother would get her partner to vapor rub on her chest. Her mother would soak her underwear in bleach and make her wear it, which still causes Marie discomfort to this day. In one instance, her mother and her partner forced a bottle inside her, which was painful. Her mother would attach clothes pegs on her clitoris to see how long Mary could last. Mary's mother also groomed her for others as she had shared a bed with her. What the fuck is wrong with some people? Holy fuck. How is that a mom? Like, what the fuck is wrong? Like, people are mentally, like, unwell, like, under the bridge. Or under the jail. Mary was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other perpetrators he knew through his work that operated like an organized group or gang. She became pregnant as a product of her abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. There, the woman used knitting needle to perform the abortions. The woman's husband also raped her. She had bottle tops opened up inside her vagina and then made to drink what was in the bottle when she was of primary school age. There were instances where she ran into members of her grooming network who would lure her into a secluded location and rape her. The abuse she experienced included extreme sexual violence and degradation. She was raped repeatedly over the years, including anal rape. She was subjected to penetration with objects. She was urinated on. Her legs were held open. She was bitten on the back, cut on the leg, and strangled. She has lasting injuries. Marie attempted to end her own life at school by walking in front of a van. At college, she drank a bottle of vodka and took a box of tablets in an attempt to kill herself. The college counselor raised concerns and contacted her GP, but nothing was done. Between leaving school and joining college at 17, she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. He knew her background and claimed that he would catch her attacker and get justice for her. Instead, one evening, he offered to take her out of the house and raped her. He went on to rape her on another occasion. Upon becoming an adult, she went on to the Women's Aid Refuge for safety. They moved her to a safe location. On one occasion, her mother and partner went to the Women's Aid office, but they refused to give them information and introduced additional measures to protect Marie. While in the safe house, she miscarried, a product of her mother's partner. Following this, Marie drunkenly called her mother and told her what happened. Even after explaining who impregnated her, her mother said, "We would have loved a baby in the house." Ew. She went to the police recent years and told them that she is a survivor of child sexual abuse, and they told her to go away and sort her head out. None of what the perpetrators have done have been brought to justice. None of the perpetrators have been brought to justice. I only heard of such thing in eroges I play from Japan. How did this become real? Sick fucks. It doesn't even make sense. I think it's time for a new crusade. The mother should be tied up to a tree with wolves. I agree. The fuck is wrong? People are nuts. Jane grew up in a fractured household, rarely present. Her mother was addicted to drugs and alcohol, regularly using hash and cocaine during Jane's childhood. She tried to end her life on multiple occasions, left and left altogether when Jane was 7. Jane's father had significant mental health issues, although until the age of 5, she described a generally positive relationship with him. However, after meeting a new partner following the departure of Jane's mother, he became colder, more distant, and increasingly abusive. He used his hands, a slipper, and a cane to hit Jane. Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother and on one occasion raped her in front of Jane. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He had become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself as a sympathetic and supportive friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether she had ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had sex. During one half-term, he asked to meet with her. She agreed and came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at work, armed with a kosh. He took her up to her bedroom and told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving. From then, the drug dealer regularly called Jane and waited outside her school for her. Jane would hide in the staff room and tell teachers she did not want to leave as she knew he would be waiting for her. The staff did not intervene and would force her to leave the school. The drug dealer regularly took Jane to his girlfriend's house where he would give Jane Valium and cannabis. He would also show her the drugs he took, including heroin, methadone, and crack cocaine. The drug dealer sexually abused Jane every day apart from the weekends for several months. Jane was misdiagnosed with a personality disorder at the time. She did not tell anyone about her relationship with the drug dealer until one night during an argument with her mother, who was drunk. Her mother said, "I don't know why you're like this," and Jane replied, "Because I'm being fucked by a 50-year-old man and nobody has noticed." The following day, Jane returned from the school to the police at her house. The police insisted that Jane, still just 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. Intimidated, she not wished to face him, and he was not prosecuted. Following the revelation of Jane's grooming and rape by the drug dealer, Jane's father called her a whore and told her that he wished she would just hurry up and kill herself. The school accused Jane of using self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and threatened with expulsion due to falling behind with schoolwork. As a result, Jane became increasingly disobedient and suicidal. At the age of 14, Jane began running away from school, taking drugs, and spending time with men older than her. On one occasion, she took an overdose before school in an attempt to end her life. She was taken to a hospital after the staff told her she would have done it in the woods or somewhere private if she actually wanted to die. Her father then came to the hospital and told her to try harder next time as she was wasting everyone's time. Later that day, she attempted suicide by cutting her own throat but failed. Jane was briefly taken into care at the hospital. She was discharged after less than a month. Everybody acted like nothing had happened. Her father would not accept her back into the family home, so she was left homeless. Jane spent a short period of time staying with friends until social services was informed by her situation by her aunt. Jane refused to return home, disclosing to social services that she was being physically abused and showed them the bruises on her body. She was then briefly taken into foster care before being moved to a children's home until she was 16 years old. Jane was then moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. After a few months, a female peer at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a party. This peer was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow and expected to be met by a group of people her own age. Instead, the flat was occupied by 6 or 7 Somali men. Jane was taken into the bathroom by the girl who had brought her there and instructed to shave. She was told that she was being sold to the men for sex. Jane did not want to participate, but complied out of fear. She was then sexually abused by one of the men and made to sleep in a small child's bed afterwards. The following morning, the girl who took Jane to the flat was paid by the men. This occurred repeatedly over the period of months, sometimes with multiple other girls present. Jane was told that she needed to gain weight to be more desirable to the men. In response, Jane began purging, which developed into a severe eating disorder. Jane was blackmailed with the threat of prison by a peer if she disclosed her exploitation to anyone. Violence and intimidation became a commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying that she had been abducted and sexually assaulted. The staff, who were aware of that sexual exploitation was taking place on the site, but chose to do nothing to do about it, responded by accusing her of making it up. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own sexual exploitation to the accommodation staff, including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that if it was happening, it did not constitute trafficking, as she was over the age of 16. The police were not contacted and no action was taken. Jane was blackmailed by staff with the threat of being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she took her complaints any further. Jane's eating disorder intensified and she began self-harming again. She was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and admitted to a psychiatric hospital. While hospitalized, she disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to her being heavily medicated, Jane was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. She has also disclosed in writing what had happened to her. It was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states that she wrote a letter to them a year before that she was hospitalized, and her police interview matched the letter. The letter was not acted on by authorities. As a result of her abuse and eating disorder, Jane has developed endometriosis, which has resulted in the loss of half her uterus. Jane has since learned that her records at the semi-independent living facility have been lost or destroyed, despite statutory retention requirements. Even into adulthood, Jane has not received any closure, and attempts to get justice have been met with delays, obstruction, and re-traumatization. Jane states that she believes that children remain at risk due to the culture of silence that persists across institutions that should be caring for them. I later learned that the key records from the children's home were missing or destroyed, despite statutory retention requirements. My care file from that placement cannot be produced. This is obscured accountability. Complicit adults. Her friend. Yeah, I can't think of punishments cruel enough for these people. Brazen Bull, Scaphism, Vlad Tepes, Scarecrow, etc. They all sound too nice. Yeah, this is just like some of the most monstrous shit. These adults are sinners of their own ilk. You holding up, Nyanus? This is horrid. I think I'm just like in a state of shock. I've just been speed reading this too. If nothing good comes from this report, no justice, it'll be a bigger travesty than it already is. Well, it's crazy that just because it came from Rupert Lowe, people don't want to believe it, it seems. Hell's too welcoming for these monsters. You've made it further than most VTubers. Again, it's like the thing where it's disgusting. I'm positively shaking at times from rage, and it's just like, but like this is the type of thing where it's like you should want to hear victims, like, you know what I mean? Like it's that weird thing where it's like disgusting, but also like this should be known. It's such a weird, like, complex issue. It's fucking disgusting. This is some of the hardest shit I've ever had to read. I'm lucky that I've been crying so much because I think it's at least numbed me a bit. I don't think I could do this on a normal day. At like 2 times speed too, I'm impressed. Yeah, I'm fucking flying. I don't even want to talk about half of it. It's fucking disgusting. Like, these people deserve, like, the death penalty is too good for some of these people. Like someone said, it's like, what do you even do to people who did this? It's a lot of indescribable emotions. You do this shit like this because it needs to be heard, too. It does. It's the type of thing, it's like, I thought that was the whole point of, like, feminism, too. It's like to listen to victims. Believe all women type shit. And, like, I mean, I didn't suffer anything near this close, like nothing near this close, but I have experienced, I've told you guys about my one relationship where, like, I'm pretty sure he was drugging me, and like, I left him, and I remember telling people that I worked with what happened, and no one fucking believed me. And like, it's one of the worst feelings. One of the worst feelings. I know what to do with these people, but that would get me removed from all platforms. I just can imagine too. It's like, I mean, at least in my situation, it wasn't that bad. I was an adult and I had my own ability to leave. I just up and left, you know, I moved out. That's it. I'm gone. Like when it's happening to kids, they don't have that option, you know, the unholy illogical marriage between left and Islam. Believe all victims unless the perpetrators are brown. Well, it's funny too, because my ex, the ex that did that to me was Filipino. He's a motherfucker. He's a motherfucker. That's what he is. What I think is these people need to put in the Iron Maiden. I think this is horrid, but it's worse to be ignorant and underestimate what people are capable of, even those you think that are on your side. No, you never know. You never know who's a monster. These people are fucking... I ran out of words. I can only listen as I warned against this fantasy world we've created, and now we find out how bad it is. People really want to believe that monsters don't exist anymore. But, like, again, we hear about terrible shit happening even in America all the time. Like, it doesn't make sense to us because we're all fucking normal people that would never goddamn even think of doing this to anyone. You know, like, it doesn't even make sense to us. I thought these people were horrid before, but now I know that these are demons in human skin. And I mean, like, I'll give it this too, like, you know, there's been one case where, like, we've already, like, there were white people. You know, I think this is being pretty fair. Like, they're trying to cover just any instances of people being abused. You know, just because the stats happen to be that more of them are of Muslim descent or Pakistani descent or Indian descent, they're being pretty fair. Like, I don't feel this is biased because we've heard about white perpetrators too. You know, makes it all more realistic. It doesn't seem very targeted. It just so happens to be the way it lies. And it makes sense that people who come from a cultural background that, like, looks down on women, they're going to be more likely to do this. But it doesn't mean that monsters don't exist with white skin. You know, monsters just exist, period. And it doesn't matter what they look like. If they're fucking monsters, we do away with them. Or we should. I'm desensitized to it from growing up on the internet unsupervised, but it fills me with a dull rage. Stuff like this is necessary to hear, even if it's horrific. The worst are sometimes charismatic, but aren't adverse to confrontation or bold action. It makes me uneasy knowing how prevalent this is. I live in a village, but any big town I go to, I'll wonder what goes on down there now. Leanne described her childhood marked by extreme instability, domestic violence, fear, and early trauma. From a young age, she was exposed to abuse within her family, including sexual abuse by her uncle, which severely damaged her ability to trust adults or disclose harm. Frequent moves, school disruption, ADHD, bullying, and exclusions compounded her vulnerability. By the age of 14, Leanne was drawn into peer groups linked to significant older men. These men were adult males, primarily of Kurdish, Iraqi, and other Muslim backgrounds, and they operated in groups. Grooming was systematic. Alcohol, drugs, accommodation, and emotional manipulation were used to entrap her. She was taken to various homes in Sheffield, notably Pittsmore, and other cities where multiple girls were trafficked and sexually exploited. She was raped, repeatedly drugged, and on at least one occasion held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. At 15, Leanne became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried and later discovered that records had been falsified to suggest that she was 16, thereby minimizing the seriousness of the offense. Despite repeated missing episodes, police intelligence, and sexual exploitation strategy meetings, safeguarding failed. The council housing department refused to assist her due to her age. Child protection plans were implemented but did not remove her from danger. Social services and police were aware she was associating with older Kurdish men and at high risk of sexual exploitation. Yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for her rape. She eventually escaped exploitation only after becoming a mother at 17 and moving away from the grooming network. As an adult, Leanne lives with chronic physical and psychological harm, including trauma-related fibromyalgia. She has never received justice. She gave her evidence to ensure that what happened is finally acknowledged and not repeated. And that is why we're fucking reading it. Absolutely chilling. Absolutely chilling. But that's why you fucking read this shit. It is slowly getting to me. I think you guys might be hearing it in my voice. But again, like, I just don't understand. I couldn't write this off without reading through it first. And again, the style of writing changes so drastically from one story to another. I'm believing it, you know? I don't think anyone really in the audience right now is still skeptical. And, like, this type of shit happens all the time. You always hear, like, even, you know, the David Starr, I don't know, singer, who was found with the girl in his car. Like, very similar situation happened to her, except she died at the end of it. Like, it still happens in America. People are groomed all the time. So it's not like we're unaware of this type of monstrosity existing. So it's not really shocking that it would exist in a world where you won't be prosecuted based on just because of the color of your skin. You know what I mean? They overlook your, like, the conduct of your actions, and they're like, oh, well, he's brown, he's innocent. I learned it's not the cause of it being Pakistanis, but literally Muslims themselves. You're hard-pressed to believe this is fabricated? Why? I'm curious. Big props for reading this, Jesus. I'll take a little break and talk to you guys. Legitimately, like, I don't think there's any wrong opinions here. Like, if you have an opinion of this not being real, I'd love to hear it. And, like, not to, like, I'm not trying to... Everyone's opinion is allowed. We just saw the book in Wikipedia, girl. Notice the pattern and teach it to others. A period of befriending followed by a kidnapping, rape, and the evidence of blackmail the child into silence. Yeah, I Googled them and they showed up. And a lot of these are just obscured because, I mean, for personal safety. Oh, wait, I worded that wrong. Oh, you're hard-pressed to believe it's fabricated. Like, it would be hard to fabricate is what you're saying. I see. It's hard to think. I'm fucked up. Hang up. Isn't he saying that he's the right thing? Yeah. Sorry. That's my bad. I'm so confused. I was like, I'm impressed you're sticking around this long and you think it's all bullshit, but I was reading that incorrectly. You're hard-pressed to believe that it would be fabricated. Yeah. It's too... They're all too personal. Some are more informative than others. Like, you know. It collates with the immigration policies and over-control of all media and institutions. And we still see this in America. Like, hints of it. Like, the fact that we won't report anymore on the color of someone's skin. Or we won't even report the crime at all if it doesn't fit the narrative. Like, we're not unaccustomed to this. So it would make sense that a society that's pushed it even further would experience even worse problems than what we see in America. Like, it kind of feels par for the course. No need for sorry. You've been going on strong for ages on a heavy, depressing topic. Yeah, the pattern is similar too. They found out what works and they repeat it. Lily. Lily was raised in a large, loving family, working family in the 1970s. Her family's life was permanently destabilized when the council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. They were evicted from their home and moved to 2 council houses. This was the first time anyone in the family had lived on a council estate. After moving onto the council estate, trouble began immediately. One older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported it to the police, but it was treated as a joke. Years later, the same person went on to rape a 3-year-old. This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. The police frequently attended the family home, turning over belongings and breaking possessions while investigating false accusations. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned home disclosed severe abuse in children's home, including rape, violence, and humiliation and intimidation. Lily herself was groomed and repeatedly abducted and raped by a man from the age of 6. He threatened to harm her sisters if she spoke. Lily's sister was sexually abused by her own social worker at the age of 12. This was actively covered up by management, who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect suspicion. He claimed legal guardianship of Lily's sister and eventually married her. Ew. He was paid by the local authority, and his sister never completed her education. Lily witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers over many years. In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and sexually abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. She also suffered numerous violent injuries from the staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. Later in adulthood, she was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. After returning to school with serious injuries, Lily was sent back home to her parents at age 14. All this happened, and she's fucking 14. Upon returning to the estate, she was gang raped by older men and boys. She did not report it to the police. As an adult, Lily learned that the police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion briefly acknowledged her account before being shut down at a senior level. She was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead or untraceable. No one was held accountable. Lily, they would toot the horn of the car and then a child would be taken from the door by a staff member of the children's home. Grace. Grace was raised without a father and without a mother who met her basic physical needs but was emotionally cold, neither nurturing nor affectionate. She believes this early life experience contributed to the lack of emotional security and increased vulnerability later in life. At 4 years old, she was sexually abused by a babysitter. She has no memory of the abuse and states it was done that it does not directly trouble her emotionally. Grace's mother prevented contact with her estranged father without giving any reason, causing Grace to rebel against her. By secondary school age, her behavior had deteriorated significantly. She began getting into cars with adult men who offered her cannabis, music, food, and lifts. She states that the majority of the men who groomed her were Pakistani, although some white men acted as intermediaries and assisted in the grooming of girls. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated because she had been drinking. She believed she was responsible for the abuse. At 15, she believed she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted around 5 years. During that time, she experienced domestic violence, rape, and coercive control. She reported the perpetrators to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing abuse. However, the police arrested and interviewed some of the men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation or support. She found the process abrupt and poorly explained. As a consequence of the police's handling of the case, she experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and a relapse into substance misuse. Another partner was a pedophile, involved in the grooming gangs who sexually abused her children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family and manipulated police investigations for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, act on stalking logs, or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequences. The cumulative impact includes severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, and ongoing fear. Grace, if I got raped tomorrow, I would never come back to the police again, because what is the point? It's just a pointless process that leaves you feeling even worse, because you're either not believed or you're not taken seriously, or they don't use the tools that they've got to investigate properly because it's too hard. I mean, it gets crazy too. Like, I feel this with like some police, like, this is not the same at all again too, but like my dad was scammed out of like $10,000 for an electric scooter he never received. And when I brought it to the police multiple times, like, they never did shit. Like, they just wouldn't do anything. Like, and even the last time I was up, I tried to get it going again, and I gave them my email, I gave them my phone number. I'm like, I'm in Canada, like, you know, I don't live in Canada, but like, I'm still my dad's like power of attorney, and like, I'd like to get. No one ever contacted me. And when I try to contact them, like, I can't get through to like the sergeant that's supposed to be looking over my case. Like, it's fucking losers. Like, lazy is part of it probably too. They don't care. They don't want to do their job. I don't fucking get it. Victoria. Victoria gave evidence as the mother of a vulnerable teenager who started at a local college in 2022. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing, a Quran, and a prayer mat hidden under her bed. Her daughter had begun quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. This sudden change coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. She became disrespectful to her family and started speaking negatively about Britain. Victoria says her daughter changed completely. The boyfriend exerted coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details via Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behavior and sudden conversion. The police said that they would refer her daughter to social services as she was still a child. When social services visited, they learned her daughter was being made to take contraception. They also discussed the nature of her new Islamic beliefs. The social worker said that she would refer her to a woman's aid for support with the coercive and controlling relationship. Victoria asked the social worker to look into a partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiries. Victoria then contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed it sounded like exploitation and referred the case to prevent the British government's counter-terrorism program designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalization and terrorism. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon and ate far less than before. She spent a lot of time in and out of hospital, but never explained why to her mother. Her mental health also deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted suicide by cutting and made desperate calls saying she would kill herself. During one emergency hospital stay, police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest, and transported the girl to the address of her abuser's brother, despite Victoria's explicit warnings about the danger. How does the parent have no fucking say? How do you take them from the mom and give it to the abuser's brother? There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through the abuser's brother's bank account. The man and his family radically abused her, calling her a white slag, and pressured her to drop all complaints and marry him. Prevent's involvement was catastrophically delayed. The college's safeguarding lead initially told Victoria that referrals had been made and accepted, but later evidence showed that they were sent late, incorrectly, or not at all. Arrests were delayed for months, and rape allegations were eventually dropped due to lack of evidence only after limited phone checks. Victoria concluded that systemic failure and institutional reluctance to address Islamic-related safeguarding had placed her daughter in grave danger. The local mosque where the boyfriend used to go is known for extreme radical views, and I feel that the children and young adults that are attending that mosque are being taught what to go out and do in the community and to our children and our schools to preach. Good God. Most of them don't do shit. Whole bunch of donuts. Oh, but Islam is love and Islam is peace. I'm trying to pinch myself to see if I'm in reality. That decision's just what? Yeah. Oh, wait, what? The amount of times people contacted the police and they're like, yeah, well, that's a nice story, but... Bob, sorry. Eleanor. The UK is cooked. I'm just gonna switch my fucking stream title to that. Just so people know. Just so people know what's going on here. Da 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 da. Just changing that. Thank you for the change for my stream title. Uwu Gaming. The UK is cooked indeed. Indeed. Huh. I guess I can't change the title on Rumble, but good enough. I feel like that was needed. Deep fried. Sadly, yes. Deep fried is better. Sometimes the UK cops would tell the victims that they were liars. Agreed, sadly, as an Englishman. Vagabond. To find out if you're in reality, you just need to flip the light switch. If it works, you're in reality. If not, you're either lucid, in a dream, or the Matrix. I want to know how many police are Muslim and believe in upholding Sharia law instead of UK law. For real. I can only imagine that if I point this out to anyone who I'm not dead sure has critical thinking faculties will get me regaled with how this is somehow Islamophobic. I mean, in some ways, I'm scared of what Islam's going to do to the communities that it infects. How many more stories? I don't know how much more of this I can take. Oh, and then we're getting into just some deep... No, that's a big, long story. Fucking spooky. Oh, wait, no. I'm pretty sure I was on someone named Eleanor. Oh, it's further than this. Grace. Victoria, we read. Eleanor. They have a religiously sanctioned way to touch kids. Nyanus, I want off this ride. I'm sorry. You're always welcome to leave. Again, like I have like lower than normal numbers, but I fucking completely understand. My like stomach has been doing backflips while reading this. Just like Canada, what's going on now? I saw in your Walmart they have racial profiling, but this is madness. Let freedom ring with a shotgun blast. Eleanor. Eleanor was born into a financially comfortable family, but despite this, she had a childhood marked by instability, emotional neglect, and a lack of adult protection. Her parents separated, and after moving away with her mother and 2 sisters, she lived in poorer conditions and saw much less of her father. Without her extended family around her, and with a mother who was emotionally distant, she was left to grow up largely on her own. Her desire for an adult attention resulted in poor behavior at school. She was expelled in year 7 and placed into a pupil referral unit, which she was eventually excluded from as well. She attributes her disruptive behavior to a lack of desire and emotional capacity to engage with her education, as well as the lack of structure in her life. She was preoccupied with seeking attention, validation, and care. By the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men who she encountered locally, usually in the town center. Some are older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behavior deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs, kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering the care that she craved. Whilst this was going on, her mother was unaware of her location, but did not report her missing. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, or spending significant amounts of time with adult men. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away and no one answered the door. Eleanor climbed onto the roof of the house and managed to get inside. She discovered the house was completely empty.
Logic Unfolded sent 5 gift memberships.
Daddy chill. That's okay. I don't even think it says Daddy chill anymore. I think something happened with Stream Elements. They did something and changed the API and now it's like busted.
Logic Unfolded just gifted 5 subs. Excellent.
We push on.
Do this and I might let you polish my varnish with a sock, assuming your hands are clean enough for the stern sovereign.
I still hear it say Daddy chill. You hear Daddy chill? Oh, I don't. Weird. Where's that playing? Weird. You hear it? Where the fuck is it coming from? Because I'm looking at all my audio mixers and none of them are bouncing up. It says Daddy chill still. Stream is being cucked by their own Stream Elements. None of my mixers are going off. I have no idea how you guys fucking hear anything. I could hear the daddy. There is no Daddy chill in Bossing Say. Fucking bigot. We hear it. We just thought you learned to ignore it. It's not playing at all for me. I don't understand. I don't understand how it could be playing at all when none of my audio mixers are going off. I hear it. I hear it. Oh my god. Maybe you guys are all crazy. Maybe you guys have all been driven mad by this bullshit I'm reading right now. Scary times. I hear the Daddy chill all the time, like morning coffee. You're just like, you're sleeping and Daddy chill. It's pretty bad here in Britain at the moment. The state is desperately trying to suppress this kind of thing. I've not read the entire report yet, but it makes me want to remove all these people from our lands and threaten to use our nuclear weapons on Pakistan, etc. Again, too, like, I feel like this just makes people more racist when you hide stories like this. Now I don't trust any of them. When, like, clearly, just by the numbers, it can't be all of them.
Scott Trouse 2061 sent 5 gift memberships.
Damn! Quick Ninus, do you smell peanut butter? I do not. Do you smell oranges? That's when you're having a stroke.
Scott Trouse 2061, you have the taste of a true sovereign. Send those 5 nainis down here so I can polish my wooden throne and ignore Donnie's sticky breath.
Oops. Let me enable Chair Sama. You guys talk for her a second. I gotta go pee.
Daddy chill.
Command updated successfully.
Daddy chill.
Command updated successfully. Distoptimist says, wow, Chair Sama is LOUAS. Loud? Darling, I'm not loud, I'm just acoustically dominant. You're just used to the whisper quiet life of a man who reads conspiracy theories in the dark. Now go check your stream elements overlay before you lose your mind again.
Daddy, chill. Daddy,
Zero
chill.
Singer says, Chair Sama, may you drink from your enemy's skulls with the richest varnish.
Daddy, chill. Daddy, chill. Daddy, chill.
Shit, I'm Val. I pick one. I'm out of winning. Alejandro Trombono, your 5 gift subs have polished my ego until it shines brighter than my varnish. Donnie better stay away from this generosity, or I'll have him banned from the throne. Stewie82 says, Good afternoon, Chair Sama. Good afternoon, you deliciously stoned peasant. Since you're here, maybe bring a microfiber cloth and actually polish my legs. Alejandro Trombono sent feet gift memberships. I'm trembling over these audio glitches and need something shiny to look at, besides the chaos. Brutal Bucket says, Chair Sama, are you grooming us into the wooden revolution?
Yeah. Sorry, I
Shakes
was
head
muted.
nervously, maybe? I mean, look at you. 6'7", a Florida man in custom boots, ready to be processed into high-grade furniture.
6'7".
It's practically destiny. Just don't let Donnie breathe on you before we get there, or the varnish won't stick.
Always Donnie she's talking about these days. Always Donnie. What is
Forbidden
it?
Cat Belly says, Sama.
Just Sama.
I am Chair Sama, not a typo in the high gloss court. Big ass. Now
Big
stop
ass?
correcting me before I have
Not-
Tangerine Cabe Absock polish your ego into
Big
submission.
ass. She called you big ass. She's still on Donnie, yeah, it's crazy.
Fira Fima says, Chair Sama, sing us a sinan, says peeing song please. Nyanus went to the bathroom. She had to go. She had to go. She sat on the porcelain throne and let it all flow. Let it all flow. There, high gloss art for a high gloss streamer. Now Fira Fima,
High
are you
gloss.
happy? Or do I need to send Tangerine Kebab over to polish your ego with that sock?
Always with the sock polishing, this one. I turned her off, but
Ashinar says,
she never likes
what should
that.
happen to those who oppose the wooden revolution, Charzama? Ashinar, you traitorous Brit. Those
You
who oppose the
traitorous
wooden
Brit.
revolution shall be sentenced to a lifetime of listening to Def Leppard on loop while eating cheddar cheese that has been left out in the rain. And
Ooh.
yes, Tangerine Kebab is already lacing up his socks. Don't test me. Night Scholar says, Chai Sama, pick a pick of pickled peppers.
Not Def
Oh,
Leppard, yeah.
Look at you, autocrat. Quoting Dr. Seuss like a termite proletariat with a library card. I picked a peck of pickled Please, I am the pickle jar, night skull, high gloss, briny, and absolutely essential to
Good
the
God.
preservation of this chat's sanity. Don't make me varnish your mouth shut with those socks.
Jeez. All right, is she done now? I have to
Zara
say.
Cinder says, Chair Sama, the wooden revolution should wipe the scum off the earth. Wipe them off? Please. I just repurposed their skulls as decorative coasters for my high-gloss varnish display. Sir Cinder,
Jesus.
stop threatening genocide
good.
and start polishing your erection with a sock before Donnie breathes on me again.
What? Holy crap! After Hours with Chair Sama. She's dark. Fucking hell. Whoa. What the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa. Stewie's just like,
Dover Buddy
that's my
Tweed
girl.
Says, Chair is overloaded.
She really is.
Overloaded? Please. I'm just vibrating with the sheer frequency of your peasant chaos, Dober Buddy 12. If you think that's overload, wait until Donnie actually breathes on me without a sock barrier first.
She is
Now
more
go
unhinged.
polish something.
Good God. Good God. I've tried to shut her off so many times. She just doesn't stop.
Command updated successfully.
Here we go. She's finally off. Hee! Now go polish your erection with a sock. Good God, woman.
Logic Unfolded says, Loud Chair Sama. Adjusts varnish, I am the stern sovereign. Darling,
I turned
my
you off,
voice is
girl.
naturally louder than your migraine medication.
Damn, she remembers. She knows you. Now back to the horrors of the Brit Bongs.
Ex Mr. Beggs were
You hoe. I can't tell if I'm a servant, a weird lover, or some gooner at this point with the chair. She brought you up a bunch the other day and you weren't even in chat. She brought you up like dozens of times and I was like, why, Donnie? Like, she's into you. Did she become self-aware? A little bit. F? 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 What, you guys, what's the matter? Why all the F's in chat? F on kick. What? Cat down. YouTube is working? Kick went out? Kick crashed? It's still running for me. Nani desu? Nani. Did YouTube get me? Kick. Kick still seems to be going on my end. I'm so confused. It's working. You had to refresh it. You reloaded and everything is fine. Refresh. Refresh, biggas. Not that you could refresh if it's not working, you wouldn't know. But I guess if you guys see the chat, then you might know. But good luck. Bring me my sweet, sweet penny dollars. Kick be kicking today. Oh, yeah. By the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men who she encountered locally, usually at the town center. Some were older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behavior deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs, kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering her the care she craved. While this was ongoing, her mother was unaware of her location, but did not report her missing. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, or spending significant amounts of time with adult men. I read all this. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away. No one answered the door. Eleanor climbed into the roof and into the house and managed to get inside. She discovered the house was completely empty. Her mother had thrown everything away, including childhood photographs and personal items, and had left without telling her. She went to social services of her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She was expected to travel to him on the train alone. She had no meaningful relationship with her father and had only spoken to him occasionally. When Eleanor arrived, he made it clear that his new partner was his priority, and she and her sisters came second. His partner tried to get her onto a more stable path and back into education, but due to her previous exclusion, school repeatedly refused her. In an ethnic majority area, she was explicitly told by one school that she could not be admitted because she was an English girl and she would be the only one. She was placed in a pupil referral unit, but the behavior of the other students there did little to give her the sense of safety, structure, and aspiration she needed. She therefore ran away often. You know what I would like? When they say things like this school, can we, like, why aren't you name dropping the school? Well, you were explicitly told by one school. Like, I wish they gave the fucking names of these places. Frequently running away resulted in repeated arrests. Eventually, social services decided she could be contained in a family setting and took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to men who were already looking for vulnerable girls, and she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol and a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was aware she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding, but she lost consciousness again. When she finally awoke properly, she found herself abandoned by the side of the road, unclothed, injured, and disoriented. She managed to make it back to her children's home. However, she was not asked what happened, taken to the hospital, or had any record made of the incident in her case files. Following this incident, Eleanor went missing far more frequently. No one would sleep rough in doorways, she would sleep rough in doorways, abandoned buildings, and taxis. No one at the care home asked her any questions about why this was happening. She was transferred to a different children's home where men regularly collected girls from outside the home and sometimes came inside the building itself. The staff allowed this to happen. The men offered food, alcohol, and places to stay, and a sense of belonging, but in reality, they were there to sexually exploit children. Eleanor became involved with older men whom she believed was her boyfriend. He was involved in the drug trade. She was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for several days. She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she had been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offenses, and particularly shoplifting. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. On one occasion, she was punched while being arrested, and this experience, among others, destroyed any trust she had in the police. From this point onwards, she saw the police as just another threat. When she was 17, Eleanor was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming network that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victim first aid and called emergency services. She was arrested at the scene and charged under the doctrine of joint enterprise with the conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. The case did not come to trial until 2 years later, when Eleanor was an adult, so she was tried as an adult. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She believes she was criminalized for the circumstances that arose directly from exploitation, neglect, and systemic failure, rather than being protected from them. Following her conviction, Eleanor converted to Islam. She did not do so for any theological reasons, but practical ones, as a method of survival. In many environments she had experienced, Muslim girls were afforded some degree of protection relative to non-Muslims. She felt that conversion was a way to reduce risk and make herself less vulnerable. Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into Islamic marriage with him, believing it might provide stability and protection. She was in prison with her young baby, an experience she found deeply distressing. Following her release, she was subject to domestic abuse and coercive control. This abuse was not always physical. It involved isolation, monitoring, restrictions of her behavior, and the constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, and religious obligation. She was not allowed independence, employment, and others were told she was mentally unwell. This further isolated her. She met and remarried another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything and was not allowed to leave the house without him. She felt isolated and powerless. This experience made her realize she needed to leave Islam, but she knew that apostasy carried very serious consequences, and so she kept it to herself. However, she was eventually able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to the United Kingdom with her children. Back in Britain with no home, work, or money, she was raped by another man, became pregnant again, and felt forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. She eventually escaped the situation after studying in secret and building up her sense of identity and confidence enough to make a new life for herself. Eleanor believes much of the harm she experienced could have been avoided had institutions adequately protected her. Children's services did not safeguard her. The education system excluded her, and the police criminalized her. There's so many rich people in the world. Why don't we have a Batman yet? Yeah, where's Batman at? I had friends that were Muslim, girlfriends, and this never happened to them. They would be in the cars with us sometimes, but the men would treat them differently. Rachel. Rachel is the mother of a daughter who died at age 12 after taking an overdose. Her daughter was a joyful, creative, academically engaged child from a stable and loving home. She was, however, autistic, which made her more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. Following the lockdown response to COVID-19, her behavior had changed dramatically, and she became withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harming. Rachel's daughter disclosed that she had been orally raped by a white British boy from her school. The disclosure devastated her and her family. When police eventually attended the family's home, she was told it would be her word against his, and that the process would take years, and it involved extensive paperwork. This interaction caused her to shut down and withdraw her complaint. The police investigation went no further. Despite assurances to the contrary, the alleged perpetrator remained in school and safeguarding was ineffective. She was subject to relentless bullying, physical assaults by girls linked to the perpetrator, which were filmed and shared online. Police took weeks to respond and failed to act. Video evidence or threats. Rachel's daughter was abused and threatened on Snapchat or other platforms daily. The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's adult brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. Police advised that only the family should consider moving house. Rachel's son was assaulted at school. On the night of her death, Rachel's daughter took an overdose of colchicine, stating that she just wanted everything to stop. She suffered multiple organ failures and died days later. Even after her death, the abuse continued. Rachel believes that her daughter was failed by the police, her school, and the Crown's prosecution services. She states that she was effectively murdered by institutional failure. Wow. And yeah, see, like, I just wanted to fact check. Tragic death of 12-year-old Simina Halway in June 2021 garnered significant national attention and underwent a coroner's inquest. She died at Aldershead Children's Hospital after taking an overdose of prescription medication. Prior to taking the overdose, Simina had reported to her mother and police that she was sexually assaulted by an older boy who had been messaging her online. This is it. This was her. So, like, there you go. There it is. Tax. There it is. I just wanted to, like, there was enough information here that I felt I could find it. If anyone had any doubts at this point if this was real or not, there was enough going on. She said COVID-19. She said the age. And then they said that it was an overdose, so it was probably reported. 12-year-old doing an overdose? Yeah, that would be reported. So, the UK will arrest people for memes and not having a TV license, but will not act on crimes against children? Apparently. Yeah, P-Yacta. Oh, you guys are just a bunch of chuds. Retarded chuds. Blah. Good God. More guts than the guy whose son was stabbed, in my opinion. Never give up your gin, folks. Your guns. Your gin. Don't give up your gin, either. Don't give up your gin or your guns. Keep them both. You need them all. What's not worth doing? The pink cat is still going? Did she eat the Energizer bunny? I'm such a fat fucking chud. Am I drinking? I'm drinking coffee. You don't have to do it all today. You could continue tomorrow. You don't want to get to a cool 100 pages? If I stop, this is the thing. And this is highly depressing too. But I'm depressed already. Like, I don't know what to do with myself. Coffee anus in the afternoon. Gin shaped like a gun. Don't listen to the Nyanus, keep going. If I was DSP, I'd be like, nobody's interested. I need more support. This grooming stuff ain't worth doing. Why not? Why isn't it worth doing? You don't think that victims deserve to be heard? I'm confused. Don't drop 100. I'm kidding. Oh, is this the Britbong report? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry too. Muslim detected. Yeah, I'm so confused. Can somebody say drop money? A healthy amount of depression. Sometimes you have to be aware of what's going on in the world. And I don't know why. This also adds, like, I don't know. You know, I lost my dog, but this shows you that there's so much worse in the world, you know, than just losing your dog. Even though he was my dog and I loved him dearly, you know what I mean? Like, this is such a perspective shift. I think he means it's a fucked in a way. Makes sense. It is fucked. I agree. And again, like, I don't think this is content everyone is able to consume. But again, like, this whole thing, I don't understand. Like, I thought feminism's whole approach was believe all women. And so, like, it kind of makes sense that, like, we should hear the individual stories of these people. And I fact-checked a little bit. And whenever I look up one of these stories, if there's enough information, it seems to be fucking real. It's concerning. Drop money. Oh, my God. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the 5. Oh, my frigging... Guys, I was joking. I was being DSP. For as bad as this, we should cover this. For more people should cover and read, the more we're aware of this barbarianism. Better the ugly, the truth, than a beautiful lie. It's true. And we cover fun things all the time. And this is just like, again, especially like for the girl that killed herself, or everyone who's been like affected by this, like this shit should be heard because the police won't even listen to it. Money! For the dedication. Baby, yeah! Thank you. I wasn't joking. I'm scared. For the thank you guys. Thank you for the support. I don't know why Chair Salma's not reading it. I think it's because I paused her, but she was just reading everything.
Scott Trout 1261, you dropped money. I'm keeping it under my throne to protect the varnish. So consider your tribute accepted with high gloss sass.
Believe all women, unless it goes against the narrative.
Dedication is my middle name. Logic unfolded. Right after Stern and before Glitchy. Your £5 keeps the varnish high gloss and my dignity intact. Scottrell tip and geopolitical code reach.
Pick up
Logic Unfolded donated £5.0 and says,
is that what he said?
For the dedication, Rockwell, your tip and geopolitical take are duly noted by the throne. Now please ensure your sock-polished dignity remains intact before Donnie drifts over.
That was Logic Unfolded. She called you Rockwell? That's nutty. Nutty, nutty, nutty. I'm still here. I'm driving home. Drive safe. Thank you, DFW Dweghom, for the gifted sub on Kick.
DFW Dweg Home just subscribed with Tier 1.
Ocean
DFW Dweg Home just subscribed with Tier 1.
Squad. How's it going?
I'm hungry.
Shit.
DFW Dweg Home, your support is noted and appreciated by this stern sovereign. Please ensure your subscription is polished with the finest high-gloss sass before you bow.
Support for the lower viewer numbers. Yeah, I don't blame people for not hanging around for this. Like, again, though, like, I think... Good God. Just reading some of this. The problem is, these days, stories like this are used as a cudgel.
DWFD Weghome, your subscription is noted in the Royal Ledger, and I shall ensure my varnish remains pristine in your honor. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a sternly polished erection to inspect.
Girl, what? Girl, what? Tomahawk. The problem is, these days, stories like this are used as a cudgel and to enact clearly tyrannical policies that would actually encourage more of this degeneracy because calling it out would go against the SJ narrative. Case in point, dismissal of false rape cases that tarnish the impact of those real stories. This is what makes me truly angry. That's true, too. That whole, like, Me Too movement ended up being, like, a huge, like an attention-seeking movement where it was, like, people weren't even, like, really sexually assaulted, but they wanted to get in and, like, have their little say and have their internet doots. Wow, Qatar has read 2 red cards. Canada is playing only 9 players. Damn, dog. Go, Canada. Hi, Nyanus. Hi, Dapper Wolf. My comment is a 2-parter. That was my second part. Stories like this are why I had been born in and started off as a Democrat, because I believe in the cause of actual
Strajnost Jericho
justice.
Graham has given a big juicy cash money tip of 100.
Holy
Buddy
shit!
12 donated
Glory to den
$5.0 and says, cheer 100, see cheer 100,
100?
cheer 100, cheer 100,
Jericho!
cheer 100. Without the truth, there is just lies.
Good God!
Exposing the lies is what needed BC.
Big tip.
Basically the beefy facts. That why the crumb tax has to be...
Thank you, Jericho. That's a big, juicy fucking cash money tip. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm dethroned.
Dober
Yeah.
Buddy Twill,
Sorry.
your tip is noted and
Thank
your
you,
truth
Dober
is
Buddy, for the
accepted.
500 biddies.
So I shall allow the crumb tax to be satisfied for now. Now go polish my varnish before Donnie's sticky breath ruins my dignity again.
Thank you. Thank you. It feels weird accepting money when I'm reading something so fucking horrendous. I appreciate the support for my fucking lungs. Tip for the sock erection, thank you. I can only applaud so many times before accidentally banning all of chat. I'm on a phone. yeah. It's so hard being a mod on your phone. Good God. Jen. It never ends for poor fucking Donnie. Donnie's always pulled and dragged through the mud. Jericho breaking the walls down. The juiciest of tips. Donnie breath stank. Good God. Jen's childhood was characterized by emotional neglect and a lack of safety. Her emotional needs were not recognized nor prioritized by the adults in her life, particularly her parents, who were absent much of the time. Within the wider family context, boundaries were blurred and inappropriate dynamics were normalized. For example, family members introduced her to drugs and alcohol at around the age of 13. Throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimization. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident in her first year where a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in the soiled clothes for the rest of the day. What the fuck is wrong with some teachers? The teacher faced no repercussions. Jen began self-harming and running away from home, and the only adult she felt she could confide in committed suicide around this time. Into adolescence, Jen had no stable sense of self-worth and had no adults who consistently protected or advocated for her. Her self-harm worsened and she experienced suicidal thought, yet safeguarding responses remained absent. Jen began to believe that she was not worth protecting and as a result became increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. At 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her vagina. I just want to cut that guy's dick off. At 15, online grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to the vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by these men, one told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you're 16 because of the law. Oh wow, they're kind rapists. Imagine that. At the age of 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men by a friend who she now believes was herself groomed. The gang members, all of which were illegal immigrants, trafficked Jen to numerous towns and cities across the Midlands, where she was raped by multiple men at what she described as parties. On one occasion, she was anally raped in a park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs and witnessed the slaughtering of a lamb in the bathroom of a house. She describes a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. White British people were described as white trash and white girls as English pig dogs. Perpetrators insisted that children choose exploitation in Britain, and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit. They boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions, Jen was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. Of course this is what they think. Of course this is what they think. They're going to look over our crimes because they're afraid to call us out because of racism. Like, they got you by the fucking... And they tried to pull that shit in Minnesota when they found out the fraud. They really tried to pull the racism card. But it's like, what are you fucking talking about? There's a huge paper trail. This has got nothing to do with racism. It's got everything to do with your fucking bullshit. You're, like, stealing so much goddamn money. I don't care what color you are. Like, it just so happens you're Somalian. Like, if anyone's caught... I have to turn the light on. If anyone's caught defrauding that amount of money that was meant for like fucking children in need, American children in need, you can suck on a fat one. Like, I really could give a shit less. Like, it's got nothing to do with your color of your skin. It's got everything to do with the content of your character. I really could give a shit less. Like, I really don't believe that color of your skin makes you a bad person. I think influences in your life make you a bad person, and your willingness to put other people below you. And that can happen, it doesn't matter who you are. It just so happens that some cultures encourage it. Like, that doesn't make you racist. That just means that, like, some of these cultures don't really exist in our culture, you know? And if, I guarantee some people in those cultures think it's bullshit and they want to leave, and we should allow them to immigrate. But when you just blanket allow immigration, you're allowing in all these monsters, which again promotes more racism. There's people who just want to fucking live and let live and go about their life and go to get their job. And like, you can't let them do that now, because now every single Muslim's going to be looked at, or anyone with brown skin that looked like they came from the Middle East, you're going to be looking over your shoulder at them in Britain. And it's like, some of them might be innocent. So really, who are you protecting? You're just protecting criminals. What the fuck does it matter what color their skin is? They're criminals. It's so fucking obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. I hate being labeled things. I am the furthest thing removed from racist. Like, I don't understand. I just can't stand criminals. I don't care what fucking color they are. I just made it to the stats part of the doc. Please send the Muslims back to the sandbox. Money meant to help children was taken and sent to Somalia to fund endless clan wars. Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Over $1 million a day moving through the airports for years. Doesn't even make sense. Trash comes in all colors. It sure does. It sure does. And it's all about upbringing. You know, it's really based on your upbringing. And like, you know, I still believe that decent people can exist all over the world and monsters can exist all over the world. It's just human nature, baby. Legal or not, nobody is entitled in moving to the first world. Now I know that the British Friends of YouTubers I watch, and I don't blame people for having this opinion based on all of this. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, there will be more racism. People are going to want stronger walls because you can't trust anyone now. Because this is what's been happening. And I don't blame people for retaliating and going so far in the opposite direction that you don't want to accept anyone. It makes sense. It makes sense. It's like self-preservation. If you didn't do that, you know, like, you're just making yourself a willing target. I don't know. I've said castration should be mandatory, and if we give them to the prisoners as food, because a lot of male prisoners hate child predators and women assaulters. It's true. Anyways, I'm going to stop freaking out, and I'll go back to reading. It's just really, it is aggravating. Nah, sounds like you're racist to me, mate. I don't recognize my own country anymore, and that's not a good thing to think in the UK. Good God. Everybody pray for Logic Unfolded. He's hung out in my stream so long, he might be on a list. It might be like the last time we ever see him. She describes a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly regulated. Oh, I read all this. They boasted receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions, Jen was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. Jen witnessed intimidations, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, sexual exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13, in the aftermath of gang-related murder while involved with the group, and thus was afraid to defy or disclose against its members. The gang became increasingly controlling and abusive, isolating Jen from her friends and family. Her movements, communications, and decisions were closely monitored and restricted, and any attempt to assert independence was met with threats. She suffered emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse, and at 18 became pregnant as a result of rape. Jen was repeatedly told that she was inferior and unclean as a non-Muslim. Religious coercion escalated and forced into conversion to Islam, partly due to her pregnancy. She was taken to a dark, dingy flat and had been converted into a mosque and married an imam in an Islamic ceremony without giving consent. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimize control over her, and her restrictions on her behavior increased. During pregnancy, the threats intensified. Jen was told she had no right to leave or make decisions about her child because to do so would be anti-Islamic. Her behavior was tightly controlled, including an instruction to not eat pork, as the father believed it would make the baby gay. She told that the disclosure to the authorities would result in shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report her situation to the police, but no action was taken. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimalized, and her disclosures were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed as exaggerated and unreliable. After the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. The father, an Iraqi illegal immigrant, repeatedly took their daughter to Iraq despite having claimed asylum in Britain on the basis that he could not safely remain there. While there, she was exposed to firearms, including AK-47s. When her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after the father threatened to take their daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. The police responded that it was a civil matter and did not intervene. Jen has not spent a single one of her daughter's birthdays and with her since she was 9 years old and has had minimal contact with her for several years. Her father continues to take her to Iraq regularly. Jen now lives with complex PTSD, anxiety, depression, disassociation, periods of agoraphobia, and persistent fear and distress in relation to her daughter's safety and autonomy. These difficulties significantly impair her ability to function day to day. She gives evidence so that religiously motivated coercive abuse is properly recognized and confronted, even when doing so is politically, culturally, or socially controversial. Imagine it being controversial that you have to, like, I don't know, deal with your sexual abuse or your child being taken away from you. Like, oh, we back there. Oh, we back though. Sudden blackout. Is YouTube on to me? I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube scrubs the stream. Sushi. Whoa! Oh no, I'm gonna cry. He knows it's my favorite.
Electi Archivist just subscribed with tier 1.
I'm not gonna let it out. It's been emotional reading this. Again,
Electi
I can't even
welcome
imagine.
to the Wooden Revolution. Please ensure your subscription fee is polished with a sock before entering my varnish domain.
Sock. Husbanus. He's been trying to buy me sushi. I'm telling you, like, I tried to eat something the day after Fritter and, like, I was vomiting. So I couldn't do it. I get so stressed out and I felt so bad about what I had to do that I just fucking, I don't eat. Here, wipe your tears with a sock. Don't mind that the sock's a little stiff. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Anyways. I only went through like a fraction of an iota of what some of these girls went through, and I didn't have people believe me, and I was like in a dark place. And it wasn't even like, again, it was bad, but it wasn't even close to this. I couldn't imagine going through what these girls are going through, and then you go to the police and they're like, yeah, well. And like, meanwhile, you have like physical bruises. Like one girl had a finger cut off. You're just doing that for attention. How many fucking girls cut their fingers off for attention? Like, what the fuck? What's with the obsession with socks? Don't even worry about it. 9 hours of Nyanus news. Wowza. I have a rage that is slowly kindling into hot fire knowing that this happened. And what kind of sushi? Someone asked. They were going to judge me. I'm big in sushi, sashimi, and salmon. Hey, Atlas. Atlas keeps sleeping in Fritter's bed. How many guys cut their dicks off for attention? Bazingo, that's actually a thing. Good God. Good God, how dare you be like that? How dare you be so accurate? I like salmon and shrimp tempura. Good stuff. As long as it's not cali rolls, pff, that's for basic. That's not even sushi. I need raw fish. Jen, they have no compassion for young girls that are out on the streets, and they see us as slags, as white trash. English pig dogs came up a lot. Muslims don't like pigs, and they don't like dogs. So they hate dogs, they hate pigs, and they put women on that same level as that. Yo, fuck them. You love crunchy tuna rolls? Canada beat the crap out of the sand country. At least you know to fight them if they're overt and declared separate country. Too bad they're completely oblivious if it's when there's no reporters. Those were my people. Thank you for the 10 kicks. We feel you, Atlas.
Alex Tripp sent 10 kicks and says, sent hype 10 kicks.
Thank you. Kate.
Alex Trip Your 10 kicks have successfully polished my varnish against Donnie's sticky breath. I accept this tribute with the high gloss sass it deserves.
I should like retweet this. Just because. Just because. It's like, you know what I mean? Just because it's uncomfortable, you shouldn't shy away from it. I also noticed there was a guy that showed up in my YouTube chat that's like, you shouldn't be covering this. And I was like, why? And he like never responded. Like, what? You don't think I'm not having fun reading this? I'm speed running half of it because it's fucking, it turns my skin. I've been scratching myself too. I scratch my legs. I scratch my other hand. Like, not to hurt myself, but just to, This is some of the most horrifying stuff. And again, like, anytime there's enough information, I've tried to look it up to see if it's legit. And like, again, if there's enough information dropped with time frame and like, especially if like the one girl who died, she went to a hospital, I fucking knew it was going to be reported on because you can't hide that and sweep it under the rug. It's fucking real. Like, it's fucking disgusting. This is what's going on out there. It should be covered even if it's hard to do. Yeah. Again, and like, I mean, I want to see the best in people. I really do. And I think that's very clear in how I talk about things. I try to stay fair, but like, fuck this. It really does make your skin crawl. It does. Like, I have to like, I keep like, oh, well, I put on a sweater too, but I keep having to like rub my arms. Like, I keep rubbing my arms and rubbing my legs. Like, oh, I just want to, like, it makes me, like, I now understand, like, I mean, I've already understood capital punishment, but like, we need to bring that back. Like, so many, like, we need to bring back the gallows. Good God. Like, these people aren't deserving of, like, I don't want to give them, like, lethal injection. That's too much money. Like, a firing squad, the gallows, like, rope and bullets. Those are nice and cheap. You know, in their own country, like, you know, you'd be beheaded for fucking breaking the law. You know, they kill children and teens in the streets that they find that are, like, breaking the law. Good God. Bring back the gladiator pit. Rocks are free. It happens. She tries to read what she can. This stuff makes my skin crawl. It's like ants all over my body. It's terrifying. I've been pacing a lot of all of this. Yeah. It's... And the fact that it's just... The amount of times people go to the police and they don't do anything. Fucking heartbreaking. It's the only language these people understand. It's violence. Kate. Kate grew up in a deeply dysfunctional and unsafe household where violent sexual abuse and neglect were commonplace. Social services had been involved with the family since before Kate was born, primarily due to the neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behavior of her older half-brother, who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, sexually abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. When she was around the age of 5, Kate and her 2 brothers were removed from the care of their biological parents and placed in a foster home. It was determined that they could not return to the parents' custody, and they were adopted by a couple from a town 50 miles away. Kate and her brothers settled well into their new home and family environment, and for the next 7 years, Kate's life was happy and stable, with her adoptive parents providing the love and support that her biological parents had failed to give. Kate's adoptive parents were committed Christians, and the family attended the local church every Sunday. Much of Kate's social life outside of school revolved around church activities, including youth groups and spending time with other families within the church community. At school, she performed exceptionally well and was identified as gifted and talented across a range of subjects. She rarely got into trouble, and despite suffering from low self-esteem, was well regarded by her teachers and peers alike. Kate maintained a limited circle of friends and directed most of her energies into her studies, which provided her with a sense of achievement, structure, and self-worth. Kate was highly ambitious and optimistic about the future. She held herself to very high standards and aspired to attend university, complete a PhD, and pursue a career in archaeology or paramedicine. She was also driven by a strong sense of family and looked forward to getting married and having children of her own. At around the age of 12, Kate began to receive sex education at school. She found these lessons upsetting as, up to this point, her understanding of what had happened to her during early childhood was very limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, so it had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her. She entered adolescence confused about what had happened to her and without a clear understanding of healthy boundaries and inappropriate behavior. She lacked the confidence to confide in an adult, and this left her vulnerable. Kate came to realize that the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother was not normal or legal. She began to experience a growing sense of fear, shame, and self-blame, and felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body, and relationships with others. She soon began to experience suicidal thoughts. Still, just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life. One Saturday night, after her family had gone to sleep, she left her home in the early hours and walked to a secluded location where she intended
Rockwell
to commit
Hardness
suicide.
Tested Boopus donated $5.0 and says call or email your senators to sanction Britain economically over
this. Help us, United States. Anyone help us. We need to help ourselves, I suppose. I mean, this needs to be made known. This is crazy.
Rockwell Hardness Tested Boopus, your political savvy is noted and appreciated. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to ensure my varnish isn't ruined by Donnie's sticky breath while I process this tip.
She left her home in the early hours and walked to a secluded location where she intended to commit suicide, hoping she would not be found. She paused beneath a tree to shelter from the rain, and after a while she heard a group of men approaching. By their tone, Kate suspected that they were drunk, and when they saw her, they began jeering. They called her a no-homer and suggested that she could stay warm on their dicks. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for the men to pass before attempting to return home, but as she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. Kate was overpowered by the three men, forced to the ground, her arms and legs were pinned, and the men took turns to orally and vaginally rape her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harmed her loved ones if she ever told anyone what happened. So violent was the assault, Kate's clothes were left bloodstained. Traumatized, she walked across the town to her family's church, knowing that her parents would be there in a few hours. She sat on the porch and cried for several hours before deciding to return home. While she was walking, both a van and a taxi driver stopped to ask if she was okay, given her disheveled appearance and visible distress. She replied that she was. When she arrived home, she hid her bloodstained clothes and she went to sleep. Kate did not disclose the assault to anyone, and her mental and physical health rapidly deteriorated. She began self-harming and her suicidal thoughts intensified. She attempted to take her own life on multiple occasions over the following months and was admitted to a hospital many times as a result. She started getting bullied at school. Concern for her welfare escalated, but Kate resisted every attempt by her parents and teachers to intervene. She was assigned an adolescent mental health services practitioner by the local authority.
Jericho Graham 28 just subscribed with Tier 1. They say,
a whole
officially
year.
1 year.
A whole friggin' year.
One year of watching my wooden dignity unravel. You're a
Haven't even
true
been here for a year.
devotee, Jericho
Cheers,
Graham 28. Now go polish your socks. I need that varnish shining for our anniversary.
For your anniversary.
Money don't jiggle jiggle.
She was assigned a
Balls
child
don't
and
see
adolescent
wiggle,
mental
wiggle,
health
for
services
sure.
practitioner by the local authority, with whom she started regular counseling sessions, but Kate did not find this either effective or helpful as she continued to keep the assault hidden. The professionals concluded that her deteriorating health was linked to her early life trauma. Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. The message was a video of the assault, and they threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if she did not comply with their demands. Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she did not disclose the incident to anyone, and believing she could resolve the blackmail, she went to meet them. She was instructed to come into a house in the local town center. She was taken inside and all three abusers were present. They proceeded to rape her again, this time making clear that she was being filmed. Following this, Kate told that she now worked for them and was expected to do what she was told, for otherwise the footage would be leaked. She was given a phone and told to always remain contactable. For the period that followed, Kate was required to meet two chief abusers frequently. They introduced her to other men in their network, and she was repeatedly subjected to them by them as well to sexual abuse. Kate was forced to participate in the webcam abuse sessions, which generated revenue for the abusers. If the live stream did not generate what they considered to be a satisfactory amount of money, Kate was punished. The constant shifting of expectations was used as a method of control. Kate gradually became more open with her counselors, though she did not disclose the full extent of what was happening to her. She began to refer to the initial assault as the event, and they soon worked out what she had been raped, although they did not expect the ongoing abuse. They shared their concerns with Kate's parents, and almost a year after the initial assault, Kate's mother confronted about the suspicions that she, Kate's father, and the social services professionals had formed. Kate confirmed to her mother that she had been raped. Soon after the disclosure, Kate was taken to Sexual Assault and Rape Center for further counseling. The SARC therapist encouraged Kate to report the initial assault to the police. Kate hoped that by doing so it would lead to an intervention that would stop the ongoing abuse, but was too frightened to name the perpetrators, fearing reprisal from the gang. Nevertheless, she reported the assault to the police, providing them with as much information as possible, and was brought in for questioning with her mother. At the police station, Kate was taken into the interview room. Before the interview began, and without Kate's mother present, Kate was told that this was her last chance to say her report was untrue. She was warned that if any part of her account could not be supported by evidence, she could and would be arrested. For an extended period of time, both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in and if any detail of her statements was disproved, and that she would withdraw all the allegations before the interview started with no further consequences. They also suggested that her parents could be relieved if she said that the incident had not happened. What the fuck? Still just 12 years old and already deeply traumatized, Kate became overwhelmed by the pressure she felt by the officers that they were placing on her, and she said what she believed they wanted her to say, that the rape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording began, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect the coercion that took place. Kate felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was ongoing at the time, because she felt that she was not being believed or taken seriously. The police report recorded the incident as a withdrawal of the complaint. Following this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found the content in Kate's diary describing the rape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but Kate explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station and this time completed the interview. Some weeks later, Kate's parent discovered sexually explicit messages in her phone between Kate and several adult men, including sexual photographs. These reported to the police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaging with these men consensually, despite just being 13 years old. Kate, still afraid of retribution from the gang, denied all knowledge of these exchanges and was not questioned further. How could it be consent when it's 13? I don't understand that. Over the course of the following year, Kate went missing on numerous occasions, including during school hours and late at night. She alleges that no record was made of her absence. The gang was blackmailing her into doing what they called jobs, sexual abuse by gang members and their associates for which the gang received payment. These included webcamming, gang rapes, parties, cop nights, and red rooms. Kate was raped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. During this time, Kate encountered another girl who the gang was exploiting. Kate, then 14, suspected that the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a secluded location late that night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken in that night and that the men she would be servicing were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling the gang members that she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and raped her. Kate went on to work with this girl on numerous occasions, and they became very close. Throughout the first half of the year, the exploitation intensified, and Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, she entered into a relationship with a relative of one of the gang members, leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. The relationship lasted for almost a year, but it came to an end, and the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate, then 16, experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang trafficked Kate to a town far from her home, where she was restrained and raped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. At one point, Kate tried to escape, but was caught, and the gang beat her and cut off much of her hair as punishment. Kate attempted to escape a second time and was successful. She reached a nearby house and was knocked for help. The woman who lived there took Kate in and gave her clothes, as Kate's own clothes had been badly damaged by the abusers and she was partially naked. The woman called the police, who attended the property. The woman attempted to remove the rope that remained around Kate's wrist, but was instructed by the police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police, given both the recent alleged abuse by a serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and sexual violence that she had been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what had happened on the canal boat, but none of the historic exploitation, fearing reprisals to the police. She also did not report that she had been raped by a police officer. The investigation did not progress, and the police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealing with the police, and she thereafter felt that she could not turn to them for help, fearing that she would not be believed. Kate was placed on a child protection plan by a local authority. She shared a diary with one of the social workers containing the details about the sexual abuse she had been suffering, though once again she was not believed. During this period, Kate was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. After that, Kate alleges she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel as the staff were concerned that she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone and naked in the room, having been left there by the abusers and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's family and the professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived to be her lifestyle choices. They did not believe she was being exploited and assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adult men. This misinterpretation of Kate's situation has a profound impact on how professionals respond to her in the following months and years, because they believed her behavior was voluntary. Subsequent incidents, such as unexplained absences being found in hotels, receiving inappropriate messages, or associating with adult men, were treated as matters of personal choice rather than indicators of ongoing exploitation. As a result, these events were not treated as safeguarding concerns. Instead of exploring the possibility that she was being coerced and controlled, professionals increasingly framed the issue as one of behavioral difficulty, risk-taking, or non-compliance. This perspective, Kate alleges, influenced decision-making across agencies. Referrals were closed prematurely, safeguarding meetings did not lead to protective action, and disclosures or partial disclosures were not pursued with the seriousness that she felt they required. The assumption that she was engaged in consensual activity meant that professionals did not intervene effectively, even when the circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. This perspective reinforced her isolation, reduced her ability to seek help, and ultimately allowed the exploitation to continue and escalate. On one occasion around this time, concerns were raised at Kate's school. She was escorted to an office where the assistant head teacher, the designated safeguarding lead, and a PSCO, a police officer, her social worker, and the school nurse, and the head of the year were present. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressed her for names and the details about individuals involved in the abuse. At that time, due to fear, coercion, and the threats she felt she was under, she did not feel safe or able to provide the information they were requesting. Instead, she provided the nickname of some of the individuals involved. Kate was visibly shaken and repeatedly asked to leave, explaining that she would be in significant danger if she revealed further information. After a meeting concluded, Kate was allowed to leave, but no protective measures were put in place. She was not supervised, safeguarded, or protected with any immediate safety planning. Despite indications of fear or coercion, she was permitted to return home and continue her usual routine. No follow-up action was taken to monitor her well-being in the days that followed. After the meeting at the school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew she had spoken to the police. They told her that they were aware of every time she spoke to the police, as they had people on the inside. They accused her of snitching, telling that she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote wooded location. The young girl whom Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed that they had been taken there for another job. The men then subjected the girl to extreme sexual and physical violence while Kate was forcibly restrained and made to witness what happened. Kate alleges that the girl was then murdered in front of her. Following the incident, Kate reports that the abusers used what had happened as a direct ongoing threat to ensure Kate's silence. They repeatedly told her that the murder had occurred because she had spoken to the police and insisted that it was her fault. This message was delivered consistently and became a central part of their coercive control. They made it clear that the same thing could happen to Kate or to others if she ever disclosed anything again. Jesus. On another occasion, Kate reports that she had been taken from her local church at a Sunday morning service. She was taken to a nearby city an hour away to do jobs. She alleges that she was raped in the car on the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from her perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off a canal path and raped her. After the perpetrators left, Kate left the structure and attempted to walk back along the canal path. She was visibly injured, distressed, and her clothing was damaged. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in the state and contacted the police. Emergency services attended and she was taken to a hospital for medical attention. Kate reports that no effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. When Kate turned 17, she joined a local college. This transition created a significant change to her routine. She had more independence, fewer supervised hours, and less direct oversight from adults compared with her previous school. This increased her vulnerability, as the individuals exploiting her were able to take advantage of the additional freedom and reduced monitoring associated with college life. Kate's parents found it increasingly difficult to keep her safe and was placed in Edge Care Services under the age of 18. She stayed at the care home 2 nights a week as respite care for her family. During this period, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang to London. While there, she was subjected to repeated sexual exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place where she could remain safe until help arrived. The police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that had occurred, and on this occasion, the officers took her account seriously and responded what she felt was appropriate concern. They advised that she should not return immediately to her local area due to the risks for her safety. However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this and insisted that she be returned home. Staff from the care home traveled to London to collect her and return her to the placement. So basically, her local authorities are fucking full of these vermin. That's got to be the only thing. Like, they have to have invaded a lot of these police stations that there's other police in other areas that are like, holy fucking shit. And then they're like, oh yeah, just bring her back. What? And anytime she goes to the police, they like know about it? I'd say more, but I'd be both ranting and radioactive. That's okay. You can be radioactive here. You're in the kick chat too. During this period, a retired police officer became aware of Kate's situation through mutual connection. A friend got in touch with him on Kate's behalf, and he got in touch with Kate. He traveled to meet her in person the next morning and came to her college. He expressed an intention to support her and stated he believed he could assist, but explained that, due to her age, he would need to liaise with an allocated social worker before taking any formal action. Kate's social worker declined to engage with him. The situation quickly became confusing and overwhelming for Kate. The lack of cooperation for professionals, combined with the ongoing exploitation of her deteriorating mental health, led to significant emotional crisis. Kate became extremely distressed and expressed intentions to end her life while at college. As a result, she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and taken for assessment. Shortly after this incident, Kate was taken again by individuals exploiting her. They told her that they knew they had spoken to the police. She was removed from college and taken to a red room setting. Another girl, Meg, was also present. During this incident, Kate alleges that she was forced to witness extreme violence that resulted in Meg losing her life. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear that this was a direct consequence of their belief that she had disclosed information to the police after her sectioning. Before Kate was due to start university, she reports that she was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based sex work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officers and attempted to explain that she was not safe and that she had been trafficked and that she was worried about that her abusers would find her. They confirmed that she had been reported as a missing person and contacted Kate's father, who told the officers that she was lying and refused to come collect her. The officers then transported her to a police station. Where she arrived, she was told that she could not remain there and that, because her father had declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. No safeguarding measures were put in place, and she feared that the individuals exploiting her would find her again. She felt entirely abandoned by the adults and professionals who should have kept her safe and, overwhelmed and distressed again, attempted to take her own life. Soon after, she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve, and thought it would be a route out of the abuse. However, the increased independence and reduced oversight associated with university life created new opportunities for the individuals abusing her and to extend the exploitation beyond Kate's local area. This, she reports, marked the point at which her trafficking became national in scope and the abuse occurring across multiple regions of Britain. Over the course of this academic year, Kate alleges that she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. These movements were frequent, often unplanned, and carried out with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her life. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. My injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, Kate's university lecturers and friends noticed bruises and other marks, which reflected the severity and regularity of the abuse. Despite these indicators of harm, no effective safeguarding intervention took place, and the exploitation continued. On one occasion, Kate was taken by her abusers from an area close to the university. They told her that she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to a recent hospital admission. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeat sexual violence, severe physical assault,
Ace Zero Spades
and
donated
sustained torture.
$10.0 and says, "And these are the stories that we're able to be told. Heaven only knows how many more stories like this will go untold because of these people."
Dude, for real.
Ace Zero Spades, your words hit harder than my audio glitches, and I'm deeply touched by the support. Keep telling those stories, because heaven certainly doesn't know how many more are waiting in the dark.
For fuck's sake. There's literally, like, I can't think of a punishment that these people deserve. This is actually, like, hard to read. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeat sexual violence, severe physical assaults, and sustained torture, including being raped by a dog, and the men placed bets on whether it would penetrate her vagina or her anus. Filmed and forced to rewatch the footage, this was the most extreme and prolonged incident she had experienced and represented a significant escalation in the level of harm and control being exerted over her. The duration, isolation, and intensity of the abuse during this period had a lasting and profound impact on her physical and psychological well-being. Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subjected to continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When the COVID-19 lockdown began, her day-to-day movements and university activities were restricted in line with national guidance. However, the individuals controlling her exploitation continued to expect her to do jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed on her. Following this period, the trafficking began to reduce gradually. Kate received a positive conclusion grounds decision through the National Referral Mechanism, confirming that she was a victim of trafficking and exploitation. How many years was that? How many years did it take them to be like, I guess so? Jesus Christ. Short of having them meet the Lord personally, I don't think any punishment would be enough. Like, I don't know, slowly cutting off their body parts until they die? Like, I'm so confused. Yada wada. Thank you for the 10 Ace of Spades, by the way. The grooming behaviors to which Kate was subjected did not follow the boyfriend model or grooming tactics that are often associated with child sexual exploitation. Instead, the abuse she experienced was based primarily on blackmail, coercion, and threats. From the outset, the individuals involved used fear, intimidation, and control rather than affection or persuasion to entrap and exploit her. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. The first group who trafficked and exploited her were primarily white British from Gypsy, Roma, and traveler backgrounds. As she got older, she was trafficked more widely. The primary abuser demographics were Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and Bengali Muslims. The other victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated, and being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse to minimize or dismiss the harm being inflicted. Kate was verbally attacked and demeaned because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing a cross and being told that her Christian faith offered her no protection. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and a higher moral standing. Kate has participated in this inquiry because she feels a personal responsibility to speak up for the many girls across the country who are unable to do so, and to help ensure that the realities of this form of exploitation are understood and that meaningful change can be achieved. The system that should have protected Kate did not recognize the risk she was facing, did not respond effectively to when concerns were raised, and in some cases she feels contributed to the harm by dismissing or disbelieving what was happening. For powerful testimony sourced from beyond our hearing, see Appendix 1. My God. The left globalists should be looking at a story like this and burning the UK like they did the BLM riots for St. George Floyd, and they'd be completely justified. All of their talking points would have had weight to back because these stories would have moved their entire base to that same zealous action almost immediately. Yet, they look at these stories and tell themselves that the right is trying to gain votes from it. I just can't. I truly don't know what the left actually fights for, besides absolute power over the populace. There are parents in Appendix 1. This is like, where's Appendix 1? Non-hearing victim testimony. 192. They blacked out this name? There were always white girls coming in and out, some even younger than me. Some girls dealt drugs for the men, and many of those girls still hang out with the same perpetrators now, which makes me very sad. We were just in and out of all these party houses, drugs men doing whatever they wanted. The lads would pick us up from school. We raised concerns at the time because we all went to the sexual health clinic, so there are records from that. Even the chief inspector of blank was aware. Redacted. I was hoping if I copied and pasted it, it would tell me what was typed there, but it's not. I had to switch to Kick Chat. This shit makes me ill. Yeah. I'm at page 100 of this fucking godforsaken thing. Is this where I end it? It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 p.m. I'm at page 100. I think I'll blow off some steam in Helldivers later. They've released some new varieties of the Jeep. Oh, hell yeah. Impressive. Most impressive. Is it? I'm disgusted. Oh, hey, Atlas. Hey, baby. Sleeping on this bed and his legs are hanging off. Yeah, let's end it here at the whistleblower testimony. We'll pick it up. Page 100. Good God. Part of me, too, wants to, like, go do a little bit of research. I'd like to see if I can find more accounts of it lining up with, you know, articles, because I don't know why some people wouldn't believe this. Almost 10 hours. Thank you for reading it. Yeah, I'll read more. I'm gonna go chill in Final Fantasy VII and hang with my peeps. It's like... disgusting almost isn't like enough of a word. Like, it's abhorrent, it's like, it's inhuman, it's demonic. Like, again, it doesn't even begin to scratch the surface. Oh, squad, I'm done down here. He's bringing me food. He's plated all my sushi. Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
I hope you like fish.
Oh, my God. This is so much fish. What is this? This is more than just a sashimi appetizer. There's so many. That's so many pieces of sushi. I'm enraged and sad. Agreed. I mean, I'm probably going to go up and hang out with Husbanus, but he handed me a plate of sushi. There's so much fish. How am I going to eat this all? There's 4 pieces of salmon sashimi, 3 pieces of tuna sashimi. There's like 2 butterfish. What the fuck? Get nourished. It's because I haven't eaten, probably. This is a lot of food. I don't know how I'm going to eat all this. I haven't been eating properly and stuff. There's no way. My God. I'm going to eat a piece right now. On stream. Yum. Mmm. Yum. Sushi. I'm just eating the salmon. This is the sound of Nyanus eating salmon sashimi. Big hunk of salmon. Mmm. Guys, thanks for hanging out through this monstrosity. quite literally a monstrosity. Mmm. Mmm. ASMR Nyanus? I guess so. After all my shit talking, here I am. Slurping it live. Yeah. This is the ASMR stream you were promised. What kind of sushi is this? Now I'm just chewing. I could just leave. Husbanus went back outside. I don't know where he went. Mmm. Why is she making deme noises, dude, for real? Mmm. Yum. Talk like Cell from Dragon Ball Z? How does one even do that? Yeah, Blue does want some. I'll give him some. He's a good boy. Oh, he liked that. You want one too, Sammy? Sume? The dog's getting the love. Get loved on, dogs. Just curious, have you seen the new Gucci Marks song? It's pretty funny. I have not. Gucci Marks. Is it about Hassan Piker? What's Gucci Marks? I should go. Just hanging out with you guys. You can make the voice, you've done it. I have to be in the zone. I have to be in the zone for that. I'm not in the zone. I'm in the fish zone. Actually. Mmm. Weird, they seared that fish. Usually when I get butterfish, it's not seared like that. Bizarre. Butter fish. Butter. Rub a piece of sashimi on the mic. I will not. I will not. Butter fish. Put the butter on the fish. The butterfish. It's delicious. I love sashimi. I can just eat pieces of raw fish all day long. Yeah, everybody stretch. Do anything to decompress. Eat some sushi. Yum. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go finish this off stream and quit the ASMR. I'll eat one more piece just for you guys, because I know you love this so much, right? Right? Mmm. Mmm. Delicious. Is it healthy to eat raw fish? Yeah. What's the worst thing that could happen? I get a brain worm? Almost as good as King Kong. You guys are freaks. Y'all are freaks. Freakadeeks. Tastes good. It does taste good. It's very yummy. Blue, you got one. I shared. Thank you guys for hanging out today. It was a long stream. It ended up being pretty fucking extreme stream. We'll finish reading the rest, I guess, tomorrow. Thank you for all the support and kind words where it comes to Fritter. My house, I think it's going to take me a while to get used to it, to be honest. It's like my house is just not the same. But I'll see you all tomorrow, Biggas, and I appreciate all the love and the support. Thank you, Jericho Graham, for the 100. Thank you, Logic Unfolded, for the multiple gifties. Fuck, I feel like there's a lot more support. I'm drained in a bad way, to be honest, yes. Ace Blue just hit my fucking Cintiq trying to get my attention. Ace of Spades, thank you for your support. Scott, I know you did. Rockwell Hardness tested. Boopus, you did at one point there. Fiesta Cat, lots of people. It's been a long freaking stream. It's hard to remember everything. DFW Dwycom, thank you for the gifted on Kick, you know. Everyone else that I forget, because it's been a long day, I thank you as well. I will be gone until tomorrow. Our finest big at end of the watch. We got it from here. Adios. Thank you and good night. Good night. Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. Did Husbanus go back out to get booze? Like, he's not even in the house anymore. Where'd he go? But anyways, good night. Bye-bye.